Good morning and welcome to Lord's for the third test match of 5 that we're bringing you live across the world. We've reached 75 countries so far, and hopefully over the course of the next 5 days or so, we might reach another 1 or 2. I'm Jon Norman alongside Steve Harmison as we build up to the start of play. Neil Manthorp, Jarrod Kimber, David Lloyd, Jeremy Coney, Neil Manthorp, all part of the commentary team here at Lord's, which is looking as resplendent as ever. Beautiful conditions for Test cricket. Just a couple of clouds in the sky. We're set for a scorcher in the capital with the temperature pushing 30 degrees at times. The news from the middle is that it is England who have won the toss for the 3rd Test match in a row, and they've decided to have a bat first. I'll have to check the record books, but chatting with Neil Manthorp in the preview yesterday, he was saying England have only decided to bat first once under Ben Stokes' captaincy. So we will wait and see whether it pays off. But Steve Harmison alongside me, coming into this test match, there are so many questions. It's a bit like the start of a series, actually. 2 tests in, and we still don't really know so many of those questions that we asked ourselves before the Headingley test match. It's gone one way and then the other. It looked like England and Stokes were in the ascendancy after Headingley. Now it looks like all the problems are at England's door. They've made one change, as have India. Jofra Archer and Jasprit Bumrah play. 1-1, 3 to play. And we are absolutely set for something special here.
Good morning, John. Yes, I mean, you couldn't have set that up any better. I mean, when you thought this series was going to, hasn't disappointed with all the hype that comes, all of a sudden Bumrah and Archer are back. Wow, we're in for a treat. Interesting, Ben's won the toss and decided that he's going to bat first. I hope it's because the wicket is it's ready for batting first. The sky tells you at Lord's it's ready for batting first. At 8:30 this morning, apparently that wicket looked a hell of a lot different to what it looks like now.
Yeah, it looked a bit greener yesterday.
It did, yes. So I'm just wondering, I mean, it's one of them ones where I hope, and I mean, we talked about it at the end of the test match at Birmingham. When you look at the show of Bashir, question mark, a lot of people are talking Liam Dawson. I think some of that's nonsense. A lot of the question marks over Zach Crawley and the pressure that Zach's on. If England were to leave one of them out now, you'd say leading into what's got left of this series and then a massive Ashes series, with what's been invested in it, you would say that's panicking. I just wonder if this is a panic. I mean, this panic is a panic decision. Is it a panic decision? Time will tell, because I think sometimes you've got to look at, and I always look at this, Ben should stick to his guns. If Ben Stokes had come out this morning and said, right, no, I'm going to stick to it, we're going to bowl first, I wouldn't have had a problem with that, because he's got a method, he's got a plan, and the plan has worked. The one thing I think you've got to you've got to take the 2 decisions in look at it in separate ways. Was it right to bowl first? And did we bowl very well? The answer was at Edgbaston, it probably wasn't right to bowl first. And we didn't bowl very well. It was right to bowl first at Leeds, but we didn't bowl very well. There's 2 different things in that. And if we come here this morning, and there is a little bit in this, Bumrah, Akashdeep, Mohammad Siraj, they will get it out. And all of a sudden, could we panic to make a decision, go away from what we like doing, i.e. Ben Stokes likes doing, and all of a sudden find ourselves 100 for 3 at lunchtime going, we should have bowled first on this. And then all of a sudden, the ramifications of that, John, is this team are panicking. This team haven't got a clue. This team are taking the water in. Something I would never have accused Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum of, possibly until this decision that's been made.
I must admit, I was really interested yesterday. Usually 24 hours out, when it comes to what you're going to do at the toss, is either determined by the weather. You think to yourself, well, not 100% sure, so we'll wait and see what the conditions are. And the forecast is a bit mixed. So you're a bit like, Headingley, and here actually. You look up rather than down. But then, of course, Stokes has made such a success of chasing. It's not the first time, by the way. It's the 3rd time in home tests, and England have lost both occasions. He's decided to bat first here in England. But he's not one to look back that far. So I was a bit unsure because, England are all about chasing. Okay? Now, it didn't go their way at Edgbaston, but it did at Headingley. After that second test, I was a bit surprised by some of the comments that came out from McCullum about the pitch. And then suddenly it was about, oh, yeah, we want a bit more pace in it and we wanted a bit of this and a bit of that. And I thought, well, OK, that's fine. But there's only 3 days to that Lord's test, right? I'm no pitch expert. When we go out there and we have a look at a pitch, and I don't really know what I'm looking for half the time. But essentially, I do know that you can't change the makeup of a pitch 3 days out. You know, that pitch has been put in place. The ground staff have had an idea of what it's going to do for months, right? So here we are. They can shave a bit more grass off or leave a bit more on, but essentially the pitch is the pitch. The other thing with Lords is...
In this, though, what I've heard this morning is there's about 8 mil grass on that, and they're talking about 10 to 12 mil grass on for World Test Championship final. So the one thing you can say is, you were here for the World Test Championship.
I was, yeah.
So you can see how pitches behaved in that World Test Championship final. What I'll say about that contest was, I seen 2 very, very high-skilled bowling units in the first innings, and not as much in the second innings. Now, I put that down to the fact that a lot of them high-skilled bowlers have been playing the IPL for the last 6 weeks, bowling 4 overs at a time. And a test match takes a lot more out of you. So I was trying to work out, has the pitch got flatter or did the bowlers got tired?
But the pitch does get flatter, doesn't it? And it does get flatter here at Lords.
Comes to the panic. Have they won the toss?
Which is exactly where I'm at. Because I came into this, like you, I'm thinking, actually... they should bowl first, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I've always worked. You look at a theory and you go, right. At the end of the day, if you're captain of a team, and your death bowlers bowl in a 4-over game, T20 game, you're captain of a team. Your death bowlers bowl his first 2 overs for 30, and he's having one. Do you then bowl him at the death? Or do you try and bowl somebody else? No, you bowl your death bowler. Even though he's gone for a few, that's his skill set. This is what he does. So in a mindset is you stick to the plan that you have got in your mind and you've got your team plan and everything that goes. For me, England's team plan might have just gone out the window because this is what they feel as though they do best, which is bowl first, get a bat on days 2 and end of day 2, start of all of day 3 when the pitch is at its best and hope that it doesn't deteriorate. It did deteriorate at Edgbaston, and the pitch at Edgbaston didn't suit this team. It didn't. But both teams were on the... You can't really sort of blame the pitch, and I wouldn't blame the pitch. England just didn't perform well. Is it the pitch or the ball? Well, there's a both, 2 contributing factors. It's been interesting listening to the guy who is chief executive of who makes the Duke Bowl. I don't know if you've seen that article this week. And he's basically saying we should now have a new ball change between 60 and 70 overs because the surfaces are harder.
Oh, yes, I did say that.
The bats are bigger.
Yeah.
The ball hits the concrete more because it goes for 6 and 4. So the ball does get softer a lot quicker. So I get what he's saying, yeah. I'm not going to argue as a manufacturer and to be fair to him, he wasn't protecting his product. He was basically saying, this is how the game's changed. You give us reasons why he believes the game has changed. And I'm all for that. So I'm not having a go at the Duke manufacturer. He's recommending now that this is what we should be thinking. I think in all aspects like that, educated people should be listened to. So that is something that possibly needs to be talked about. But the balls are getting changed far too much. I think in first-class cricket over the course of the last 5 years, I've seen so many articles where 4, 5, 6 balls have been changed in the space of 80, 90 overs when you look at first-class cricket in England. So there might be something in that. But once this ball goes soft, it is very, very, very difficult to threaten top players. Especially with a ball, where you're using your skill sets if you're a fast bowler.
We're going to have to wait and see. Well, actually, hopefully we're going to have to wait until day 2 to see the return of Jofra Archer. But boy, oh boy, when he takes that ball for the first time and throughout this spell and second and third, there's just going to be a buzz or a sense of anticipation around his return. We've waited so long, and actually, I doubted at times whether we'd ever reach this point.
Yeah, agreed. Totally agreed. But I think that tells you everything about Jofra. All these people who have had a go about Jofra not wanting to play for England, not wanting to play Test match cricket. he's answered that now because he's standing in the middle of Lords. He's waiting on the big screen. I think we've got the 5-minute bell. It's going to be great. It's going to be rang by one of the greatest cricketers of all time, somebody who the series is named after, in Sachin Tendulkar.
You bowled against?
Yes, bowled against. Not that much, to be fair. Not as much as the other modern day greats. A couple of times when we played against Sachin, he was injured. Met my debut and he played in that game. Then he got injured for the next series. He was played in a few one day. He missed a few of the one day series Champions Trophy that we played in against India, and he also played in obviously the Test match I talk about quite a lot because it makes, from a defeat point of view, pales in significance when after the terrorist attack in Mumbai, when the little man came and got 100 to win the game, chasing 365 in Chennai. So great memories playing against him. Great memories having conversations with him. And it's one of them. He's one of them people when you are old and grey, and you're older and grey, talking to your grandkids, and the likes of Sir Donald Bradman, the likes of Shane Warne, Sachin Tendulkar. These are all-time greats of the game, and he's just rang the 5-minute bell to say, let's get the play started.
Another all-time great of the game is playing. Well, there's a couple of all-time greats, truth be told. But one of them is returning to this India side, and he's just about to take the new ball. And to my mind, Harmy, it's India now who possess the better and more fearsome and, dare I say, threatening and consistent bowling attack. And it's not England, it's India.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way England have dominated that finish in the first test and the shift in the second test, Jasprit Bumrah. I'm intrigued to see which end Jasprit Bumrah is going to bowl from. Whether he bowls from the pavilion end or he bowls from the nursery ground end, because Akashdeep got 10 wickets in the match. I think his skill sets is perfect for the pavilion end. So what I said this.
Will it definitely be Akashdeep who takes the new ball?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. He should do. So. Siraj first change.
I think Siraj is better when he's first change. I think he's better when there's not as much pressure on him. But saying that, his average is a lot better when Bumrah's not playing. But I just do think he's more suited. And he is more suited with the older ball. Oh, not the older ball, but the ball which has had the lacquer off. He's a natural shaper of the ball, not a sort of hit the deck, try and use the seam at the start and use the slope. So from that point of view, I think it would be Akashdeep or it should be Akashdeep and Jasprit Bumrah. What else? I looked at this at the end of the Test match. This has got a little bit of 2005 all over it. When you look at, the first Test matches were dominated by England, hugely dominated by England, and then all of a sudden what you had a complete change and shift of momentum, and then India came into the flare like we did in Edgbaston, and all the momentum after that point, it came with with the team who took the momentum out of the second Test match. If you remember, Australia dominated here, but we knew England had a way of taking 20 wickets, so that kept not the series alive, but it kept hope that England could do something. And then we went to Edgbaston and we managed to wrestle the initiative, going back 1-1. And all of a sudden, for me, it's who blinks first here. And it could come simply down to a toss of a coin, because if England have got it right, and England all of a sudden are 150, 160 for one at lunchtime on day one on a flat pitch, and bright sunshine in St John's Wood, all of a sudden all them negative thoughts go away from Edgbaston, and England all of a sudden, like you mentioned before, Ben Stokes doesn't look back. He never does. It's always about looking forward. And if England can hit lunchtime on day one of the Test match ahead in this game, or having a great start, then for me the series is massively alive. If they're 80 for 3 or 80 for 4, because it's doing a bit and Bumrah's got it in the right area. I mean, the pressure on the change rooms on the left-hand side of the Great Pavilion as we look at it, I think will be huge, because people will start talking about, again, the decision at the toss and have England panicked.
Brilliant stuff. Harmy's not going anywhere. Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp about to come in to talk you through the first half an hour on the morning of the third Test match here at Lords. And you are joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, visualised as well, guys. I don't know if Manners knows that, or Jarrod. Make sure you don't... You change the sticker on your laptop, Jarrod. Oh, that's good. That's good. Manners coming after a word from Harmy.
On a beautiful, glorious day here in St John's Wood. Bumrah is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Can't really see who's warming up to bowl from the nursery ground end. But Bumrah is going to take the new ball. Shafadullah is going to be the umpire at the pavilion end. Paul Rifle, Australian Paul Rifle, is going to be at square leg. Zach Crawley is just going through his little ritual of marking. I think he marks middle stump. He stands on middle stump. A huge amount of talking points about Zach Crawley this week, about where he batted from, whether he was batting on off stump or just outside off stump to try and get himself outside the line. But listening to the likes of Michael Vaughan and Sir Alistair Cook talking about Zach Crawley's technique, it was fascinating that if a batter does bat on off stump, you want him to leave the ball in a channel. But that's not something that Zach Crawley often does. So that's where these mind games are at this moment in time. And Neil Manthorp, what a morning we're in for.
Incredible atmosphere, as it always is. It's a stunning day and occasion. There's already a few people in the crowd wilting under the early afternoon heat, or the late morning heat, I should say. 3 slips in a gully, and it is the one and only, the great, the Jasprit Bumrah from the pavilion end. First delivery, and Zach Crawley leaves alone outside the off stump, taken by Rishabh Pant. Sellout, of course, but a very, very special occasion with so much riding on it. It's just perfect. The series perfectly poised at 1-1, and the setting and the occasion rising up to all expectations. Karen Nair is at first slip. We've got KL Rahul at second, Captain Shubman Gill at third slip, and Nitish Reddy. He's probably at fifth slip rather than gully, and there's a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket for Zach Crawley. He's not afraid of a whip shot outside the off-stump again. Bumrah left alone. Hello, Jarrod.
Hello, Manners. We just chest bumped off camera. I didn't realise, otherwise we could have shown the whole world our athleticism. But Harmy, you talked on Cricket Info about who should take the new ball for India. I didn't get to see the video. Did you say that Bumrah should or shouldn't?
Bumrah should with Akashdeep.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said.
So I wanted the other two to take it.
It was never going to be a contest between who was going to take it. For me, it was which end we were going to bowl from.
Ah, okay.
Here's Bumrah again outside the off stump once more, and it's left alone, and also inadvertently left alone by Rishabh Pant, who tried to take it, but it was very, very wide, wasn't it? And a bye is called.
And then Karan Nair picks the ball up, tries to throw it back in, and throws it backwards. Sloppy, I think, is what you call there. Bumrah was too wide. Rishabh Pant should have stopped the ball, and Karan Nair couldn't pick it up. It's like a bar of soap for a minute there between the three of them.
Jasprit Bumrah turns once again. A change in the field, obviously, for the left-handed Ben Duckett, but not in the slip cordon. 3 slips in a gully, they remain. Backward point is Jadeja. Really good to see him in the position that he's commanded, well, ever since his debut, really. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So actually, I say it's a change in the field. A few changes in personnel, but it's an identikit to the same field that Zach Crawley has us. Bumrah is edged. Oh, and I don't know whether it caught. Just Rishabh Pant diving away to his left. There doesn't seem to be overt disappointment amongst the Indian camp. I don't know whether it was on the half volley, but it was a definite edge.
I mean, it looked like a normal edge to me, Harmy.
Not back hip.
Ah, might have been, okay.
Yeah, top of the back pad. Yeah, top of the back pad, and landed short, well short.
Other than that, it was an edge and it was dropped.
Yeah.
Well, it was a deflection, and it didn't carry. So I was wrong on both counts. It wasn't an edge, but that's why there was no obvious disappointment from the Indians, and I got that bit right. 3 slips in a gully still, as Jasprit Bumrah comes thundering in from the pavilion end. Well, he comes ambling in and then briefly thunders, and that is pushed away for the first run off the bat by Ben Duckett into the offside. And there's a single, Yashasvi Jaiswal, who clanged 3 in the first test and hasn't been anywhere near the slip cordon since. Jasprit Bumrah, India, remember, losing the toss, and Shubman Gill admitting that he said he was confused about what he would have done, but then pushed, said that he probably would have bowled. which is what is happening now. Ben Stokes won the toss and chose to bat first, as Bumrah once more comes in up to the crease now and bowls, and Zach Crawley is forward, pushing up to mid-off. No run. First over completed. Not sure what you gleaned from it, Steve Harmison. I don't know. We didn't see very much there.
No, we've seen a bit of shape, a bit of swing. I think from wide to Zach Crawley, 2 balls wide of Zach Crawley. Went up the hill, swinging up the hill. No real pace in the surface. The biggest thing I'll say is the surface is pretty placid. There wasn't really anything from a bounce point of view that would suggest that there's too many sort of demons in this pitch, and England should be able to let a few balls go if they're in the if they're in the wide areas, and if they are a bit shorter and a bit straighter. I don't think there's going to be too many alarms with the bounce.
Jarrod, what do you think of England's decision to have a bat first, considering that it's only Stokes' 3rd time at home that he has chosen to bat first? He said it was overhead conditions. Normally that means it's cloudy, but in fact what he was saying was it's hot and blue skies, so that's why we're batting.
Yeah, I think that tells you that it's not the same pitch we saw for the World Test Championship final, because you would not do that here. So that they think that it's going to be a very good batting wicket, so they want to take advantage of it early on.
Round the wicket now comes Akashdeep, and Harmy got that one absolutely right. It's down the leg side. Ben Duckett glances, doesn't make contact, taken by Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, so I think that's part of it. Is there maybe, it looks like a good batting pitch, and Shoaib Bashir just giving him something a bit extra. I know Bumble was very strong on this, that if you're going to keep playing him, and he's a young player and he's a prospect, you have to give him the 4th innings at a certain point, and they keep taking it away from him. So I don't know if that was part of it, they're thinking as well, but one of the issues with baseball is that it is so didactic, right? They just keep making the same decisions. You never played video games, did you?
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man? Okay, Pac-Man's not a good one, actually.
Here's Akashdeep around the wicket, bowls Duckett forward and pushes it up to Bumrah at mid-on, no run.
I mean, Pac-Man's a great game, but me and Harmy would have grown up with slightly different video games, and what you do is, if you don't know what you're doing on the video game, you just keep pressing the same buttons over and over again, faster and faster. That's basically how England play a lot of their cricket. So seeing that they're willing to do something different, and that they've got a reasoning behind it, I think is, what do we keep saying, baseball with brains? Although we said it last test and they lost, but there is an element of them trying to develop their methods rather than just pressing the X button over and over again really fast. It's quite often the X button.
There are still several areas of the team that could be improved by, I think, common consent, but they big on loyalty. Akashdeep in again, bowls Duckett, tucks it away off his pads through square leg. There'll be a couple here, should be. Jaiswal chases. He's got the small pads on underneath his trousers, so he'll go in close on the leg side if and when that opportunity presents itself. 4 for none, England.
Yeah, I get that. We talk about trying to sort of use their brains, but in that last Test match in the 4th innings, I think this fellow Akashdeep bowled him out. I really do. I think on that last day, you look at the Pope dismissal. I mean, on another given day, Pope doesn't hit the elbow. It cuts him in half, goes through. He ends up looking as though he's played it horribly, but it goes over the top of the stumps. There was a couple of that inside edges which could have been done the same.
Akashdeep in again. Duckett defends. No run. England 4 for none.
So when I look at that, I still think in that last Test match in the 4th innings, India bowled England out. We could talk, we talked about the Jamie Smith one, that the 2 6s, then he hit one up in the air. I thought England got bowled out. Them first 3 wickets, which is the game changer. For me, that's the game changer. The first 3 wickets on that last morning was the game changer. Once they had gone, that was England gone. They were out of it.
Akashdeep again runs in away from us, from the nursery, and down the leg side, little flick, and there's a contact. Don't know whether it went very quickly. I'm suspecting that's bat, and that is confirmed by umpire Paul Rifle. Signals 4 runs. Duckett picks up the first boundary for England, 8 without loss. I completely agree, Harmy. I mean, apart from Zach Crawley's dismissal in the 2nd innings when the game was there to be saved, and he was caught rather horribly at backward point rather than even gully. It was, again, that airy, stretching drive outside the off stump. I mean, you run through those wickets and you'd have to give the majority of credit to the bowlers.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you look at it, Pope got one off the elbow back onto the stumps. Brook got one that nipped back and hit him on the back knee, which was nearly an unplayable delivery.
Down the leg side again from Akashdeep. He's just not quite got it right, the line in this first over. Down the leg side taken by Rishabh Pant. Quite frankly, Harmy, if and when you obviously did, many times I suspect, had a batsman bowled off his gloves, you're not going to be standing there going, oh, hard luck.
No, exactly. Yeah, you take what you can. If you know, this ground, I think I got him twice. I think one of the greatest players, the hardest player I ever bowled to, Ricky Ponting. I think I got him twice caught down leg side on this very ground. And you go and, people go, oh, that's a strangle, and I'm like, I'm not bothered. I got him out. It's a wicket. It's out. You are slightly unlucky, but I think when you do get an element of luck as a bowler sometimes, and you earn that luck because of the pressure you put on that said batter. And Akashdeep did that to England on that fourth innings.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah for his second over, and Zach Crawley is forward, blocking defensively up on the offside. I think it's slightly different, caught down the leg side and having a batsman play on, sort of leaning forward, and the ball bounces more, hits him on the gloves and spins back onto the stumps.
It depends on how you get to that point. And for me, you get to that point where if you've worked a batter across the crease, you bowled a few outside and you're gone for the LBW, you've worked a plan to try and get him out LBW, and he just got a little tickle down leg side.
Here's Bumrah once again, and Zach Crawley forward and drops it down on the offside, sets off for a single. There's some energetic fielding at mid-off.
However you look at it, Ollie Pope gets bowled an amazing amount of time for a top order
He
player.
does.
I think he's about 14 or 15% more likely to be bowled than most batters, just regular batters. And I think if top order batters, you probably even put that higher.
In so many different ways as well. And people will listen in and go, well, how can you get bowled in so many different ways? The ball at the stumps, but it's how the ball gets through the batter. That's the issue. I mean, there's a few times he looks as though he started right-handed, but by the time the ball's at the stumps, he's actually he's set up to be left-handed.
Yeah, his feet have just gone. He's almost inverted his foot movement, hasn't he? And sometimes he's got that shower curtain bat as well. He falls over occasionally.
Here is Bumrah, and Duckett defends, pushing up towards mid-off, no run. Now that we're being visualised, you can do the shower curtain bat again?
I can I? Shower curtain.
What does that mean?
Well, a lot of that
basically means that instead of your bat coming straight through the ball or even across the ball, you're sort of moving your bat to try and cover it. And obviously, if you're trying to do that at 90 miles an hour, you usually miss it.
But a lot of that comes from his head position. His head position is so it gets so far outside the parameter of his body, so his bat can only come across his body and not come down straight line.
Here's Bumrah again up to the crease now. Duckett drives, and he's played outside that. It's gone past the inside edge. It's the first real shot at anger from Ben Duckett, who was the first to admit after Headingley that Jasprit Bumrah, I mean, it sounds immodest when I repeat it, but he did say, he was asked the question repeatedly, how good is Jasprit Bumrah? And he said, well, he's the best in the world, and even I left a few.
Yeah, and he's trying to put himself, as he does, Ben Duckett tries to impose himself on any bowler, no matter who it is, even Jasprit Bumrah.
Here is Bumrah again. Duckett drives again, and it's gone past the inside edge. I don't know whether Bumrah's nipped that back up the hill.
Swung, isn't it?
Oh,
it's swung up the hill. Yeah, it's swung back
late,
up.
though.
Yeah, it swung late. It's back up the hill. That's the area. That's the area you bowl to Ben Duckett. You get tight to off stump. Make him play with a straighter bat. The minute his bat's angled, you're as a bowler, you're just going to go for runs.
He's missed that by 3 inches.
He has, yeah.
He was not close to that ball.
Because he
More
wants
than 3.
Maybe 3.8.
Because he wants to hit it with an angled bat. He wants to hit it with an angled bat, and then all of a sudden he's seen the ball come back to him, so he's had to straighten it up. That's where you get Ben Duckett.
Here is Bumrah again, and Duckett struck on the pad. There's some animation briefly from the bowler and from the slip cordon. Arms went in the air, and they were the beginnings of an appeal, but it was never going to be out. England winning the toss here at Lord's. First day of the third Test match. They are 9 without loss, having chosen to bat first.
And it's a good start from England in a way that there's no damage. There's a little bit of on offer, seam movement, a little bit of swing. India put the ball in relatively in a decent area, ask questions. Good start from Bumrah, having had the week off. Crawley's defended a couple into the ground, which is good, left a couple, balance doesn't look too bad. If anything, Crawley looks slightly better than the 6 balls he's faced, compared to a little bit of airy-fairy from Ben Duckett, but Ben Duckett's majority of the time have faced Jasprit Bumrah.
I rather suspect that Akashdeep will prefer to bowl to the right-handed Zach Crawley.
He got Duckett out twice, though, didn't he, in the last test?
I'm just thinking new ball.
I mean, you might be right. He got that first over, he got wrong. In fact, he got it so wrong that if I was shooting Gill, I would have put a leg slip in just so he had some cover. You know, he might have got a wicket out of it as well, but...
Here is Akashdeep bowling to Crawley, beats him outside the off stump. That was the delivery I was picturing.
If you nick that, though, I mean, if Zach Crawley's under pressure, some people say Zach Crawley's under pressure, but if Zach Crawley nicks that, you go in. There's nothing I can do about that.
You're saying he's in great form.
Beauty. Yeah, it's a beauty.
He's missed that by 3 inches
He
as well,
has,
haven't he? I mean, that is a ridiculous ball.
And the hard thing about bowling, you mentioned, you talked about, you know, an article I did during the week. The hard part is bowling at this end, as a bowler of Akashdeep, you actually feel as you're just throwing it up the hill down leg side.
Here is Deep again, and strikes Crawley on the pads. Only the bowler is excited about an LBW, nobody else.
Yeah, no, that's another good ball. That's gone the other way. I mean, that one's gone the other way. So Crawley is tentative because the last one is pushed away from him. So he's got his hands in the right area, and he's missed that by 4 inches in the other direction. I've never seen anyone so far from the ball on both sides, unless if they see a leg spinner, they're not picking the wrong one off.
It's nipped up the hill, that, though, isn't it? He's trying to bowl. Yeah, that's decked up the hill. That's gone a long way. You know, Ben Stokes he's going to be hiding in the back corner now.
Outside the off stump now, Akashdeep gets it slightly wrong, overcompensates, and there's no run. It's left alone by Zach Crawley. It's a tentative, cautious start. Ben Duckett 7 off 12, Zach Crawley 1 off 9, but there is some movement. There is plenty of movement from Akashdeep, and I think
John Crawley and Mike Atherton out there at the moment, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I think that they've both realised that actually, hang on a minute, we need to hunker down here, pull the trapdoor down, and down the leg side now. Akash has got to get it right. He's got to ask questions with every ball. That was a wasted delivery. The last 2 have been. Zach Crawley leaves it alone. It's taken by Rishabh Pant. Isn't that right, Harmy? And if you were bowling now, you're thinking, cheapers, I need to make this spell count.
Yeah, you need to make it count, and that's the only way now. When you mentioned Jarrod, when he was asked, I said I would bowl Bumrah this end and Akashdeep at the pavilion end, just for a short spell from Bumrah, bring him back on after Akashdeep, and then have Mohammad Siraj, who I think this end would suit perfectly. Akashdeep might bowl 3 or 4 overs here and not hit his straps, largely down to the fact that he probably hasn't bowled too many times on this slope.
Akashdeep in again, and Crawley there is trapped on again just outside the line of off stump, and he's beaten out. It's gone past the outside edge and
inside edge.
It's gone past the inside edge. It's nipping around all over the place.
What have you done, Ben Stokes? What have you done? You wouldn't have tossed and bowled, batted first on a pitch you should have bowled. That's what everybody will be saying. That's what everybody will be saying.
I hate to keep saying this, but man, has he missed that by 3 inches as well?
But this is probably a good thing for England, isn't it? We've seen both batsmen now missing the ball by the width of their bat. Yeah, so they're not going to get an edge to anything at this rate.
If they get one on the stumps, it might be trickier.
Here's Akashdeep again, bowls, and that's full and wide. It's a really tempting drive ball, that. As it came out of the hand, I thought Crawley's going to drive this. Full and wide outside the off stump. But he left it alone.
He left it alone. You know, Jarrod, speaking from experience, somebody who missed the ball by 3 inches a hell of a lot in his career. the minute you bowl on the stumps, that's when you get belted for 4.
Yeah, no, of course.
That's the
You
challenge.
pitch it up and
as a
it's
bowler.
just whacked away, isn't it? Well, as someone who batted a lot and was I could never tell if I was an inch away from the ball or 3 inches anyway. It's wide and I threw my bat at it and I missed it, and hopefully next one I'll hit.
And that's always a challenge. I mean, sometimes when the ball's doing a bit seaming or swinging, it is a little bit like bowling at tail enders, because you have to find that you have to stay patient and think, right, it's going to keep if I keep putting the ball in that area, I'll get rewarded. The minute you chase it, the minute you go that little bit fuller, you try and bowl on the stumps, you end up bowling down leg side, you get clipped up for a 4 here, you bowl a bit short, get cut for a 4, all of a sudden the horse is bolted a little bit.
Jasprit Bumrah up to the crease now, round the wickets. Duckett nips back, hits him on the pad. Duckett is looks like he's cut in half by that, but it has nipped back again very sharply. England 9 without loss, and they're up against it.
So we know that they use a lot of science, the ECB now. They have a guy called Aaron Briggs, who is a scientist who works with the ECB about specifically cricket balls and swinging balls, and he's got a lab where he cuts cricket balls in half, and he did a PhD in all of this science and everything. He doesn't believe in clouds or no clouds at all, and he thinks it's all a complete furphy. So it's very interesting that Ben Stokes mentioned them at the toss, the lack of clouds. And at the moment, this looks like it's the cloudiest day of all time by what the ball's doing.
Bumrah in again. Duckett again is hit amidships, and that has hurt him. He's thrown the bat away, he's walked away. The gloves are coming off. That has clearly hurt him, and I think it's hurt him mentally as well as physically. The physical pain is obvious.
More physical.
Yeah, it's a good job Ben has got children. It really is a good job. We met them in New Zealand, didn't we, Manners? We met Ben's wife, and I think it's his wife, and child in New Zealand. It's a good job he's got one already, because that hit him in a place where, that's going to hurt.
That has hurt, and it is continuing to hurt.
Got him in the Duckett's buckets.
Oh,
Have you got a Duckett's buckets hat?
No, I missed out on that. I missed out.
My son wore his for a year until it's just faded. It's almost see-through his hat now. So I need to see if I can get Ben and his wife to send me another one.
While Duckett gets treatment, or doesn't get treatment, that's always the irony, is there's absolutely nothing that anybody can do. You just need to have maybe a drink of water. That doesn't help, but it buys you some time. What about
a couple of deep breaths?
Yeah, lots, plenty of deep breaths.
And some counting.
Why Akashdeep rather than ahead of Mohammad Siraj with the new ball?
He's a new ball bowler. I mean, I think anywhere in the world other than here, because it's obviously the slope that comes into the conversation, he's a new. For me, you top load him. You top load a lot of his bowling in the first 35 overs.
Bumrah around the wicket to Duckett, and it's short and wide outside the off stump. Not very short and not very wide, just enough for Duckett to push it away through the offside. I think he would have preferred a single or a 3, but he's come back for 2, so he'll have more of Jasprit Bumrah. But I mean, again, that I don't know what you thought, but he's pushed at that a long way from the body. It didn't seem particularly confident, and a shot. If he'd nicked it, we'd have said, "Oh well, he was unsettled by the ball before." You
would, yeah, but the shot that Ben feels comfortable playing, I actually think he played it quite well, because I think he's watched the movement of the ball. He hasn't tried to hit it too hard. Normally you see him flash at them. That one there, he didn't hit it too hard because he's actually watching the ball and just trying to guide it onto the bat.
Mid-off has moved round to extra cover. That's down the leg side, and flick and a miss from Ben Duckett, although Karan Nair at first slip asks the question. Arms go in the air. He's a considerable ball follower, Shubman Gill, as a captain of the fielding side. I mean, he's just pushed one through cover, and Shubman Gill's immediately moved mid-off round to cover.
Yeah, I would do that from a bowler's point of view. I would have a sort of a cover. Where's Mohammad Siraj is going? I'd leave the straight all there, because I want Ben Duckett to play with a straight bat.
Jaiswal is in at short square leg, and it's driven through mid-off for 4. First boundary of the innings. Well, mid-off was there. He's just been moved to extra cover, and Ben Duckett has. That'll make him feel so much better. What
it will. Yeah, what a glorious shot. It is a good shot, but it's a shot. I think if I was Jasprit Bumrah, I've got a touch wide, but I'm happy Ben Duckett playing there. If I've got Ben Duckett playing there all day, boy, he's in some form. That's where I want him playing. If he's playing through cover point and backward point, then I know I'm not bowling very well. That was a touch wider, than probably Bummer would want. But from a length point of view, it was a lot fuller. That's where I went Ben Duckett playing, and I want him playing with a straight bat.
Here is Bumrah, bowls to Duckett, nips back again, and it's deflected off his thigh pad to second slip. KL Rahul takes the catch and then tries to sell a dummy to those not paying full attention by mock celebrating. But it's, I tell you what, challenging over from Jasprit Bumrah. You'd expect nothing less. 5 gone, England 15 for none.
It's fake fielding, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, no.
I mean, no, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm, as you know, I'm a huge advocate of fake fielding. I think it should be allowed. I was very upset when it was disallowed.
Did you used to like the old-fashioned one where the wicketkeeper would be up at the stumps and the ball would go down the leg side and they turn around and yell for someone to field it, hoping that the batter would run? Yeah, I love that.
Absolutely legitimate.
Love that.
Totally legitimate.
If you leave the crease and you don't know where the ball is, you deserve to be stumped.
Correct. Pay attention.
On that note, Johnny Bairstow got a silver cap this morning off off Richard Thompson for, I think, 100 Test matches. Throwing it out there.
Akashdeep in. Down the wicket comes Crawley. He's taken a step and a half. Well, a full step down the wicket to Akashdeep. Smother that. I guess you would, wouldn't you? When you're moving it, seaming it around both ways that much.
It's not something that Crawley does a lot. I mean, when you're, what, 6'4", 6'5", you don't need to come down the crease as much. People like him and Daryl Mitchell kind of have a natural advantage. Sometimes he takes a little step, but that was more like, that was proper running down the wicket there. You can't let Akash keep hitting the same length, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, if his line was a bit more consistent, it'd be really problematic. This time Crawley comes forward and steers it away to backward point. Fielded by Jadeja. And there's no run. Just to remind you, England won the toss. Ben Stokes, and just for the 3rd time in a home test match in his captaincy tenure, decided to bat first. It's mostly been choice of, well, batting last, which means you have to bowl first. There's a block of flats behind the pavilion, which we have a very clear view of, and on the 9th floor there is both an England flag and an Indian flag fluttering from the balcony. Here is Akashdeep again. Crawley steers, I think, this one into 5th slip, fielded by Nitish Reddy.
Good from Crawley, though. He's playing it down into the surface. He's not got his hands out in front of himself. He's not got his hands away from himself. Balances in decent place, heads up tall. The ball before, when he came out of the crease, sometimes batters do that to try and get their body momentum going forward. It's better when Zach Crawley's coming forward at the ball as opposed to going over, head falling over and head going towards backward point. That's when his bat doesn't come down straight.
Here is Akashdeep once again. Down the wicket he comes again, turns it into a drivable length, plays the drive, misses, and then looks heavenward briefly. I don't know whether he admonished himself. He's got a clear plan. I mean, if he got out doing that, and I guess people would say, oh, well, there you go, Crawley again, but he's got a plan.
Yeah, he's got a plan, but there he's not come into the ball. There he's gone away from, he's gone, actually, if anything, he's gone up the slope. His first movement was up the slope, and then he's tried to come into the ball, and he's got it horribly, horribly wrong. That looked awful. If he had got out there, man, I mean, I would be interested to hear the noises around Lords.
I would have left the description to you. Here is Akashdeep again. Crawley forward, driving in the air and just short of Washington Sundar, who dives forward, just can't get his hands to it. I get the sense that Zach Crawley feels like a man on death row and he's trying to do something about it.
Well, you say he's got a plan. It reminds me there was this great outlaw in America who used to go around robbing banks, and he thought he was a demolition expert, Manners, and he would use all the dynamite to open up all the bank safes. But unfortunately, he used too much dynamite every single time and would blow up all the money inside. You can have a plan, doesn't mean it's a good plan.
So he
robbed a lot of banks, he opened a lot of vaults, he didn't get a lot of money. Yeah.
Oh dear. Here is Akashdeep again, bowls. That's down the leg side, a flick and a miss from Zach Crawley again. That wasn't too far away from leg stump, judging by the yelping of Jarrod Kimber next to me.
Well, that might have gone over leg stump. It's probably just next to it, I think. But he's shown all 3 stumps on the leg side there. That's, again, he's got a plan, Manners. I'm not sure exactly what that plan is. He must have decided to, but I mean, that wasn't the line of the ball at all.
No, that's just predetermined coming down the wicket, wherever you are. I'm just going to keep coming. This time he's overcompensated and come too far. Zach Crawley's head's gone here. He's got broken biscuits going on inside his head here. He is nowhere here, Zach Crawley. The last three balls of Zach Crawley's innings tells you everything about where Zach Crawley's at. He's come down the wicket, he's gone to try and smash one, and he's gone too far outside leg stump when he's come down. The next time he's played, well within himself, and then this time he's come down outside off stump, and on a different surface, different ground, and pushing it up the slope, that would have hit leg stump.
Jasprit Bumrah now looking for that breakthrough that India want to undermine England's start. It's left alone that first delivery by Ben Duckett outside the off stump. Apparently I've just spent the first half an hour making my coffee mug very famous. Apologies for obscuring the view.
Did you get that for free somewhere?
Well, I don't know why it took half an hour to be told that I was plonking it in front of the InVision camera. 3 slips in a gully. Duckett and Crawley battling here. I have to say India are on top. They haven't got a wicket. It's pushed away by Duckett again. It's back of a length outside the off stump and fielded by Mohammad Siraj. No run.
The other thing about what Crawley was doing with his feet, he's actually stepping his left foot outside the line, so he's closing himself off anyway. So it's not as if he's coming down, opening himself up to attack. He's closing. The minute the ball's too straight, he can't do anything with it anyway.
But he did the first time he came. He opened himself up to attack, but because of the slope, he's then got to come into the ball. Yeah. And once because of the slope, he's then fallen down the hill, and he's just got his body position horribly wrong.
Here is Bumrah once again. Duckett defending firmly though, pushing straight back towards mid-on. Bumrah does his own fielding.
Started this over, the first ball, Duckett used his feet as well, but it was only a couple of short steps. But it shows you that they realise that if they just let these guys bowl their best length through them on this pitch, they're not going to last very long. So they are trying some things. Got to have a plan.
Yeah, I think I was being a bit charitable to Zach Crawley. I mean, he was trying. He wasn't just sort of dying in a hole. You know what I mean? I think that's what I meant. Here is Bumrah. Short and chopped slap cut from Duckett, but not with the full intensity. I think that's what I was trying to say, is that Zach Crawley was under immense pressure, and rather than just hanging about until he nicked one, he tried to do something. It may not have been a very good choice.
No, you're right though. He did have a clear plan, right? He was saying, I'm going to come down, I'm going to change Akashdeep's length. It's easier to do that to him than it is to Bumrah. Right, like, we've seen that before. You can't do it to Josh Hazlewood, but you can do it to Scott Boland. Like, there are certain bowlers you can and can't come down the wicket to. It made sense. He just did it really badly.
Here is Bumrah again, bowls. Duckett defends, pushing that one up to mid-off. Siraj fields, but he's keen to have a bowl sooner rather than later.
I think I'd have him on. Would I have him on next over? No, I think I'd give Akashdeep one more. Then get Siraj on from this end, because I think Siraj will be hugely suited bowling from this nursery end, and then throw Akashdeep after Bumrah's 6 overs from the pavilion end, and I think that there will be a first hour and a half of a huge amount of intensity from India.
Here is Bumrah again, and Duckett has a free swing. It's a full, and it's going down the leg side, and it was a free hit. And I think his eyes lit up and he's torn into it and he missed it. Tried to hit it too hard, I think, and that's understandable. There's been very little from either bowler that has represented a free hit, but he had a swing, didn't make contact, and the over comes to an end. We've had 7 now, and Gary Morgan is our statistician, cocooned away in his research studio, watching the game and sending us all sorts of nuggets of information. It's a bit early to ask now whether this is England's slowest start in the Bazball era to a test innings. Maybe after 10 overs that might be more of a relevant stat, but 15 without loss Jeremy Coney's back on the team, I'm delighted to say, having missed the test match at Edgbaston, and Jon Norman is about to take over from me after this ball. Is Akashdeep is in. Crawley again gets one down the leg side, glances, and isn't able to make contact. Jerry, I say hello and goodbye as Jon Norman takes over.
Hello, Manners. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't find Edgbaston. I was walking around and travelling. Anyway, I found Lords instead. So, very nice to be here. Good morning. Welcome to you. Jon Norman's going to be alongside in a moment. He's poised as well. Well, what a start for the bowlers here in this Lord's Test match. They've been very much in control. They bowled a fullish length. Nothing short really at all. The ball has moved both from the seam, particularly from the nursery end with Akashdeep, and in the air a little bit from Bumrah's end, the pavilion end. Hello, John.
Good morning to you, Jeremy, as this first delivery greets me as I sit down in the commentary position, and it's probably the most authoritative shot that we've seen from the batter Zach Crawley this morning. He's lent into a cover drive and has absolutely raced along to the boundary. He moves to 5 and England 20 without loss. It's a touch and a no ball as well. It's a touch old school this morning. A team winning the toss and deciding to bat, tick. Giving up the first half an hour to the bowlers, and probably a bit longer, tick. 2 out-and-out new ball bowlers in the opposition with a good first change to come, tick. This is on the pads of Crawley, who misses out on a ball that, with no fielder out at deep mid-wicket, if he managed to get the ball through square leg and quite straight mid-on, that would have raced away as well. 20 without loss, so we're not looking at a Bazball helter-skelter start here. You know, this is a little bit of a throwback. Full house as well. I was watching. You know, these things come up on your social media feeds. The algorithm works for or against you, and the algorithm on this particular day decided, you know what John needs ahead of the third test at Lord's is down the track comes Crawley, and he carries through with this shot. Doesn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball. He looks like he wants to hit it through extra cover, but continues on. And they do say, if you're going to flash hard. That's what he does. And the ball has just flown over the slips and down to the boundary at third for 4 more. 24 without loss. I take it all back. It's not like a normal start to the day, is it?
Yeah, he's charged. He's done it several times in the last couple of overs. What Crawley does, if he does charge, he obviously then, if it's a bit wider, he still wants to play at the ball. That's one to leave. He's created a short ball and wider by moving it Akashdeep, and yet he's also half given a chance to the Indian side by wanting to then play at it. Lucky to get away with a big, thicker outside edge.
This is a touch straighter, and that is cut away to deep point for 4. So 3 successive boundaries from the bat of Zach Crawley, who moves to 13. The algorithm I was talking about was Kapil Dev's 4 sixes in a row. 1990, the famous Graham Gooch 333 test. Shubman Gill, I think, second in the list of runs scored in a test match behind Gooch after his wonderful 2 knocks at Edgbaston. But yeah, I was just watching it. I was actually here that day as well with my dad, over there in the mound stand. And you know, back then, 4 sixes in a row, that was quite something.
Yeah, they were an event in those days.
They were on the pad, and Crawley is halfway down the track. It's fielded by Rishabh Pant, running to his left. It's come off the pads. It's a half appeal because Crawley got well outside off stump, and maybe the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps, but hit outside the line. So 28 without loss. 1 ball left of Akashdeep's over.
Interesting over so far, John. Mainly outside the off stump from Akashdeep, and that's where Crawley is expecting him to play and bowl. He's crashed him away a couple of times with good strokes, one off the front and one off the back foot, and then in between a slash that went over sort of third gully. 3 slips, fine gully, backward point, mid-off on the offside.
Last ball of the 8th over. England 28 without loss, batting first in this. Actually swings a touch back into Crawley, and Rishabh Pant has to dive to his left. He doesn't actually feel cleanly. No run though. End of the over, 28 without loss. How was Surrey against Durham? What were you talking about by the time you got to, I don't know, the afternoon session on day 4?
Not very much, John. There was quite a lot of silence. It was a very long game. A lot of talk about the use of the Kookaburra ball in the county championship, of course.
Yeah.
The team batting first getting 820. And I think beating some record, because I turned around at, I think, tea time on the second day, and about eight fully grown men, all in tears, all supporting Surrey, thought that they'd lost a wicket and they were going to declare 8 or 9 runs short of the record.
That's right.
So yeah, it was a long watch, put it that way.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? 820, the highest first-class score for Surrey in, what, 150 years of existence? Something like that, and it was a draw. So yeah, I don't think we need to revisit. I think you've probably talked enough about that match. It's Bumrah. Continuing from the pavilion end. Oh, watch. Go on. It's Siraj. My attention has been taken by thoughts of Surrey. It's actually Mohammad Siraj who's going to bowl first change from the pavilion end. Whether this means they're going to move Bumrah around or whether they're going to give him a little bit of a breather, I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out in 5 deliveries time, but this is left alone. No run.
Yeah, I wondered whether Akash Deep might prefer that far end as well, coming back in to the right-hander. He did it so well in the second test.
Here is Siraj again, just a touch too straight, and Duckett takes a single down to fine leg. For a single, he moves to 14, 29 without loss. Yeah, before the game, actually, Harmy was trying to work out which end the bowlers would play out. Of course, he bowled here a lot, and he couldn't quite work out the preferred end for either. You know, there is a pronounced slope as well, of course, which we, or most viewers to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and listeners will no doubt know about, but it is always something that still takes you by surprise when you're waiting for the lift to come up to the media centre and you just look out onto the pitch and it's so pronounced. It's quite odd to look at times. I can't think of many sport arenas in the world which has got essentially a little hill. Push back to Siraj, who really performed well in that first innings at Edgbaston. He picked up a 6 for he and Akash Deep taking all 10 wickets before it was Akash Deep's turn to take 6 for in the second innings.
Yeah, I want to say it's 8 feet, the drop from one side to another, which might not sound a lot to some people, but it is. You do feel it out there, certainly as a bowler and a batsman. I think that's the major part of it.
Here is Siraj again, and Crawley. Well, he's seeing the ball well now. Watchful for the first 6 or 7 overs, but he is seized upon the length of this delivery, seen the width as well, and has just got on the front foot, opened the face of the batter touch, and actually hit that touch square. It's still gone through the covers, but the square of the wicket and away to the boundary for 4 more.
The heat, and it's a lovely day here, folks, would suggest that it's not going to swing too much for too long. We've seen a little bit from Bumrah, but apart from that, Siraj not yet.
Siraj again, and this hurries Crawley up, who for a second looks like he wants to play another aggressive shot, and then the ball's on him a touch too quickly, and it's defended back to the bowler, Siraj, who loves to get into the battle. What were you like as a bowler? Did you like getting into the battle, or did you have to wind yourself up? You don't seem like a man who needed to wind himself up to get going the way
Not at
that
all.
Mohammad Siraj does.
Oh no, I don't. I think all the bowlers will have their methods and how they feel and how they are going to perform and get into the battle. Obviously, Siraj shows how he is feeling a lot more than some of the others.
Here he is again, down the track, Crawley, and he tries to flick this through mid-wicket, but doesn't connect. And Siraj continues running in, fields the ball, shies at the stumps, underarm, but no danger really. 33 without loss. Well, you get some bowlers who almost like have a new personality the moment they cross the white line. Were there players like that within the New Zealand team that you played in?
No, they were pretty measured. I think someone like, well, Hadley took most of our wickets, of course. You know, he was the quintessence of sort of a professional, and he really actually became, in the end, for me, sort of like a quality. Have you got the Hadley in you to actually make a difference? 36 bags of 5. I don't know many bowlers have got that many, actually, if you look through the records. There won't be too many past that, I can assure you. It was about 5 wickets a test match, and so he was the consummate professional, and so he would sort of settle in and be very ruthless about where he wanted to bowl and at what pace.
Bumrah has switched ends. He's bowling from the media centre end, and Duckett will take certainly 1 here down to fine leg. He wants 2, and he's sent back by Crawley, so it's just the 1.
I do like it when the bowlers hold sway. They're in charge a little more than the batsmen. We've seen 2 test matches really where so far in this series where the batsmen have been in charge. 1,673 runs in the first test, 799, and 1,692 runs in the second test match, 300s and a 200. Here, it's been a slightly different morning, and it's been a lot more interesting, I think, because of that. The ball moving round a bit, both from the seam and also in the air, and batting runs matter. You know, suddenly big shots, and, you know, they count, and batsmen trying to counter that movement. Interesting.
The currency of the run, as this zips away from Zach Crawley. He doesn't go anywhere near it, but he slants away from the big right-hander. He's got a short leg in place, and extra cover is in a catching position for sure. There's a backward point gully with 3 slips, a fine leg, and already it does feel like after a good opening for India's bowlers, 50 minutes until midday, maybe they feel like they could do with a wicket. Bumrah in again, targeting the pads of Crawley, who comes forward as a leading edge which flies out to backward point, and it's fielded, no run.
The thing about it is that while the batsmen have had moments of discomfort, I mean, they've been hit on the pads, they've been hit on the thigh pad, they've been hit on the box, they've gone past the inside edge and the outside edge, but all of those things we've seen in the first 45 minutes. But England haven't lost a wicket, and that's the most important part so far of that 45 minutes.
Absolutely. We'll talk about the ball. I know you've had enough of talking about the Kookaburra ball, but we'll talk about the Duke's ball as well, as Crawley takes a single. The ball just clipped past short leg for 1. 36 without loss. Crawley's 18, Duckett 15. Rishabh Pant, who spoke yesterday in place of Shubman Gill at the press conference, was asked about this Duke's ball. I mean, they've been trying to change it so quickly. It's been going out of shape. It's been getting softer. And the guy that runs, you know, the factory that produces these Duke's ball says actually, you know, it might be an idea to change how many overs are bowled with every ball, so a new ball can be made available after, say, 60 overs rather than 80. For a variety of reasons. 3 slips and a gully in place for Duckett, and this is well wide of the left-hander. Again, it's this time it goes away from Duckett and through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. 35 without loss. Yeah, and essentially saying that, you know, it's not so much the ball that's changed over the years, it's the bats and the way that play, or players,
and the pitches.
He said, I'll have to have a look at it. Harmy was talking about it before we came to air. Well, no, before play started. Possibly the pitches, but he was saying it's more to do with I think he was saying it's more to do with essentially how hard they're being hit, and how regularly. As Duckett just tries to guide this ball through. It looks like a wall from up here. 3 slips, a gully and backward point, and he can't bisect gully and backward point. So single to end Jasprit Bumrah's first over from the media centre end. Good morning to you, wherever you're listening in the world. I know we've got a lot of listeners in New Zealand, Jeremy. A lot. So if you've got a question for Jeremy, or you just want to say hello, or you want to trip me up with some pronunciations of some far-flung places in the North or South Island, just ping us a message in the chat facility.
10, just quarter to...
what is it now? It's plus 11 at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So we're coming up to, what, 11 o'clock at night?
That's right.
So the
Quarter
whole
to.
session is well within is within reasonable staying up hours, even if you've got to get up at 7 o'clock to get the kids to school. Ooh, beaten this time, Crawley, who at the last minute just withdraws the bat inside the line. Mohamed Siraj continuing from the pavilion end.
Yeah, plenty of listening overnight. It's a good time to listen to the cricket. Really, it can actually be soporific, kind of send you to sleep as well, but you can get your Milo, you can get your tea, you can have your Bovril.
I'm not sure.
I don't know whether New Zealanders have Bovril. They don't really drink that too much.
I don't think anyone really drinks
No.
it that much.
But Milo,
maybe
they
up
will.
north. Well, Milo over here, you don't get Milo.
Really?
Yeah, Mohamed
Lovely
Siraj is
chocolate
in.
drink.
Oh, there's a swing and a miss from Crawley. He's down the track. And he misses by a couple of inches. He's out the crease, and Rishabh Pant collects and throws the ball towards the stumps. But Crawley's back. He doesn't hit anyway. A little bit of action there. Crawley just trying to dominate in a way that actually the keeper, Rishabh Pant, would try to do himself. Yeah, I'm not sure we get Milo here. The kids will know. Hot chocolate, yeah.
It's hot chocolate, really.
Yeah.
I guess.
You get it, do you get it? Well, the first time I came across it was when I was in New Zealand, and I wasn't sure what it was. Siraj again, and Crawley is just squared up a touch. Daniel Morris says, listening with a Milo. Huge fan.
Daniel. Good man.
Good man, Daniel. My son Franklin's favourite YouTube character is a guy called Milo, Chip and Milo, which, as far as I can see, he's just watching a video of two little characters playing a computer game, which I still don't quite get. But he says he wants to be a YouTuber when he's older, my son. Siraj again. Oh, Crawley is in no position to play this shot. He's trying to force, he's basically trying to play a front foot cover drive to a length delivery, and he just results in hitting it back to the bowler.
Yeah, but no foot movement whatsoever, is there, with that? He's kind of closed the face on it as it's got a little bit wide on him, and that's why it's gone straight. And he's certainly trying some different ways to put the bowlers off a length that they want to bowl, but he's also, in the act of doing so, taking risks himself.
Yeah, too much foot movement one ball, not enough the next. Crawley again this time. Lets the ball travel past to the keeper. Good lift there from Siraj. And the Indian bowling attack now, Jeremy, for the first time in this series, really has a threatening air to it. They were too reliant on their new ball attack. Siraj and Bumrah, Edgbaston, Headingley, because then, of course, they had Krishna, who looks a promising bowler, but possibly not quite ready. And then Thakur, who had a pretty ordinary test match. Second test, no Bumrah, of course. Akashdeep performed marvellously well, but now Siraj is in again, and Crawley comes forward and just tries to run this through and past the slip cordon, but it's fielded. But now, of course, they've got an out-and-out strike bowler of an all-time great in Jasprit Bumrah. Akashdeep, who looks a powerfully set man, runs in hard, extracts movement from the crease, looks a proper new ball bowler. And then you've got Mohamed Siraj, who comes in as first change to have a bowler of his quality, a wicket-taking bowler who can go for a few but likes to get into the fight and keeps that intensity going. Just seems to me that India look a far more accomplished side to take 20 wickets in this test match than they have at any other stage, bearing in mind they did manage to take 20 wickets in just the last test match. But it's England who, after winning the toss, the third match in a row, 35 without loss, plenty of batting to come, conditions set fair, packed house here at Lord's, and it's Duckett with the score, 35 without loss. Duckett 15 not out as Jasprit Bumrah comes in and just gets his line wrong. This is going down the leg side and fielded behind the stumps, no run. Here from Trinidad, says Joe Bob 2311. Do you know what? Kensington Oval, I think, they don't play a lot of cricket there anymore, not international cricket. That's one of my favourite grounds in world cricket. That is a proper Caribbean cricket ground. The Oval, the stands, those kind of two-tier stands all the way around. There's identity, there's the Carib dancers, and there's a little bit of menace in the air at times as well. Beaten, oh, that's an absolute ripper from Bumrah. He's bowling round the wicket, and he's aiming in at off stump. Duckett comes forward, and it's extravagant seam movement away from Duckett, who's probably missed that by a bat.
Yeah, that's the two angles coming around the wicket to the left-hander, angling it in, coming towards him. He's got to play that, and then it's just swung away at the last moment, just past the outside edge, just a little bit short to beat the outside edge.
Yeah, it did beat the bat by quite some distance. Bumrah continuing, that short leg still in place, 3 slips in a gully, and it's a misfield at gully. That will frustrate Bumrah, who just turns and walks his way back. Duckett again, very keen to come back for the second. Probably was just about on, but no point risking a run out at this stage. 36 without loss. As yeah, really, I thoroughly enjoyed watching cricket there. 2009 in West Indies batted out a draw. Good evening from Invercargill in New Zealand. I think we've been joined from Invercargill before. I've not actually been there yet. Owen PT, great to have the live video of the commentary team. Welcome back to our own Kiwi, Jeremy Coney. And Jed Fenwick says, would love to hear Jeremy's thoughts on the beautiful city of Timaru. As Bumrah switches to over the wicket to Zach Crawley. Oh, he's wrapped him on the pad. One that's come into the opener, and Bumrah wants it. The field go up, but I just wondered, Jeremy, is it height that's going to come to Zach Crawley's aid here?
Yes, has it gone too far as well, and is it going over that leg stump? It's been given not out. Are they going to review?
They're not. The timer's up, and Bumrah's starting to walk back. That was extravagant movement, though.
Was that again? It's movement that really created the problem for. I mean, Crawley's been looking outside his off stump to play very big shots, and he's got away with them at the moment. Some of them have been timed really nicely through the covers. One went over the slip cordon, and then he's charged at other times. That one beat him. He's been beaten by, off the seam. That one was swing.
Yeah, would have sailed over leg stump. As this one goes away from Crawley. I mean, wow. This is exceptional bowling from Jasprit Bumrah, but I wouldn't say it to his face, but is he just bowling a touch too short? It looks really, really dramatic, but maybe pictured up just a touch.
I think you're right. The entire section of this game so far in the 50-odd minutes has been movement, but slightly short, so that they're beating, as I've mentioned, all the parts that they've hit the batsman on at this stage, but it hasn't threatened the stumps at the moment.
Bumrah again, and that slip corner waiting and ready, as fires in a fuller delivery, but it's going down the leg side, and Rishabh Pant does well. He was asked about what it's like to keep wicket against Bumrah, what kind of challenge it is. He said it's more difficult for the batters. Don't worry about me. But yeah, I mean, keeping here as well with that slope. We're talking about a difficulty of bowling and batting on the slope, but keeping as well. I've seen many overseas keepers come here
and be lost
and be absolutely,
because it also swings if the ball after pitching then straightens the seam up once again between the stumps and the keeper, it starts to swing again, and it can be very awkward. The worst one is when it starts to go up and down, when the ball starts to move up and down. That's when you break fingers.
Kensington, you're right, it's not Kensington Oval, of course. Kensington Oval is Bridgetown.
Bridgetown, yeah.
What am I talking about? It's not, it's Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah.
Of course, in Trinidad. So thank you for that, Joe Book, 2311. Yeah, absolutely. That was a brilliant time there. It's Duckett facing Siraj. He's going to get... No, he's not going to get 4. Backward is square. It's good, a little bit of fielding. It's Jasewell down there. He's still on the boundary after those 2 drops at gully, is he? In the first test match, still being punished.
His sentence.
2 tests in.
Yeah.
It'll probably be there all for 5. Good morning from Pittsburgh, says Moon in the Ox, enjoying the commentary. And the regional accent, however, is awesome, says Snake Eyes. I think he's talking about Invercargill.
Oh, Invercargill's a good spot down there.
Only Gore has a better accent. I haven't been to Gore either. That really is. That's as far as you can go, isn't it?
They are.
Yeah,
No, well,
Gore.
it's yes. slightly north of Invercargill.
Oh, is it?
Central.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Gor.
Siraj again, and once again does not go to the line right. Duckett looks like he's missed, feels like he's missed out there. Greetings from Chiang Mai in Thailand. Have we had Thailand, Scott? Oh,
Up in the north.
Love listening to the talkSPORT commentary. A nostalgic taste of home, says Richard Holt. Thanks for joining us, Richard. Tell your friends we're here for the whole series.
Played the Chiang Mai Sixers.
Really?
Yeah, and then you go right up to Chiang Rai as well, way in the top. And I remember looking up into the Golden Triangle, you see these little wisps of smoke appearing. I don't think I'll go up there.
I've been to Thailand for nearly 20 years now, actually. Siraj always beats Duckett. You know, Duckett, that's an extravagant form of defensive, which he almost plays after the ball's gone past the bat. It is incredible with Duckett how, you know, we talk about his leave percentage, but it very often looks in trouble more when he does play defensively.
Well, he's actually, I was about to say, I think he's gone into his shell a little bit, hasn't he? It's Crawley, the one that's looking to play extravagantly. Duckett has tried to tighten the way that he plays. He doesn't want to play those extravagant cuts he likes. They've got a man out there, of course, at sort of backward point on the boundary, and they've got, of course, 4 men catching in the cordon, but he's really tried to close his game down, and it's causing him a bit of problem at the moment.
Here's Siraj again, and driving with no great foot movement or timing. Duckett fielded by Akash deep at mid-off, and the score remains 38 without loss.
Well, what did we get? Did we get something like 70 countries in the first test match?
73.
Didn't we add them up? Yeah.
73. I think we're up to
well, we're moving around already, aren't we? So that's great.
Snake Eye says, being able to listen to quality commentary is an absolute treat. Says, I was spoilt with the likes of Radio Sport and the ABC for decades. Yeah, very sad times when Radio Sport, the pin was pulled just as COVID. I was out in New Zealand when that occurred. Driving again is Duckett, and he's not sure of the ball. It's poorly timed, actually. And then Crawley falls on his face as he completes the run. And Duckett has pushed for 2 and been set back on a couple of occasions by Crawley. And on that occasion, I think Crawley, mindful of that, thought, no, I'm going to give him the 2 he's wanted. And he's turned round at the striker's end, and that's as ungainly a fall onto his face as you're going to see. Well, although the fact he's 6 foot a million probably didn't help in that regard. All smiles.
Well, I've seen him lose his balance while batting, but never while running. That's a first, isn't it? To do a quick turn and then just up it as if there's a sort of a hill there.
Well, if the groundsman had left any more grass on that strip, he would have had a mouthful of cud.
I think he just slipped as he tried to supply some power to the second run, because he might have been running to the danger end and he's fallen.
Last ball of the over then. Siraj running in, and it's a fine edge into the turf and fielded at second slip. Oh, I tell you what, that would have been something if he'd been caught at second slip after falling on his face. Anyway, end of what's been a very enjoyable half an hour alongside you, Jeremy. You're about to make way. I think Bumble's about to come in for the first time today, which is excellent. And yeah, keep it tuned to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And after a word from Bumble, it will be Neil Manthorp to take us through to about 12:30.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. It's drinks here at Lord's after the first hour, and always caution against using the word lucky or fortuitous, but just put it this way, on another day England might have lost a couple of wickets in that first hour. Crawley and Duckett have battled very hard. They have had moments of fortune, but many will say, understandably, that they've earned them, they've deserved them. They have had to work very, very hard. I think that there's been more in the pitch, perhaps, than Ben Stokes assumed. The last time, in fact, the only other time Ben Stokes has chosen to bat first was at Edgbaston in the Ashes 2 years ago, when, of course, he declared 8 wickets down just before the close of the first day, and England went on to lose that test match by 2 wickets. For those of you interested in history, by the by, Zach Crawley has 18. He's been slightly more fortuitous perhaps than Ben Duckett, who has 19. But Duckett 19 off 37 balls, it tells you pretty much all you need to know about what a battle it's been. David, Bumble, Lloyd, but you know, India have got to put it behind them. I mean, they could easily have had a couple of wickets in that first hour, but they haven't.
Well, it's a beautiful day. I think looking at England's openers, you've just got to hang in there, and you need that little bit of luck, and they've had that. And balls past the outside edge on numerous occasions. The other thing which is of interest is that Jasprit Bumrah comes back into the team and he's changed ends. He would, I want to go from the pavilion end, and then no, I want to change round and come from the nursery end. You don't see that too often. You tend to have a bowler who, this is my end. It used to happen in yesteryear that you'd change ends and uncovered pitches and so on. But I find that intriguing that he's decided, no, I'm going to come from the nursery end after starting at that pavilion end. But as a batter, it just dig in. You've got to really dig in and ride the storm.
Maybe he thought Akashdeep was getting so much movement from the nursery end that he thought, hang on, maybe it's doing a bit more from that end. Let me have a go.
Well, it's a beautiful day, and getting back to the toss, it's just a batting day. And again, the intrigue is to Ben Stokes, and I didn't hear the toss as to, OK, why the change? We like to chase, is what he always says.
Well, he's referred to overhead conditions, which, you know, 19 times out of 20 means that it's cloudy, because we'll have a bowl because of overhead conditions. But he said we'll have a bat because of overhead conditions because there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
There was a trace from an aeroplane that had gone past, and at the media centre a number of people looked at this trace and thought, well, it looks like it's going to rain, it's going to pour down, you've got to have a bowl. But they've just had drinks and England are intact. Full house, of course. Test match cricket.
Just one change to both teams, with star fast bowlers coming back. Jofra Archer, I know you would have been asked and had to speak ad infinitum about the fact that he's not played a test match in 4 years and has played just one red ball game for Sussex, but that's the England way, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest, it is a gamble. Of course it has to be a gamble.
Well, I've got a pal called Andrew Payne, who's in Barbados, who's also a pal of Jofra Archer, and Andrew got in touch with me this week and he said he's really looking forward to Jofra coming back into the team. He said, I've just spoken to him, he's in a great place. He's absolutely cock-a-hoop that he's back in the team.
Here is Nitish Reddy into the attack from the nursery end, beats Duckett outside the off stump. He might well be between the ears in a magnificent place, but he can't really know whether he's up to bowling whatever it might be, 40 overs.
Well, again, I've been listening to Paul Farbrace, who's in charge down at Sussex, and that's where he plays, and he'll have close contact with him. He says exactly the same. He's ready to go. There is a risk, of course. He hasn't played Test match cricket for 4 years through injury, but he wants to play Test match cricket.
Here is Nitish Reddy again, bowls, that's full and straight and clipped delightfully off his toes for 4 through mid-wicket by Duckett. That was a juicy off-stump half volley, and Duckett, as he does, whips it away on the leg side for 4.
Just looking at this pitch, and it's been so dry in the UK, there really isn't a mark where the fast bowlers are running. So again, I would suggest that we're not going to talk about moisture in the surface. There is none.
Interesting hearing Rishabh Pant talk yesterday about India not naming their team. He said a pitch can change a lot in 24 hours. Here is Nitish Reddy again, short down the leg side, pull shot, he's not got him, he has, he's got him, caught down the leg side, playing a pull shot. Ben Duckett has got a little feather on it, and Nitish Reddy with the most innocuous, harmless delivery, or one of the most harmless, innocuous deliveries of the morning, takes the first wicket. Duckett is on his way. It's 43 for 1.
Drinks break does it. Change the bowling. There's nothing in that delivery except a golden wicket. One of the openers has gone, and it's Ben Duckett caught down the leg side. Some say, not me, some say strangle.
I say what Ian Botham says, there's an outside edge and an inside edge, and it's down the leg side, and they all count. England 1 down.
He played his shot about a minute and a half before that went, but it is remarkable. We have seen about 12 of the most unplayable balls you'll see in the first hour, and Nitesh Reddy has probably slipped a little bit, bowled a little bit shorter and a little bit wider down the leg side. The ball stopped in the surface, and Ben Duckett has managed to punch it through to the wicketkeeper. Absolutely remarkable. Some of the balls, I think if you laid out the distances, Bumble, how much England have been missing each ball, you'd probably get to St John's Wood Station from here. They've been missing the balls by 3 inches, 7 inches, and all sorts of things, and that's the one that gets the wicket.
Well, I'm not too worried about that if you just play the line and you can hold the line, don't follow the ball, don't follow the movement. And of course, it's the first morning of a test match, and it's a brand new ball, it's a brand new pitch and brand new bowlers. You're going to play and miss from time to time. You've got to get through that first session. It becomes much easier in the afternoon as the ball gets a little bit softer. As Ollie Pope, and my word, I mean, there's a lot of talk about England's number 3. Beginnings for him.
He's got 800s. I mean, I know I've been part of the conversation about whether he's a long-term solution, but he's played over 50 test matches. He's... yeah, I mean, he must be frustrated. Talk about him not being established after playing that much cricket. Here is Nitish Reddy, then bowls to Ollie Pope. First delivery is driven uppishly towards gully, and it didn't carry, did it? I'm pretty sure it didn't carry. Shubman Gill diving to his right. I don't think it carried, but
I thought it might just.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, we just got another angle on the big screen.
Just got his right hand to it, didn't he, Shubman Gill?
Yeah, he dropped it.
Oh,
I
he's
think.
looking very disappointed. Well, I tell you, it was a one-handed effort, and he did tremendously well to get the back of his hand was on the ground when the ball hit his palm. So technically, it is a chance.
Well, I'll tell you that he's disappointed that he's not taking this. You see it all the way. It's very low. It'd be a stunner. It would be an absolute stunner if he took it.
Nitish Reddy's next delivery is steered by Pope towards backward point. Jadeja dives, but can't prevent them scuttling through for a single. That would have really been a contender for catch of the, I don't know, season.
It'd have been a super catch, but you know, you can see the emotion in the team that it's an opportunity. And just seeing it again in slow motion, which is always a bit of a trick when it's in slow motion. He dives away to his right. It's about ankle height. Would have been a stunner.
Nitish Reddy in again. Beauty! Edge! Beauty! And Zach Crawley is gone. It's a perfect away swinger, an absolute peach. It was full, it was tempting. Crawley wasn't looking to drive it though, he's looking to defend it. It's just a perfect away swinger down the slope. And Zach Crawley's got a little edge. That's all he needs to be. And suddenly in the same over, England are 44 for 2.
I mean, it's a great ball. His feet are nowhere, but it is a really, really good ball. It's angled in. It bounces quite a bit. It takes the top of his bat on the way through to the keeper. And Nitesh Reddy, to be fair, he got a lucky one a minute ago. He could have 3 at this point. He has been bowled very well since getting that lucky wicket. But Zach Crawley, that is one of the more unfortunate innings that you will see. We saw Usman Khawaja and Sam Constance play some bad ones for Australia and the West Indies. This was right up there. It really, the longer he was in, kind of the worse he was looking at times.
He isn't playing that. He's not playing that. That is an absolute snorter of a delivery. The length is perfect. He has to play at it. He's not chasing this. He just can't get out the way of it. There's a little bit of movement in the air and then off the pitch and a bit of bounce. Unplayable.
Not bad for a batting all-rounder, isn't it?
I said that, but I faced a lot of unplayable balls this morning. They had to nick one of them eventually, didn't they? That ball that he faced from Bumrah before was about as good as you face in Test cricket. But it was too good. He didn't even get his back down on it. It was almost a leave. He really struggled. But yeah, it was a great ball to finally get him out. Obviously, his head was all over the place at different times in that innings. But unfortunate for him, he did the hard bit, Bumble. He got past the first hour, and then he gets into the second change bowler comes on, and he bowls that ball to you.
The break. It's a break. They have a drinks break, and they've survived. And then just after the break, find themselves 2 down. Both openers gone.
I think the problem for India is that Jasprit Bumrah and Akashdeep were just doing too much with the ball. Nitish Reddy does a little less with it, and that's why he's Well, the first wicket was fortuitous, but that was a beauty to get rid of Zach Crawley. Now, 3 slips and a gully with Mohammad Siraj running in from the pavilion end up to the crease now. Bowls edge, drops short of second slip. KL Rahul on the half volley, I think. God, genuine edge. And Ollie Pope, well, it didn't carry, did it? It's just on the half volley.
I mean, we're behind, aren't we? But from here, it definitely looked like it was just a little bit short. He's tentative. His front foot's come across. His back foot is nowhere. He pushes at the ball, and it is, about 1.5 foot in front of the second slip?
Well, yeah, he's played outside his body width. And you're vulnerable there. It bounces in front of second slip. Look at his setup. He's completely closed off with his shoulders. He's closed off.
Outside the off stump now, left alone by Ollie Pope, and England are 44 for 2.
Well, he's starting closed off, and then as he plays the shot, he closes himself off more.
We're in a super position, as we always are. We're almost behind the bowler's arm. And when I talk about being closed off, when he sets up to receive, his shoulders are actually pointing towards mid-off. His left lead shoulder is towards mid-off. Surely you've got to open up a touch.
Tried to visualise that for the gang.
Here is Siraj again, bowls. Pope leaves alone outside the off stump.
But also his back foot gets anchored around leg stump, so when his front foot comes across, his shoulder is at cover by the time he's playing some of these deliveries.
The question, really, a burning question from Saigon to Siberia and everywhere in between who's listening to, is how is he making these basic errors when he's played 55 test matches?
Well, I'm sure that somebody would be saying, look, you've got to try and open up a little bit if you can. I'm just thinking, I'll talk about it next delivery.
Here is Siraj again, 2 wide, left alone, 44 for 2.
I was with Gordon Greenidge last night, and you can think about Haynes and Greenidge. They were 2 of the very, very best opening batters, slightly open to have a good look at right arm over. You get a good look at it. I just noticed, and I'm not the only one that's noticing it, by the way, that he's closed off, and it's a technical thing for coaches and players that his left shoulder, which you'd expect to be opened up a little bit, is pointing at mid-off.
Yeah, here is Siraj again, bowls. Pope now defends, pushing up to mid-on. No run. What were you doing with Gordon Greenidge then? Pint of mild and some fish and chips?
No, we're at a fundraising event for Cricket Beyond Boundaries, which brings young, underprivileged Indian batters over to the UK to give them experience of the conditions and life. It was nice.
That sounds fabulous. So, auction was there? Were you speaking?
There was an auction. There's a bit of a Q&A with Saeed Kamani. And Gordon Greenidge, so we were in a little bit of a time warp going back and how things used to be.
Terrific. Siraj in again outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Pant.
Which also reminds me that when Jon Norman was on, he mentioned that we've got a listener in Chiang Mai. If anybody says that they've seen me in Chiang Mai, they're telling lies. And it was the listener in the Lucky Bar.
You've heard that there is such a place. 44 for 2. England were 43 without loss, and 2 wickets in the over from Nitish Kumar Reddy. Jarrod, I've always thought of it as maybe slightly uncharitable, talking of charities, that Nitish Kumar Reddy is described so disparagingly almost as a batting all-rounder. And people just sort of dismiss his bowling as a bit of fluff that may be useful every now and then.
I think he takes 2 wickets per game in first-class cricket, which if you consider being an Indian seamer, I don't think is a bad... That's around a proper fifth bowler, isn't it? It's not a part-timer. So
Kumar Reddy in again and steered to third slip. Gill dives to his right. I tell you what, two wickets a game for a number 6.
I think I'm right. Check the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that from my memory. The thing with him is that because he's not particularly... he's got the VR Mulder problem, right? Which is in first-class cricket, he bowls fast enough and he can get outside edges and everything else, but he has to find a role at Test cricket. right? When whether that be the defensive bowler or whether that be the Shardul Thakur, where you chuck it up and see if you can get edges or whatever it may be, he has to find his role, and he's still learning about his bowling, whereas I think he feels a little bit more confident knowing what he is as a batter at the moment.
Here is Nitish Reddy. Oh, that's a beauty. Pace and bounce and a movement away down the hill. That's really taken off. And Joe Root looks a bit alarmed by that. Gosh.
2 for 5 for Reddy. Medium pace, and that sailed through to the keeper. He's got bounce, and he's using the slope. He's bowling from the nursery end. There's no pace in this, but that's pace and bounce.
It wasn't even 80 miles an hour, but it felt a bit quicker to Root when it went through, didn't it? It's certainly vertically.
Pants taking it head height, fingers pointing upwards. It's certainly some bounce there. Here is Reddy again, and nice shape away, lovely away swing, and it's pushed away for a single by Joe Root towards cover, just wide of mid-off, and Root is off the mark, and England once again battled their way to 43 without loss, could have lost a couple, did lose a couple in one over. The battle is on again.
So I think with someone like Nitesh, you see a lot of these bowlers end up being the sort of Colin de Grandhomme, Jacob Oram type seamers, but we do also get, Shardul Thakur, and Dougie Walters is another probably attacking sort of seamer, in Test cricket, who's more of a part-timer. So you have to find your lane, right? You have to find what suits your bowling.
2 slips, 2 gullies. Here's Reddy again outside the off stump. Lovely away swing again.
Did he get you out?
Are you having a laugh? I mean, if Doug Walters, I thought I'd won the pools if I've got to Doug Walters after Lillian Thompson and Walker.
No, but what I mean is, if you look at the way he bowled, he didn't bowl dry like a lot of medium pacers do. He went for wickets. Didn't always work, but do you get some runs against him? Do you want me to check the stats later?
I don't think I ever got to Doug Walters.
Your
that was the dream, wasn't it? One day I'll face the ball.
I'll face Doug Walters.
Your examples went from 2010, 2015 to 40 years earlier. Here is Reddy again, another big away swinger. That one swung early from there, left alone by Pope.
Oh, do you want one? He's a New Zealand one from the 90s. Craig McMillan, the attacking part-time seamer, and Nathan Astill, the defensive part-time seamer. One was bowling bounces and telling you he was Glenn McGrath, and the other one was just nibbling the ball around outside off stump, trying to defend with a ring field.
From the country, the rich history of nibbling medium pacers. They were 2 good ones, batsmen. I must say that their breed is dying out. Nitish Reddy's in a rare club in swinger this time. Lovely piece of bowling. Just wondering whether he was going to bowl the straight on her. Didn't know whether he could swing it in as well, but my gosh, he can and did, and it's defended. But lovely piece of bowling. I think we had, that was last ball of the over, 5 away swingers and then the in-swinger last ball.
Well, this is exciting. It's a beautiful day. There's hardly a cloud anywhere, fluffy white clouds. The ball's swinging. We don't often talk about the ball or extravagant swing, but you can see it. There's outswing, there's in-swing.
Yeah, and they were nipping it around off the surface as well, so it's not like they're not getting anything off the surface, but they are definitely trying to swing the ball. Nitesh Reddy is a swing bowler, a little bit slower as well, which helps. Steve Waugh, is that a better comp for him?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Steve Waugh when he had hamstrings.
When he could bowl. I thought he was very useful. Greg Blewett?
I think Nitesh is better than Greg Blewett, isn't he?
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he is. It's a little push and a miss. Oh, no, Joe Root having a bit of a flat-footed push at that one outside the off stump, and Mohammad Siraj holds his head in his hands and eventually turns to walk back.
But there's a difference with ends here.
Yeah.
And that is, it's just gone through to the keeper round about shin high. From the other end, the keeper's taking it round about shoulder high.
Why would that be? I mean, it's the same roller. Why would one end behave differently to the other?
Well, yesteryear we used to talk about the Lord's Ridge.
Oh. Here's Siraj again. Root drives through the offside. It's running up the hill towards the boundary, but I think it might just have enough on it to reach the boundary triangles, and it does. So Root with pressure relieving boundary. Mohammad Siraj slightly over pitching, but he wants to get Root driving. He's got 3 slips and a gully. Stages chase in vain. Root moves to 5, England 49 for 2. Is there still a ridge? Was there ever a ridge?
No, I think there was. Oh, definitely. And that would be bowling from the pavilion end. But now it seems to have flattened out. It seems to be the other end.
Well, if there's a ridge, it's at the pavilion end, with the bowling from the nursery end. 3 slips and a gully. Short leg in now as well. Jaiswal's in there with the helmet and pads on as Siraj is in once more. Root defends, pushing it straight back to the bowler, who flings it left-handed. Good fling. A right-handed bowler to the keeper Rishabh Pant. And the ball now gets some treatment from KL Rahul. I think he's the designated ball maintenance man.
Yeah, he is. We saw that a lot in the first test of him shining the ball from slip and waiting for... I can't remember who it was. There was someone at mid-off who was always a bit dozy and not watching, and KL would be yelling at them going, can you turn around? I've done my job now. You're looking for the person with the least sweat.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, there are some well-known non-sweaters in the game over history, as Joe Root now clips this one away through the onside. It's running down the hill now, and he's got 4 more. Well, he's cover drive up the hill, clip off the toes down the hill, and Root with 2 boundaries in the over brings the 50 up for England from 100 balls. 53 for 2.
Just get into some sort of rhythm. Joe Root with that nice shot through the offside and then a clip into the leg side, brings a couple of boundaries.
It's noticeable, isn't it? He gets his feet across the line a little bit, so he has to play around his front pad there, but his shoulders are facing the leg side, which is what we're talking about with Pope, isn't it? That he's not shut off at all. He's keeping himself open so that he can swing through. Are the non-sweaters, are they like lizard men or something?
I don't know, it's just strange. Hashim Amla was a famous non-sweater. Just never perspired, as Root now defends on the back foot but takes a single. Washington Sundar at mid-off tries to attack the ball but can't prevent the single. And there are some prolific sweaters, like England, Monty Panesar. You know, they're just... if Monty Panesar was fielding at mid-off, the option would be to throw the ball straight to the bowler, never throw it to Monty Panesar.
Are you saying this because you yourself are an incredible sweater? I've seen...
Me and Heinrich Klaassen.
Oh, Daryl Mitchell?
Oh, yeah.
Daryl Mitchell looks like he's in a shower perpetually, doesn't he? But I've used the gym after you, and they have to...
Oh, I do wipe down.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I do, I try. Here's Siraj again outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Pope.
After Manners has used the gym, they need the super sopper to come up and go where he's been on the treadmill.
Stuart Broad.
It's a sign of good health.
Well, I'm sure it is, but
the rest of us.
It's not on the nose either. But Stuart Broad's just been to Wimbledon, and you know how the weather has been, and got a jacket on. He said I had to leave after a couple of hours. My shirt was just sticking to me.
There's a good photo. Bumrah was at Wimbledon as well, and
they've all been there.
Yeah, and he had
Rishabh's been there.
Yeah, but Bumrah specifically was the only player I saw who dressed for the weather. He just had a shirt on. There wasn't 2 or 3 layers. Some of them have got 3-piece suits on. It's hot.
Rishabh arrived in the full jacket. Shirt and tie.
You know why he was there?
Them
He's looking for a new shot. Rishabh, I can do that.
Nitish Reddy in again. He's bowling beautifully. Beats the outside edge of Root's bat. Gee, this is wonderful swing bowling. Wonderful swing bowling from Nitish Kumar Reddy. I must say, this batting all-rounder business has been that's swung and nipped, swung and seam.
80 miles an hour. 80.
Well,
That's it.
Do that with it. It doesn't matter, does it, really, what speed it is? And he's got carry as well. It's not.
And it reminds me a lot of the MCG pitch in the 90s, where you'd have all the fast bowlers come on and they wouldn't get an edge, and then you bring on all the medium pace, and they were unplayable. That's what it looks like at the moment.
Here is Nitish Reddy again, and swing again, beautiful. That one started on middle and swung away, and it is defended. Do you think there's a reason that there are less batsmen who can offer some genuine contribution with the ball? Less now than certainly in 35 years that I've been. There are less batsmen, top 6, okay, call it 3 to 6, who can give you 6 or 8 overs a day.
Well, they've always been golden, haven't they? All-rounders. We talk about all-rounders, genuine all-rounders.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the batting all-rounders.
Yeah.
Batsmen who can give you something more than dirty off-spin. Here is Reddy again. He's just swinging it too much. That's going whizzing past the outside edge of Root's bat. And he just looks nonplussed, does Root. He's played at that, I think.
He definitely has. He's played outside of his body again. And why he's playing at them? Because he's shown him. Reddy has shown him the in-swinger. So he's got an out-swinger, he's got an in-swinger, and you've got to really watch him as he sets up. You can watch him at the end of his run. How's he setting this up in his fingers? And you can see there, great seam position, pitches, he plays at it outside of his body.
Well, I like millions of others, was looking forward to seeing Jasprit Bumrah, but it's Nitish Reddy who's putting on the show this afternoon. Pushed out by Root, squared the wicket on the offside to Jadeja at cover. Didn't see that coming, Jarrod, did you?
Well, to be fair, Jasprit Bumrah bowled about 8 balls that no human could hit. He just didn't manage to get a wicket with any of them, did he? Just to answer your question from a moment ago, so the big difference is throwdown specialists. So traditionally, Rahul Dravid talked about, if he wanted to bat longer in the nets, that meant that Sachin had to bowl to him in the nets because the bowlers could only bowl so many balls.
Ah.
And so now,
Well, you've got net bowlers these days.
yeah, you got net bowlers and throwdown people. So batters don't have to bowl at all anymore.
There's the in-swinger from Reddy again, and it's pushed away defensively for a single by Joe Root towards cover. 55 for 2. Actually, the top teams genuinely travel with, as you said, I just want to emphasise that point. People with the, what do they call that? The dog thrower.
Throwdown specialists, throwdown coaches.
Yeah, with the whippy stick.
Yeah,
and they travel with the team. Now they need to have a secondary function like kitman or something.
Well, no, I think in India they don't. I think they're specialists now, aren't they? Because they are, so highly regarded. They can imitate bowlers with those.
Here's Reddy again outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Pope. 55 for 2. The openers are gone. Crawley for 18, Duckett for 23.
There will be a title for it in this day and age. It'll be dog throwing executive.
Just so everyone's aware, they're not actually throwing dogs.
It's the stick that is originally used for throwing a ball for a dog to chase, which has been modified now to throw a cricket ball in nets.
You put it like a stick on it, don't you, originally, and then you tape it up, but now you can actually buy them properly and do them if you want to. So, yeah, it's changed quite a lot. So that's why you just don't have batters bowling as much in the nets now. They have to really want to do it. There was a period where a lot of people were getting injured when they were bowling part-time, and it was affecting their batting as well. So it's certainly has changed quite a bit. So you don't see many specialist batters bowling in the nets anymore, do you, Jon Norman?
Hey, Jarrod. 55 for 2. England with Joe Root at the crease, and he'll take a single down to fine leg. How you doing? I know you're about to go. I just want to say hello.
I was just making sure.
Our paths aren't going to cross until the next sesh, I don't think.
I was just making sure that Jeremy wasn't behind me. He's always lurking, Jeremy.
He is a lurker for someone so tall. Could just be in the corner of the room, and you wouldn't even. Oh, he's there.
Comes in silently as well, doesn't it?
Even
that silent assassin.
Just the sound of the squeaky crotch. Crutch.
Yep, just making sure.
I was wondering where you're going with that one.
I'm not sure you pronounced it perfectly.
Ben Tucker got hit there a couple of times this morning.
The squeaky crotch.
It's Pope, and just lets this one through. Just bumped into George DeBell from the Cricketer Max. He said to me, "Who does Reddy remind you of?" And I said, "I don't know." Stuart Binney. He said Bhuvnesh Kumar.
Yeah, there's a little bit in the run-up.
Yes, it's the run-up. He's not as skilled.
Don't think to the wrist or anything like that.
No, but yeah, I can't kind of see what he means.
The actual delivery, not the run-up, of course, but the actual delivery reminds me a lot of, and we were mentioning this earlier before you guys were on, Steve Waugh. The ability to swing it both ways, get a little bit of extra bounce.
No, I see that.
From a Holden gather.
I like that. This is Pope coming forward, and it's Mohammad Siraj bowling from the pavilion. No, it's right. Is it Akash?
Akash Deep.
It's Akash Deep bowling from the pavilion end. And this is just pushed out to point for a single. He looked all over. He just comes out pushing, doesn't he, Ollie Pope? First ball. You don't want to be playing at a delivery there. He almost guided it straight to KL Rahul at second slip. And we've seen this with Pope before. And I don't know whether it's nerves or whatever, but, at the back of the box, you were doing your shadow batting on commentary. Bumble's doing his shadow batting. Jarrod's doing his shadow batting. Everybody's kind of shadow batting whenever Ollie Pope comes out to bat, which is not really what you'd expect from a number 3.
No, and it's a lot of forces going against each other. You watch Joe Root bat, just trying to sort of shadow bat, showing you before there, John.
Well, we've got a video here. You can do it to the camera.
When the ball swings away, when Joe Root faces and he swings the ball away, instead of the face coming down the pitch, the face goes more of an angle, so he goes with the shape, with the movement.
He's coming forward again, and this is Root, who's pushing the ball up to mid-on where it's fielded, no run.
Where Pope's a bit different, because Pope gets his eye line. When Joe stands up straight. When the ball's coming sort of shaping away from his outside edge, because his head's in a good position, his balance is good, he can move with the swing or the seam. Where Ollie Pope gets his head so far across over the top of off stump, his hands are coming from sort of second, third slip, and he can only hit across it, so his bat comes straight down the pitch. So because he does that, if he doesn't get it quite right and perfect, he closes the face.
This is on the hip of Joe Root. He's got a short leg and also a leg gully with 3 slips and a gully. So that's not a field that I see very often for Root, Harmy, or Jarrod.
He's flicked the ball through the leg side a couple of times, and I think they want to attack him at the top of off and middle, and he is trying to, if it's a little bit too full or a little bit too straight, he's trying to flick it away. So they want to keep him jammed on the crease the way that Pat Cummins and Akashdeep did in the last test.
Also, they've got a slope, and the thing is, I might just flick it down leg side in the air.
There we go. I knew you two were the right people to ask, as Ollie Pope this time comes forward and pushes this to the offside, but there's no run there. 58 for 2. At the first hour went the way of England. Jarrod's off. He'll be back at lunch. Going to be talking about Ben Stokes with Jeremy Coney. Maybe Harmy, unless the kit's destroyed before then. First hour belonged to England, but there has been a seesaw nature to this series so far. England winning the first test, of course, only for India to come fighting back at Edgbaston here at Lord's. 58 for 2, and the first session went England's way, and then those 2 quick wickets. They didn't go the way of Bumrah, Deep or Siraj. It was Reddy that picked up both. He's not bowling anywhere near express pace. It's almost like he's bowling an unfashionable pace, in and around 80 miles an hour, but he's getting it to swing, and he's getting the ball to move both ways. He's beaten the outside edge on a couple of occasions, and it's Joe Root facing 13 not out as the Reddy is in, and he's deep in his crease, pushing this towards the gully field. No run. Jeremy's back. How are you doing, Jeremy?
Yes, fine. Well, some 3 or 4 hands go to turn the button on.
Well, this is why you have a headset. I won't name and shame, but I did do a commentary, or I did a without headset on, and if you go on air and you've got a headset, you realise very quickly that your microphone isn't on. If you haven't got a headset on, you can talk for a good 10-20 minutes, oblivious to the fact that there's no one's hearing you, and your co-host doesn't know either. Anyway, this is pitched up and driven by Root. Won't reach the boundary, and it's Bumrah running across from mid-on, who will field, but 3 more runs to the score. England moved to 61 for 2. Joe Root 16, and looking like Joe Root usually does. Assured, in control, he knows his game, and he's allowing the ball to come to him, and he's just happy to be there, and everything is well with the world. But when Ollie Pope is at the crease, Jeremy, the opposite, I'm afraid. Feels
well. They both have played and missed a bit at Reddy, I'd have to say, the slightly slower pace, maybe your hands are drawn towards him a little more because of that lack of pace as it's swinging away.
2 slips, a gully and a backward point. And this is a good looking shot from Ollie Pope. He's going to get 4 through extra cover, despite Jace Wild putting in a good chase. And I don't know, does a boundary make you feel better about anything? I don't know, they always say that. Get off the mark, feel better. He'll feel better for that shot. I don't know, he's still 6 not out. It's a lot of work to be done yet.
Yeah, I mean, there is always a lot of work in the first sort of 25 to sort of 40 balls for Ollie Pope. You never feel as though he's in. That there is a better shot from Ollie, because he's actually, all his forces are going the same way as he's actually trying to hit the ball. His head hasn't fallen over, you know, his front foot's not going away from himself, his bat's not coming down from second slip. That there was all in tune.
Pope again. This is a touch wide, and it's cut straight to backward point where it's fielded. No run.
That's because the ball was too wide, and that's where you've got to keep away from. That's the strength of Pope and the way he sets up. But he falls over to the offie with a heavy head, and so something a bit straighter at the stumps is always a little bit more of a challenge for him to get his bat, particularly because it's going to come across the line of the ball, because he sets up kind of round about that off stump area, and so the batter's outside off stump. Well, that's where it starts, and you can see a lot of pad.
65 for 2 then, as Reddy continuing, and this is a touch straight in his swing. And it's a late swing that is pushed away by Ollie Pope into the covers. No run. 65 for 2.
Good in swing that. But he was seen from the shoulder. There wasn't much disguise on that. You talk about earlier somebody like Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He does run in like him, but you watch Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, it's all in the wrist for Kumar. It's a bit like Jimmy Anderson. Gets to the top and you don't really know whether it's going to go in or it's going to go out. Where there, Nitish Reddy, you can see which one's the away swinger and then which one's the in swinger by the just drop of the head and the shoulders coming in. Finishes more in the mid-drift as opposed to all the way around.
Pope it is again. He's coming forward, and this is a good-looking defensive shot out into the covers. No run.
I just wonder whether Gill is missing something here. Reddy has done his job.
Yeah.
He's the 4th seamer. He's picked up 2 wickets, which you might not have expected. The other bowlers, I think, Bumrah and Akash Deep and Siraj have really got to be bowling in this last little package before lunch. As far as I'm concerned, I think Gill missed a trick by not taking Akash Deep early and removing him and then following Bumrah at the pavilion end. I think just a couple of little things, but you know, they're important at this stage. You've got to pick up wickets, I think, in this first session. 3 or maybe even 4 if you can, when it's moving like this.
Yep, agreed. We've got 20 minutes until the lunch break, and surely Siraj is going to bowl from the media centre end for the final passages of what's been another engrossing session of Test cricket. A run that has taken down to backward square leg from the bat of Joe Root. He moves to 17. Ollie Pope 6 not out, and I wonder the last time England scored. There's 66 runs in an hour and 40. I wonder. They're usually in and around 110, 120 by now, irrespective of how many wickets they've
110, 120 especially in the first session when fielders are in.
Left alone this time by Ollie Pope, who's got the same field that Joe Root had with that leg gully and a short leg as well, with 3 slips and a gully in place.
Yeah, outfield's a little bit slower than we had at Headingley, closer to the Edgbaston outfield from a sort of lushness and a slowness point of view. Not being as many boundaries as you would normally associate England in that first session. Duckett and Crawley normally get off to a good start, largely down to the fact that their boundary count is very, very high in that first session, especially with 3 slips, a gully and possibly short legging.
Ollie Pope facing and leaving this delivery from Akash Deep alone.
Well, if he's going to bowl out there, that's going to sort of help Pope, I think, at this stage. It's the one that, with using the slope coming down the hill perhaps towards him, 1 or 2, and then one just hung out a little bit wider, that doesn't move quite so much. You're expecting it and you play towards it. those are the ones that you get your wickets, I think, from that pavilion end.
Yeah,
You'd know that.
Yeah, and I think to go on from that, Jeremy, I think at Edgbaston, what made him good is he moved the ball back into off stump. He nipped the ball in. At the minute, he's trying to swing it up the hill.
Here is Pope again, and this is on the pads. He plays this ball down to Jasprit Bumrah at backward deep square leg for another run. Ollie Pope, in all the innings that he's played, 20 plus deliveries, for England, he averages 49.75. I mean, he's faced 23 deliveries now. He does bounce around a bit at the start of the innings. We've seen that many times. And that goes back to the point you were making, Jeremy. If he is a nervy starter and he's going to ease into his worker touch, as Joe Root just pushes this to point, where backward point runs and fills, and he's gotten an eye on a run out at the striker's end. He's taken his eye off the ball, he's missed the ball. At that point, Pope and Root think there might be a single on the misfield. They decide not to, but that doesn't stop the fielder from chasing down the ball and then hurling it at the stumps, where it's misfielded by Rishabh Pant. A little bit of a calamity. 5 or 10 seconds or so. But we have been here with Pope before, haven't we? We don't have to go back too far to remember a fine innings at Headingley. Once again, he's not coming forward and playing at balls that he can leave alone. He's left that alone, fielded by Rishabh Pant. And that is the end of the over. Who is going to bowl this over, guys? Is it going to be Reddy again?
It's Bumrah. He's gone with Bumrah. See, I'd go Bumrah. I'd go Bumrah at Akashdeep's end. He just hasn't getting it right, Akashdeep, for one reason or another. He's tried to swing the ball up the slope, and whenever he's tried to nip the ball down the hill or try to bowl not swing it and just let it go on naturally with the angle. And, the slopes beating him, because he's just strayed too straight, and he's been clipped through mid-wicket. He's been hit straight down the ground. Bumrah's going to bowl from the pavilion, from the nursery ground end. I'd go Bumrah now from my two experienced bowlers. Bumrah from the pavilion end and Siraj from the nursery ground end up until lunch, to see if I can put more pressure on.
Bumrah it is. He's in, and this zips away from Joe Root. India's best bowler against England's best batter. And Joe Root will be mindful. We are 15 minutes away from the lunch break. If he and Ollie Pope get through to the break, then you'd say probably honours even in terms of the session.
Yeah, I think so. I think that England will feel they've got over the hardest part of the innings. Quite often you find after 40 minutes for lunch, things just seem to deaden slightly in the pitch, and the movement isn't quite so pronounced.
Bumrah again, left alone again by Joe Root. He's going to wait for the bowler to come to him.
Well, at least he's got a backward point. When Akashdeep was bowling from the other end just last over, he didn't even have a point as he was trying to swing the ball away from the right-hander. You'd expect most of the deliveries would go to that sort of square area if you get your length right, if you're bowling an outswinger. And he didn't even have a fielder there. He was really being asked to bowl much straighter than that, with 4 on the onside.
Well, that'd be the point, I suppose, to counter, as Bumrah comes in and he does go straighter, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Off the pads, Pant can't stop the ball, and England move on to 72 for 2. India would have learnt a lot from that first session, and whilst conditions you'd imagine will ease in terms of the pitch itself, I'm not sure Akashdeep quite got his angles right in that first session. You'd imagine he would improve a touch.
The movement, John, it's been swing. So for me, it'll still swing. It'll still swing throughout the day. I don't see the elements changing from that point of view. So it's still going to swing. It's not as though it's lavishly moving off the seam.
Bumrah again. This is better from India's number 1. This is ducking into the right-handed Joe Root, and it's beaten him. Oof, that's bounce as well as seam there. That's come in a lot. Hit Joe Root high up on the right thigh. Would have been sailing over, but And if that kind of movement continues, then batting maybe a little bit more challenging than England would have hoped for on day one. 72 for 2, and again this is snaking in and he's targeting off stump. Joe Root gets the bat down on the ball. It's fielded at short mid wicket, no run. This is a good examination here.
It is a good examination, and again you look at some things that go your way in the morning. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah's ball about 2 balls in this over. There's been a couple of balls in the last over. If Ollie Pope's on strike and not Joe Root, you'd fancy that would cause a hell of a lot of problems. That there to Ollie Pope has played a completely different way, and that's what's gone well for England again this morning.
So the first 2 are touch wide and left alone, followed by 2 that came into Root at ball number 5, and he goes straight again. Root's going to get off strike and clips this down to fine leg. That means Ollie Pope will have to no, that is the end of the over actually. A good one from Jasprit Bumrah, but no wicket, no breakthrough after those 2 quick successes. Both openers gone. Nitish Reddy with the breakthroughs. There was a slight question mark about whether he would play today, but I think we're always kind of agreed that it will be Jasprit Bumrah coming in for Prasidh Krishna, who was very expensive in both Test matches, wasn't he? He picked up wickets in the first, less effective in the second, and that's quite a jump up in quality from Krishna, with all due respect to what India have today, Jasprit Bumrah. Yeah,
and the same with England, with Archer and with Tung. But I don't feel sorry for Krishna, because I don't think he bowled that well, but he did the team plan. He had to bowl the bouncer overs, he had to bowl the expensive overs, which
is the same for Tung, really.
Which is a little bit the same for Josh as well. So you have to look at that.
Akashdeep continuing, and Joe Root just drops this down, comes through a couple of steps, but he's sent back as the fielders converge. There's no run there. He stays on 19 from 27 deliveries. Ollie Pope at the other end, 7 from 24. 73 for 2 then, England.
I also think, John, there's been a marked difference in the energy levels of India compared to that first Test match, where there were a little bit of a rabble in the field. The fielders weren't in the right angles, they were given far too many singles, and now they look as though they're right at it, making sure that the batter's under pressure by keeping them on strike.
Over the wicket, Akashdeep, and at the last minute, as he is just about to wind up to deliver the ball, Joe Root suddenly backs away to square leg.
You see the field's changed, John, hasn't it, as well, from last over? No one in at bat pad or leg slip in those areas there. Suddenly we've only got 3 on the onside. That backward point that was vacant last over has been placed in. So let's hope the bowler and the captain are on the same page here for this over.
10 minutes until the lunch break. Nobody's going anywhere just yet, as this is driven by Root. Back to the bowler, who fields.
That's better. On to off stump. Akashdeep's trying to sort of shape it away. Because it's swinging, you feel as a bowler you've got to try and swing it. Talking to Bumble, about 20 minutes ago off air, about Jimmy Anderson bowling. Jimmy Anderson would bowl from the pavilion end, and Jimmy Anderson wouldn't use the slope. He would, in a way which you would expect him to, he would use it the opposite way. He would use the slope to straighten the ball, as opposed to swing the ball up the hill or swing the ball down the hill.
Deep again, and this is on the pads, clipped away, and it's going to be a chase for the fielder at fine leg. Can't get around from deep backwards square leg. So another 4 runs. A little bit of a gimme ball there from Akashdeep, who's been relatively expensive from his 6.2 overs. England 77 for 2, and Joe Root moves to 23.
Slope wins again. It's all it is. It's bowling at Lords and bowling at the slope, where you feel you're going to try and get the ball onto off stump, and you're sort of 5.5, between 5.5 and 6 metre length. If you get it, you've literally got to start it on 5th stump to get it onto off stump. That's what the slope does to you. If you pitch the ball 5.5 metres and it pitches on off stump, it's just going to float down leg side. It's an easy single, easy forward on the leg side.
Here is deep. Oh, that's an absolute rasping delivery. I was wondering whether he might overcompensate, but he has absolutely nailed this. This is bounced in and around that 5th stump line that you were talking about, and actually held its line and beaten the outside edge of Joe Root's bat.
Yeah, it just held its line, didn't it? So, and that's the challenge from a bowler. When you're trying to swing it and you're trying to swing it away and you don't get it quite right, you bowl at that sort of 6 metre mark, goes onto leg stump, it's comfortable just to clip into leg side, where there, he's held that one there with a little bit more of a wobbled seam. It wasn't a straight up seam trying to swing it away, and it's hit the seam and it's nipped away.
Here's deep again, and Root comfortably behind the line of the ball, and he just guides this ball to square leg where it's fielded by Jake Swell. No run. Oh, 1 run. 78 for 2, Joe Root 24. And Ollie Pope's been at the non-strikers end for the last couple of overs.
Not a bad thing.
No,
it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Especially when Jasper's bowling and you're coming up to a break. And he's bowled a couple of balls at Joe Root in that last over where you think there'll be challenging areas for an Ollie Pope, especially 7 not out. So it'd be nice for Pope just to spend some time down the non-strikers end and watch what's going on.
Touch wider of the crease this time, Akash deep, and he's in, and Pope will take certainly a couple here. There's a chase on with 2 fielders trying to stop the ball from reaching the boundary at square leg, and that's a well-run 3, which means that Ollie Pope will face the first delivery of the next over, which will be bowled from the media centre end by Jasprit Bumrah, with the score 81 for 2. Evenly contested first session that we're bringing you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand skipper and all-rounder, and Steve Harmison, former England, former #1 fast bowler in the world. Let's not forget.
Yeah, nice times. I think it was about 12, 13 months. Murray was injured. Pollock had just finished. McGrath was injured. Warney was on a drugs ban. Managed to nip in, Jeremy.
All the rest were gone.
Here is Bumrah, and Pope pushes this towards extra cover, sets off for a single. Root's not going anywhere, sends Pope back. Fielder comes in. It's Siraj, and I don't know, did that just belie just a touch of a keenness to get off strike, possibly, from Ollie Pope? Brett Lee's here. Is that Brett Lee? Is the camera picked up?
Brett Lee, Chris Gale.
Chris Gale.
I was with Chris Gale a few weeks ago playing golf in Scotland. It was the first time he had been on a golf course, and for about 2 hours of the 18 holes, it monsooned down. He was not happy, Jamaican.
Bumrah again, and this time Pope tries to play through mid-wicket, but it's fielded. He's wearing a beret.
Yeah.
It's all the rage in Jamaica.
They let him in the MCC box with a beret.
Speaking French.
Chris Gale, Brett Lee.
The fastest bowler's just walked in behind you, John.
Mark Wood's in the house. 81 for 2. I mean, we were talking about Jofra Archer and the spells of bowling and how fast he was in 2019, but you know, we have seen faster, and it's that man who's at the bottom of or the back of the comms box who's delivered. This delivery from Pope, he can't get off strike. That's the 3rd time he's connected. He's tried to play through the covers, through mid-wicket, and now he's open in the face and trying to guide it through gully and backward point. It's fielded on each occasion, and he's still there. 10 not out. How long have we got until the break? 4 minutes, so we're going to get another over after this, Jeremy.
Looks like it, doesn't it? But I'm waiting for the in-swinger. I'm waiting for the one that's just, can it trap Pope on the pads? Can it get through between if the batter's coming slightly from outside to in?
He's slightly reaching for that delivery, actually, in the last ball. It wasn't guided, it was on the drive. And there's going to be a little moment here. It's been pushed back to the right of Jasprit Bumrah, who's got a finger on the ball, and the ball's gone on to hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. And we're just going to have to hope that Joe Root had his back behind the crease.
That was it, wasn't it? That was the in-swinger you were asking for, Jeremy. That was the in-swinger. I think Joe's back. I think he's just back. I think he is just back. But that was the in-swinger. It was nearly perfect.
Yeah, there's knowing it's coming, and then there's that's one thing, and some won't know it's coming, of course. And there's dealing with it when it does as well. Just seeing this here, deflection back onto the stumps. I can't see where Joe Root's bat is, but the reaction of the players suggests that he was back okay. Yes, bat firmly behind the crease. and that did allow the two batters to cross, so it'll be Joe Root facing. What's the fastest spell of bowling you've ever witnessed, Jeremy? You would have come up against some of the West Indies team in the 80s who would have been able to bowl, defended this time by Joe Root, no run. Who's the fastest?
The fastest that I faced?
Either faced or have just seen over the years, you think?
Well, the fastest I faced was Tomo.
Okay.
At Brisbane. When he was trying to get back into the Australian side. It was towards the back end of his career, but I could see the line of the ball, but not quite the length so much.
Last ball of the over, Jasprit Bumrah is in, and again this is coming into Joe Root, who defends. No run, 82 for 2.
You never played forward. You were back and just watching and trying to stay as still as you possibly could to get the best chance of seeing it, keeping your eyes level and so on. And he was bowling big no balls as well, which wasn't much fun because the overs were elongated as well, and the keeper was way back. I remember Greg Chappell running past me in the slip saying, "Don't nick one." And you know, it was too quick for me, actually. It was one of those ones. I got a few, but it was very, very sharp bowling. I thought quicker than Malcolm, and I thought quicker than Michael. And I played Andy Roberts towards the end of his career as well. Croft different, coming from kind of about extra cover when he used to step right outside the return crease and come. You always thought of your off stump.
What will be the last over of the session? It's been a really interesting one as well. It's Ollie Pope facing, and Nitish Reddy's bowling it from the pavilion end. This is pushed to the right of a mid-wicket, and it's a good bit of fielding from Jaiswal, I think, to keep Pope on strike.
Well, it says that Akashdeep didn't quite do the job. I think that's what it says to me, that Gill wasn't quite happy with what he was seeing. We don't want to waste this time, this chance. Well, we're in the last over now, and England will be delighted if they can get it through at 2 for 80 odd.
Pope 11 not out, facing Reddy, and he's driving, can't beat cover. No run. What about you, Harmy?
It's when you face the quick ball and the umpire gives a no ball, you just go, no, please, I don't really need another one.
Well, Jarrod,
I really don't want another one.
Jarrod was talking in the last test. He said that, you know, there is an argument or a line of thought that a batting team should be able to turn down a no ball.
Yeah, I'll take the run, but not the extra ball. Bretley at Perth when he hit Tudes. That wasn't pleasant. You talk about the in-swinger coming, you know it's coming, but how are you going to play it? I knew the bouncer was coming and I had no chance of playing it.
Ready. And this, again, is an attempted guided shot to the right of Gully. It's fielded by backward point from the bat of Ollie Pope. There's a lot of pressure on here. England lose another wicket and it's India's session. As it is, it's honours even, 82 for 2 on the stroke of lunch here at Lord's.
I think the most uncomfortable I've ever felt is when facing the last over from Colin Croft at Christchurch, and he'd been bowling basically for half an hour or so, just short at us, and it was weave and hope and snick and flick, and the last ball, Jeff House was at the far and took his gloves off. I'm not facing, it's up to you.
Here is Reddy again. And driving back to the bowler, who half fields, no run.
And we got to the last ball of the over, and I'd literally thought that Colin Croft had held on to the ball, because you get used to looking down in a certain area of the pitch where it's coming from. Get used to those short ones. And I thought, oh, he's held on to it. And then it just flicked my helmet, just above the peak of my helmet, on the full, beam ball. Wow. No, I didn't have any grill because I couldn't get used to it. It was the early days of helmets.
So there's a beamer. This is pushed to cover, and Ollie Pope sets off very quickly and beats the fielder running in.
It wasn't until I got into the shed, actually, that I thought, bloody hell, I was really lucky there. That could have, an inch lower, that would have cleaned me out. Absolutely cleaned me out. No grill. No plastic. They used to have plastic as well at the front. I just had those little ones on the side, you know, around your temples. So The only thing that happened, he didn't say a word, never said anything, but Clive Lloyd came up the next day when we started the next day and said, "I'm sorry about that, Jeremy. That was bad."
Well, they said about Colin Crofts he would have bounced his granny. He beamed you. This is pushed to mid-wicket from the bat of Joe Root, and that is the final ball of what has been a really interesting session here at Lord's, as we'd expect. 1-1 coming into this third test match of 5. England winning the toss and deciding to bat first, which was only the third time at home that Ben Stokes has decided to do that, and it's Stokes on the balcony applauding as Ollie Pope and Joe Root walk back for lunch. Ollie Pope faced a real examination, edging one just short of KR Rahul at second slip to his first delivery. He's played and missed at a couple, but looked more assured as the innings went on. He's 12 not out from 34, and Joe Root at the other end and is looking in fine nick. He could actually do with a run or two. He's got off to a few starts in this series without managing to go on. 24 not out at Joe Root. The two batters to go after getting England off to a decent start. Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley fell in quick succession. 43 without loss became 44 for 2. And it was Nitish Reddy with the breakthrough on both occasions. Duckett caught down the leg side and Crawley caught behind. Duckett going for 23, Crawley 18. If Pope had gone first ball, England would have been 44 for 3. And exposing the likes of Harry Brook and maybe, possibly, Ben Stokes to the new ball. But it's not how it eventuated. Both Root and Pope are still there at lunch. And Harmy, it's been a good session of cricket. Now we know what England are going to want to do when they come out, and that is to bat. What do you think India will do after the break differently to how and what we saw in that first session?
I think India need to get tighter to off stump. I think that's the problem. The slope's done. India really has the inexperience of Akash Deep and Reddy bowling at Lord's. Siraj and Bumrah have been here before. I don't think, other than Bumrah, India have really bowled as well as they would like. England, do you know what? They weathered the storm because there's been some big, there's been big movement out there. Swing more than seam, but I think England have coped with it, and I think they've come out of the second half of that session very, very well. I mean, after half an hour, I think if you said 83 for 2, with the way the ball had moved through the air, I think England would be very, very happy. Pope is over the first 30 balls. He's now going to get back into it, and if he does, you fancy England to put up a decent total. Joe Root looks like Joe Root normally does. He's playing well for his off stump. He's taking what's on offer, but I think from an India point of view, they will look at that session and go, you know what, that's a chance missed. England could have easily been 4 down with what was on offer if India had put the ball in a better area consistently.
Brilliant stuff. Jeremy, don't go anywhere. You're going to be in conversation with Jarrod Kimber over the course of the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Jarrod's about to step in. This is England's lowest. I was asking this question. Gary Morgan has answered it. This is England's lowest first innings total after 25 overs in match innings 1 under Stokes and McCullum. The previous lowest was 89 for 4 against South Africa at Lord's in 2022, and they lost that match. But they were, of course, 4 down. Right, Jarrod's about to come in, and Jeremy is about to talk about Ben Stokes. Let's give us 10-20 seconds or so as we have the change over here, but don't go anywhere. You are following us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel with England 83 for 2 at lunch on day 1 of the third test here at Lord's.
Well, I'm pleased to say I have Jeremy Coney, Bumble, and myself are going to talk about Stokes. Coney's tried to get out of it. Now he's cleaning things and doing all sorts of things. But it's an interesting question, Bumble, where Stokes is in his career at the moment. He's obviously in a slight form funk with his batting. I think he's bowling as good as I've seen him bowl in a very long time. He's completely in control of the ball. But What's the present of Ben Stokes and what's the future of Ben Stokes, I suppose, is the idea of this conversation at the moment. How do you see his batting form right now?
Well, he's shorter runs in at number 6, and captaincy, I don't think he's taking a toll. He seems to enjoy captaincy. It's bowling, as you say. I think that is terrific for England, that he's bowling at high 80s and he's steaming in, and that will be good for England going forward. You would want him to, with his form, to be a little bit more dominant with the bat at number 6. You need a number 6 who can sort of give a glue to the team, and that's not happening just at the minute, but I wouldn't bat against him. I wouldn't bet against him getting a big score along the way in this series.
Jeremy, he's faced 190 professional cricket deliveries this year in games. Generally, even in a bad year, he'll face well over 1,000. He's obviously shed a lot of size. He's now got like a Jeremy Coney physique after, being a lot more, bigger and muscular before, more of a Steve Harmison before.
I think he's bigger than me. I've got to say that.
He's a little bigger
powerful
than you. But he spent a lot of time changing his body. But it does feel to me that, I don't want to say he's neglected his batting, but he doesn't look like he's smooth at the batting crease at the moment. It looks like it's a little bit choppy for him.
Yeah, he hasn't had long innings, has he? I mean, he's tried to. I've got the feeling that he goes out each time and he wants to get himself in, as he often has in the past, and carried on, and that's when we notice all the power that he contains. But he's been got out, hasn't he? And whether there's not enough batting that's going on. I don't know whether does he play much county cricket nowadays? I mean, you get to this 19th county, don't you, quite often, and you take players away from the county championship. It's like the bowlers almost from England as well in this match. Some of them really haven't had much bowling. Overton, Atkinson, all those bowlers who might have replaced players today, they've hardly played since May. And so there are issues, I think, that come with being in this little pocket that is away from the county championship. I don't know what you guys think of that, but it seems to me...
I'm old school. I'm very, very old school. I do not understand, because a cricket career is quite short. If you're a cricketer, play cricket. And as a batter particularly, the stamina that's required at the crease, the mental processes... A batter, I think, has got to play every game possible. And I'll take you back to one of yesteryear that everybody will know the name. Geoffrey Boycott would go anywhere for batting, either in the nets. If it was a day off, he'd bat for hours. If it was a testimonial game, he would go and bat and then move on to another game and bat again. So it's the modern way, as Jeremy says, that they're in a little bubble, they're in a little pocket, and it's cricketers who don't play cricket. Now, we're spotlighting on Ben Stokes. You've just said 190 deliveries all summer.
All year.
All year. You've got to have a batting rhythm. You've got, when you're out there, it's an unfair game, is cricket, because a batter gets one chance. A bowler in a 6-over spell gets 36 chances to get you out. So you don't make a mistake, and it's grooved in. And you've got to play, in my opinion, every game possible if you're a batter.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me, that he's someone who hasn't batted all that much of recent times, maybe because he has been changing his physique for bowling. What about his spin play, Bumble? You're a left-hander. He's never been a great player of spin bowling in Test cricket. He handles it fine in ODI cricket, but in Test cricket he's always struggled. He seems to have got a lot worse against a spinning ball within the last 2.5 years.
Well, but that just bears out that you've got to have time at the crease, and you've got to be able to work it out as to a ball that, if it's a spinner bowling and the pitch isn't spinning, it's a totally different game than if you're on a pitch that is spinning out of footholds and the left-hander has to deal with all that sort of thing. But I can't get away from, and when I was England coach, it was just coming in. If you recall, in the late 90s, it was just coming in. Are we going to have central contracts or not? And then we would go to a county and ask nicely, is it okay if Angus Fraser has a game off so that he's ready for the next Test match? Then suddenly, batters are coming to us and saying, any chance I can have a game off? Well, no, not really. Batters need to bat. Got to be out there in the middle.
So it's tough for all-rounders, is the point there, isn't it? Which you can do, you can get away with one of the skills, but not the other. I think as far as spin is concerned, he plays back, and he was, you know, if you think of the last dismissal
Yeah,
to
really trapped.
Sundar, he was back and then moved forward too late. So he's back first, looking to play off the back foot, and then looking to come forward. I was always, I mean, not that that's the correct way, but generally you want to get forward until they push you back and you see the length. But at the moment, I think that's costing him with spin, particularly, and particularly when it's out of the rough. You know, it's not easy if you're looking to come forward and then you've got to lift your hands and get them out of the way. I've seen batsmen actually throw the bat away so that they don't get caught in close off a glove or something like that.
We're not doing Dermot Reeve talk again, are we?
But I mean, that's who I think the problem with spin that he has.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he, at the end of that Test match, he said, "Oh, the pitch out there was subcontinental." And it's like, well, India's taken 18 wickets with seam bowling. Like, I can understand it may not have had as much grass or as pace as you wanted.
Pace, I think he was talking.
Yeah.
I think it was pace. He's on about pace. There's a lack of pace. This is a slow, low, turgid pitch, and that's what he was referring to. Not that it's a spinning pitch and you can't play on it.
But interestingly, if you look at him, when he came out, it was spinning, right? It was coming out of the foot marks, and he wasn't handling it particularly well. And it seems like his only defense at the moment, to me, is the reverse sweep. He's not a brilliant player of the reverse sweep either.
It's a high-risk shot, is a reverse sweep. And I'm with Jeremy, that the first thing that you were taught as a young kid, spin forward, make him bowl short. Make him bowl short. And so that means you can come down the pitch, you've got to cover the ball. When you come down the pitch, you've got to cover the ball, that if you miss it, it hits you. Don't come down on the wrong side of the ball. Now that just is telling the ball that you've got to just adjust your length, which is what you want him to do. And then as a left-handed batter, your cut comes into play. If he adjusts his length, you're always looking at your I was. As a left-handed batter, I'll get a cutaway when he drops his length short, and I'm going to try and make him drop his length short by coming down the pitch. He might think, well, he's coming down the pitch, I've got to bowl it a little bit shorter. That's what I'm looking for. So you've got to be nimble on your feet. The one thing that, in my opinion, that you don't do, the first movement back, because he wants you to go back. That bowler wants you to go back.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, before the reverse sweep became big, he used to, especially with spin, play a lot of slog sweeps, right? So he'd get the field out, he'd put some pressure back on the bowler. At the moment, I was watching him against Washington, and India were bringing the field up because they were thinking he doesn't have an outlet here other than the very risky one. So the processes against spin are not great. And that wicket was spinning when he came in. You know, he was being hunted a little bit.
Oh, it was difficult when Jadeja decided, I'm going to go wide, and I'm going to get some unpredictable bounce out of that area where players had been in their follow through, the second step usually, isn't it? And he's getting some bounce and unpredictable bounce. The worry is, well, you get a low one, isn't it? And that's why you've got to be forward in that sort of circumstance. And then if it bounces, that's when you've got to take it either on the body and so on, getting the hands out of the way. And hence, I mentioned sometimes you actually throw the bat. But his stats, what is it, 35 he's averaging? As a batsman, I'm guessing.
It was about 37, wasn't it? So it might have dipped to about 35.
Yeah. So is that enough for a number 6? Now, he's a remarkable, I think, and a talismanic kind of all-rounder. I think that's how we would think him. Is Imran Khan? Now, is he the kind of equivalent? Is he a better batsman or a bowler? You know, you don't often get someone who's equal at both.
Yeah.
And if we go back to that period, that Bumble will know really well, of the 4 main all-rounders, and Hadley was there at that time, more of a bowling all-rounder. Whereas, what was Imran? Was he that was quite a tricky one to decide, a batting or a bowling or equal.
Mike Proctor?
Yes, absolutely. Could do both. And so where does it all fit? Is he good enough batting at the moment, the way he's batting at the moment, to bat at 5 or 6?
And
well, hang on, what do you think?
Well, I mean, right at the moment, if he wasn't a bowling, would he be still on the side if he was averaging 35 down the order?
Now then, I've just asked the question behind Ian Botham. what did he average with the bat? Where did he bat? Number 6.
He would have batted number 6. And
What did he average?
He averaged about 36, 37?
Nope.
Was it 34?
Nope.
Less.
33?
Less.
29?
33.
33. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
So, I mean, he's out there as England's greatest ever cricketer. Not batter, bowler, cricketer.
But wouldn't
Average 33.
you say, though, that both of them was a frontline bowler?
Yes.
So-
Swinger.
Is Stokes a frontline bowler or is he a
Well,
fifth
he
bowler?
became, he started a frontline bowler, definitely.
did.
Absolutely sharp, swung it late, but then stardom came and he became more of a batsman who bowls.
Now then, Jeremy, we're not broadcasting in England, so
No.
I am very safe here. Ben Stokes is a quicker bowler than Ian Botham.
Yeah.
Clip this for
that's true, isn't
socials,
it?
everyone. Clip this for socials.
Yeah, is that right?
I think he's a lot quicker. Yes. I don't know if he's
a lot quicker. Beefy could slip himself. He could when he was
Yeah.
in his pomp and in his prime. Ian
He was
Botham
sharp.
get it through.
young Beefy.
Young Beefy
Yeah,
could
yeah.
get it through, no messing. But he wasn't as quick as Ben Stokes.
No.
Is
You
he
tell him. I'm not
is he
telling him.
capable? Is he capable of being in a 4-man attack?
So that's my point, whereas I think Botham was good enough to be in a 4-man attack.
Well, Stokes is. Look at Stokes. He's absolutely steaming in now. 87, 88 miles an hour.
I've got no problem with his pace, and I've got no problem with his skill set. Is he accurate enough?
Or can he bowl enough?
Yeah, and can he bowl enough?
Don't say Beefy was accurate. He wasn't accurate.
He
He'd get
wasn't
him down
accurate.
the
He
leg
was,
side, he'd get him hooking, he'd get him cutting.
Yeah, third man, deep third man.
We're not broadcasting this to England, or he'd be on my case.
so I would say that Beefy still controlled the ball more than Stokes does.
I'd debate that.
Okay.
I would debate that. I played
okay,
against him. I
here's-
played against him and I played with him.
Here's my
And-
question. You've got 3 bowlers,
Yes.
and you can only pick one of them to be your 4th bowler for the next 5 years. Who's your 4th bowler, Botham or Stokes?
Bolton.
Well, there we go. So we've already answered that then. So it's okay then for Stokes to average more with the bat because he's more of a batting all-rounder than Botham. Is that fair as well? You'd say I would say Stokes is a slightly better bat than Botham.
No, I strongly disagree.
Really?
Yeah, I thought Botham was very correct, explosive.
Technically correct.
Yeah,
He's certainly more technically
technically,
correct. I'll give you that.
And he had a different lifestyle at Beefy. He just devil-may-care. Let's have a game of cricket. Yeah, let's go and enjoy ourselves. Let's go into pantomime. Let's do a bit of fishing. I need a game of golf. Oh, there's a bit of cricket as well. So it's a different animal completely. But he was charismatic. You know, he carried an attack. He carried a team. Outrageous fella. Outrageous. I think Ben's more reserved than that.
Do you? I see him as quite charismatic as well
Oh, he
amongst
is.
this group here.
I agree. I agree.
Who do you
I
think's the
think
better
players,
bat? You would have seen.
as a batsman, I would say he plays as Botham did. Very impressive, important, match-winning innings.
True.
Both players were capable of doing that. If we think, you can think straight away of down here in the ODI for Ben Stokes, getting 80-odd when England was struggling in the final of the 2019 World Cup. Played some great strokes, had a little bit of good fortune with diving at the far end and getting those little extra runs
All
and
right.
so on. Yeah, but it's true. Nevertheless, and getting England up to a tie. And they relied on him, and then playing an even better innings up at Headingley shortly after, wasn't it, with Leach right at the end?
Exactly, and so that's seizing the moment and playing that important innings. Chatted with Stuart Broad this morning about Ben Stokes, and Stuart was saying that whenever he comes back into the changing room, the toss has gone up, it's absolutely convinced that's right. And he just said, right, come on boys, here we go, this is great, everything's great. And Stuart was saying that Ben says everything's great all the time. And I just said to him, that's Beefy. I've worked with Beefy, and so have you. Worked with Beefy forever. Everything's great. There's nothing negative about the day or the weather. Everything's great. And that unbelievable belief in everything's great and everything that he does is right. Beefy, everything that Beefy does is right. There is no. He doesn't know the word no.
Yeah, and I think that carries on to the next component that Stokes brings, and that's as a captain. I think he's a very good captain. I think he's probably great to play with and alongside because of just what you've just said. Things he believes in his bowlers. He's very proactive with his bowlers.
Backs
He
people.
helps them all the time. He's changing and tinkering with things all the time, but the bowler's happy. You can see that he's clapping and he's applauding them for the effort that they're making, even though it went for 4 and
That's
all,
it, that's
you
it.
know, and so
Everything's great.
absolutely. And so
Did you see Mohammed Kaif this week on social media? What's this about Ben Stokes as a captain? I don't see it. I don't see it. He gets everything wrong, makes all the wrong decisions, puts the wrong bowlers on at the wrong time. What's all this about Ben Stokes? That's Mohammed Kaif.
well, I don't know. Mohammed and I are seeing different people, it seems to me.
There is an element. It'd be really interesting to talk to some of the bowlers because it's hard because this has become a lifestyle choice, baseball, right? So, believing in Ben Stokes and believing in it would be interesting to talk to some of the bowlers because I was watching him in the last test. The amount of times he changes the field, and the bowler doesn't know because the bowler's on his way back. And I just think sometimes he follows the ball a little bit too much and he makes changes sometimes just because he has a lack of patience. But also, he never lets the game get away from him because of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And the other thing, chatting with Stuart Broad this morning, I said, when he wins the toss and we'll have a ball, I said, has he had a word with you lads before, the bowlers? When I was captain, I did it for a few years, and I'm looking at a pitch, and I would get me 2 bowlers, 2-3 bowlers, Shuttleworth, Lever, Lee, and said, do you want to have a ball here? And if they said no, I'd just leave it. I said, does he? He said, no, he doesn't talk to any of us. He just said, right, that's it, it's all great. We're going to have a bowl.
You do wonder, don't you, how the bowlers feel about
How
the
did you go?
approaches.
How
The
did you
approach.
go?
I'd speak to the bowlers, of course I would.
Which is there any particular
mainly,
bowler
yes,
who might
of
have had
course.
an opinion?
Of course. I mean, in New Zealand, of course, the situations were such and the conditions were such that was our best chance of winning the match. To use Richard, particularly on seaming pitches, so accurate. We knew he was going to get wickets. That's why he's got those 36 lots of 5 that we were talking about at the back there.
So if you
Bumble.
went to him and you said we want to bowl first, and he went, I think you're wrong, would you change your mind, or would you still back yourself as a captain?
I often felt that was our best chance in New Zealand, unless it was really brown. We wouldn't do that.
Would he get grumpy?
Maybe Auckland.
Would he get grumpy if you sent him in on a wicket that didn't end up helping him?
He might have been a bit. He didn't really show it too much.
Yeah.
But I just feel that I just wonder whether the bowlers bowling on these surfaces that don't deteriorate. That's it. Normally a pitch, there's entropy. There's something where the pitch is slowly over 5 days, as we saw a little bit more in the Edgbaston test than we did at Headingley, which didn't deteriorate at all. You'd expect a pitch to deteriorate. They're not deteriorating much in England at the moment.
No, they're not.
And I'm not quite so sure why. Whether that's the drainage that's gone on and it's affected the block or the pitch and the what do you call it here, the square as well. Even though it's not a square, it's a rectangle. And it's changed the nature of the games, and that's why they're starting to chase at the end. How do bowlers feel? How does Bashir feel about bowling first every time on a dry surface that's not offering him anything at all? And the Indians, I very much feel, have a set. I'm going to just nurdle you around and milk you. Those are the words that people use. I'm going to milk this guy for 3 or 4 and over. And I can see now in my mind Shubman Gill coming forward before Bashir has bowled, and he's just quietly played it into the onside.
So I think it's quite interesting. You were talking about this with Bashir as well. And at the moment, I would say most of the English cricketers, so we know that Broad and Anderson loved what Stokes was doing, right? Anderson has talked about it a lot. Most enjoyable cricket they've ever played. But they were in that kind of bubble. And you talked about Beefy. I mean, there's the great story with Foxy Fowler when he goes to the pub with Beefy, and Beefy puts him in a headlock for 2 hours, and that's how they become friends. There's a cult of personality with people like that, isn't there? And you end up falling into that. But if Shoaib Bashir, if the other side of his brain starts to work, you'll be going, this isn't helping me at all.
I've had that same headlock I've had that same
We've
one.
all had that headlock.
Yeah, we have. He's boisterous, beefy, and I talk about charismatic. He's charismatic off the field. You know, Ben's had his moments, of course. We know about that, but I think he's quite a caring bloke because you see him around the team, and certainly with Bashir, a 21-year-old spinner, we're having a ball first, and by the way, there's nothing in this for you. There's nothing, and so you'd think that. The right way to do it, or the logical way, is on a bright sunny day on a dry pitch, rack them up, get yourself in, get 500 on the board, 450. Now then, young off spinner, you've got plenty to bowl at there, and if you're bowling last on this pitch, if there is deterioration, give me an Indian pitch any day. Now give me a pitch in India. It's interesting. It starts with spin, and it'll continue to spin. So you have an examination as a batter. Can you play spin? Because that's how it is. I like an interesting pitch. Atherton would always say, as an opening batter, captain of England, I want an even contest between bat and ball. And your test matches at 300 plays, 280 plays.
Good games.
Great games. They are great games.
They're the best games to play in. And New Zealand quite often did that because it was easier to get wickets than it was to get runs.
And of course, in New Zealand now,
260 plays 240.
All
you know those.
So how do dropping pitches?
We don't like those.
Absolutely, we don't like them. No.
I think drop-in wickets and the new drainage has changed a lot of wickets around the world, hasn't it? And not all drop-in wickets are bad. You guys would have played on the MCG pitch. It was not a drop-in pitch for years and was absolutely horrendous. They put a drop-in pitch there for a little while. It worked. Then it went horrible as well. Just to get back to Ben Stokes, though, what do we think the future is, Jeremy? He's slimmed himself down. He's a different athlete than before. We're calling this the Coney model. You know, he clearly is trying to take pressure off his knees so he can bowl. I'm assuming he's had some sort of knee operation that is maybe he put synthetic cartilages in or something along those lines. So he wants to play for a lot longer. He's never been a great T20 player, and he's never shown as much interest in T20 as some other players have.
No, he's decided to give ODIs away, then he came back, didn't he, and reversed the resignation. But T20, he's had the sort of the Brathwaite kind of circumstance. He's had ups and downs, hasn't he? Which is what you were talking about as well, I think, Bumble, a moment ago. But look, future, I see him more as I think he's a great bowler. I really think he always looks dangerous. He always has the knack. He's one of those chaps who takes a wicket when your team needs one. He's infectious, I find, and I would find him fun to play around, I think.
Well, I know him pretty well, and he's great fun. He's a great lad. He's a smashing lad. Do anything for you. Very generous. And so, what's the future for him? I think he has committed to Test match cricket, which is admirable. It's lovely. But again, to commit to Test match cricket, and I keep hearing and reading that Test cricket's in crisis. In the UK, the grounds are full. Everywhere you go, 25,000, 20,000 for 4 days. If we get the weather, we get good Test match cricket. What I'd like to see is a more interesting pitch.
Yeah, no, the pitches have not been. Which is one of the things, to be fair to Bazball, is it's made the cricket interesting anyway. Like when you're watching India go 600 in front, there's an element of they're doing this because they're petrified that England's going to do something remarkable. So there is an element of that. How many more years can he continue to play the way he is, though, Bumble? And if he's going to average, let's say his batting drops off, which is very possible as you get older, sometimes your batting drops off, and he ends up averaging around what Beefy is, does he have to up his bowling load then to be more useful to England, or does it not matter because of the captaincy?
Well, his bowling has definitely helped England from what we've seen in this series because he's fit.
I'd say he's been their best bowler in this series.
He has been the best bowler, so his component of batting needs to improve, and I'm sure that he'll be working on that. How old is he? 35? 34?
That sounds good.
Around about 34, 35, so, you know, he's obviously ambitious to play more Test match cricket. We could talk about Jimmy Anderson, who I see quite often. An absolute freak.
How does he bowl these days?
He's bowling absolutely brilliantly. No difference at all. Started playing T20 cricket and getting wickets in that. And we interviewed him. I was involved in interviewing him, and he got really uppity. the other day on interview for some nice people, some generous people, and he said, will you stop mentioning my age? I am not interested in how old I am. My body's absolutely fine. I love playing cricket. I'll let you know, he said, when I don't enjoy it, because that's when I'm stopping. When I don't enjoy it, he said, I love playing cricket.
Did you have a period as a batter when you got older where things didn't move as quickly, or like did you notice that you got old and you couldn't do things when you were younger? You were talking about using your feet before. You slow down. We quite often with great batters, you can actually see that they decline against spin before they decline against pace. Because against pace you're just reacting, whereas against spin you need to move into position quicker. Did you notice that?
Don't forget, I was quite a modest player. I knew when I was done. I knew when I was done, and I sort of survived for a couple of years knowing that I was done. An injury didn't help, neck injury, which I've still got. But I knew in my heart and my mind, and I started getting a bit crotchety as well, which was not my style. I was quite happy when I played cricket, I thought. And I woke up one morning and I just went straight to the chairman. I said, I finished. I don't play anymore.
Middle of the season?
Middle of the season, and by jingo, they played me for the last part of the season, and I've never played better. I played wonderfully well. I thought, have I done the right? Yes, I have. I wanted to do other things. I wanted to get away and do all sorts of other things. Because my eyes had gone, I had to wear glasses, so I took up umpiring. I thought that's the way to go.
So your eyes had gone, and you decided to make decisions for professional cricketers.
Yes.
Yeah, but he had very powerful glasses, didn't you, Bumble?
Very focals.
Yeah. No, I just think that age thing is a very personal. It happens differently.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about the deterioration of perhaps some of the things that you were able to do 2 years ago, but you can't do them now.
What did you notice towards the end? What were the sort of things that you realised that, I used to get inside the line to these short balls?
Reaction.
It was reaction, was
Reactions, yeah. And I tried then to play a lot of squash and games that demanded, quick reactions to try and keep that for as long as I could. But no, it wasn't. And some players do it slowly, don't they? It doesn't appear quite so fast for them that they're losing the things that they couldn't do. But some of them, it happens just like that, and suddenly 3 weeks away, you can't do it.
Tell me, you're Australian, tell me about, on an age thing, Khawaja.
Yeah, well, what's he, late 30s now, isn't he?
38.
38.
Yeah. And he's had a weird career because he goes through periods where he makes lots of runs, and then he goes through periods where he makes no runs, and that's always been his pattern. But he's not, to me, watching him in the West Indies, it doesn't look like he's picking the ball up anymore.
So let's talk about Ricky Ponting, one of the all-time greats. You talked to Ricky, he knew when it was time. And going back to Jeremy, reaction. You know what you're supposed to be doing, and you're a split second late.
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting.
Well, Ricky Ponting in his book admits that he probably played on 2 or 3 years too long as well, didn't he? And so there's something really interesting that Kumar Sangakkara's father talks about, which is he wanted Kumar to be someone who could make runs over the age of 35, because he saw players who could make runs over the age of 35 as the great technicians. You look at, maybe Hussey and Gooch and Misbah and these sorts of players, and he wanted Kumar to be that kind of player, and he did go on to be that. If you look at someone like Ben Stokes, everything we've said about his batting, no one's ever said he's a great technician. So if the athleticism goes or the eye goes or anything like that, we should see it quicker with someone who has a bat pass that doesn't always come down straight and not a perfect technique. Is that fair?
Well, maybe. Look, I don't think you can't be definitive about any of these things.
You can, Jeremy, be definitive for social. This is what social media does.
I'm not interested in that. You know that. I don't do those things. So, look, I think as far as Stokes is concerned, what's going to go first then? Do you think his bowling will keep him there longer?
Yeah.
Or do you think his batting should?
I think he's decided he wants to bowl more. I think if his batting does dip down, he can bowl more overs to make that up. He could still bat at 6 or 7. He's not a bad number 7.
And you bring in a keeper who can bat to
could bat at 6.
compensate in a way.
Oh. We
anyway,
just demoted him.
Look, let's just leave that part alone. But I mean, you had something to say then, Bumble, about that.
No, his desire would be there. His desire, if I had to give any advice, which I'm not great at that, I'd just say to somebody like Ben Stokes, bat, play cricket, get into it, play for Durham when you've got a bit of time off. You're as a batter. You don't have to bowl, play as a batter. You get into the rhythm of batting. You get one chance, one mistake. We should sit Zach Crawley. He's good at mistakes. Zach Crawley. You get one chance. Get out there in the middle and bat, and it gives you rhythm and stamina and concentration as to what you should be doing. You get into, Graham Thorpe used to say, you get into a bubble when you're batting and nobody else gets in it.
Yeah, it could just be that Ben Stokes is not in his bubble, Jeremy.
The bubble may not be there, that's right.
Bubbleless. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can go get your lunch now. This is talkSPORT Cricket. We'll be back very soon. The players are just warming up on the field. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes with a live action from Lords.
Welcome back to Lord's. Lunchtime has been an absolute pleasure, as it always is at the home of cricket. Catering is astonishing. Chicken and roast potatoes and all manner of delights and the usual. Anyway, enough of that. The cricket too has been delightful, and interestingly, it's been the slowest scoring rate in the first session of a Test match in which England have played under the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era, and yet it's been completely compelling. 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls from swing bowler Nitish Reddy, set England back, and they've had to fight. The openers struggled against Jasprit Bumrah and Akashdeep, and then both were dismissed by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and now it's a turn of Ollie Pope and Joe Root to fight it out. 25 overs gone, 83 for 2. I just said it's the slowest scoring rate, and yet it's still going along very nicely at just over 3.5, around 3.5 and over. Bumble?
25 overs in a session. 25 overs.
Hey, it's the first over. It's the first session of a Test match, and so we should maybe let them off. But they do that every session. Here is Jasprit Bumrah beginning a new over from the nursery end, and it's right up in the block hole and pushed away up towards the mid-on. No run.
So start again for these 2 batters at the crease, Joe Root and Ollie Pope. After the drinks break in that first session, England went bang bang and lost 2 immediately. And so you start your innings again and you see what's coming at you, and it's Jasprit Bumrah from the nursery end. So it looks like he's now saying, this is my end. Started at the other end.
It is Bumrah running away from us, or walking and then stuttering into his run up, and there's a half an appeal as Ollie Pope tries to work it through the leg side. No run, no appeal, 83 for 2.
Watching the replay, watch him fall away. Ollie Pope falls away to the offside and then sort of tries to dance his way back into the crease. He's rattled on the pads, the ball drifts into the leg side. Extraordinary how he falls across. Oh, his head's way outside off stump, and the ball's on leg stump.
He's completely unbalanced, isn't he? Here is Bumrah once again, and this time also heading down the leg side, but flicked away very sweetly off his pads by Ollie Pope. I guess he'll say, doesn't matter what it looks like, if I can still flick it through the onside and my head's not in the classical position and I don't appear to be on balance, then so what? I've still got 4.
Well, great word, balance, and that's what he'll be striving for. And this is quite an easy shot that he plays. It's a full-length ball from Jasprit Bumrah. It's down the leg side and he gets full bat on it up the hill for 4.
It was a remarkable statistic that I think John persuaded Gary Morgan to research, and that was Ollie Pope's average in innings in which he faced more than 20 balls, and it was just short of 50. Here is Bumrah once again. Forward comes Ollie Pope, pushing that one out on the offside. Considering his overall average is below 40, just below 40, it does rather suggest just what an indifferent starter he is, or poor starter.
First 20 deliveries, he's really vulnerable. I mean, just that technical thing. I don't like going into sort of technical detail about international batters, but his head falls across to the offside.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again, up to the crease now, bowls, and Pope back and across, defends. This time he is a little more open. 87 for 2, Root 24, Pope 16. England winning the toss, choosing to bat first on a gloriously hot summer's day.
That last shot, and it's just a defensive back foot shot that he's stood quite tall, so his head doesn't fall across. Once he stands up tall, he's absolutely in line with the ball.
Still 3 slips in for India, and I think that's exactly the right thing. 3 slips and maybe a 5th slip, shallow gully. Here is Bumrah again, just outside the off stump, and it's left alone, and Bumrah cries out in anxiety that that ball has just missed the off stump, or maybe possibly even bounced over the corner of the off stump. So, as every batsman will tell you, there's only two types of leave, good ones and bad ones, and that one missed the stumps, although it was either very good judgment or maybe slightly shady judgment from Ollie Pope.
Well, he's trusted the bounce, and both wickets have fallen from bowling at the nursery end, and that's probably why Bumrah has opted for this. He started at the pavilion end, where it seems to be the bounce of the ball through to the keeper, it seems to be a little bit lower than bowling from the nursery end. Running repairs to the wicket keeping gloves. There's a pair of scissors out there, there's a bit of tape. Rishabh Pant.
You would have thought that the BCCI's player budget would have maybe stretched to a new pair.
Oh God! Oh, I'm just thinking of Jack Russell. I think he only had one pair, Jack.
He certainly had one hat for
one
his career.
hat, tape, and stitching and plasters. And
is there a feel, do you think, wicket keepers get with a certain pair of gloves? And
I'm sure. I'm absolutely certain. Yeah. Orange gloves he's got. Rishabh Pant.
And he's just had what looked like the pinky finger on the left hand taped up. Mohammad Siraj begins a new over from the pavilion end, and it's guided away out in the offside by Joe Root, and there's no run. Root's 24 from 34. Pope has faced 40 balls for his 16 runs. The seats away to our left and the mound stand particularly are I wouldn't say largely empty, but probably 50% empty, as everyone's gone off to the nursery end to get their lunch, and certainly the main grandstand. I mean, it's a sellout, but there are literally 7,000 or 8,000 people on the nursery ground having lunch and lunchtime drinks, more importantly. Pushed away by Root as Siraj is in once again, and the Compton and Edrich stands. We're in the media centre between the two of them at the nursery end. Also, I think there must be 10,000 people not in their seats currently. It's a very, very warm day. People have got a thirst on.
Yeah, and the nursery ground at the back will be full. People having picnics. All the food outlets are behind our media centre. It's a great scene out there. And a lot of people will come along and they won't watch the cricket.
Here is Mohammad Siraj, and that's flicked away out towards mid-wicket. The last time we were here was 6 weeks ago for the final of the World Test Championship, and that was a very social event. There were a lot of people who had come to Lord's for the first time, actually, Australian and South Africans, and so they were just completely bewitched by the whole place, and so there were a lot of them on the enjoying the social side of that occasion. It was interesting to me that for the first session of this Test match, there were very few people on the nursery ground for the first session. Really, the cricket was that compelling. Down the leg side now from Siraj, glance from Joe Root, fumbled by Pant, and I think that often when the keeper does fumble it like that, it takes it on the end of a finger and it can be quite sore, and he's got his left glove off now. But interestingly, as for all its history and tradition, the pavilion is the only really old building built in 1897, terracotta brick, and that remains, but subsequently all of the stands have been rebuilt and modernized. Here is Siraj again, pushed away defensively out on the offside. There's the Warner stand to the right of the pavilion as we look, then the main grandstand, the Compton and Edrich stands, the mound stand with its famous roof. The only one that needs rebuilding now, Bumble, is the tavern stand, which was built in the mid-1960s and looks like it.
I remember that being built. I remember that. Yeah.
Well, it's time to knock it down and put something else there. How about a little boutique hotel?
I wonder if that's, a hotel on this ground. Plenty of grounds do it now.
Gosh, I think there's 7 or 8, aren't there, around the country now. Here is Siraj again, and forward comes Ollie Pope playing defensively. So, Do you not think that the tavern stand looks a bit sort of 1960s functionalism? Where it looks a bit dated, doesn't it?
Well, Art Deco, when was that? That was a little bit before. That's Napier. If you go to Napier in New Zealand, that's all Art Deco. It's fabulous. And that's where I'm going to live. I'm going to live in Napier. That'll do.
Fantastic antique shops, aren't they? With little,
Oh, great. And the cars as well. They're antique cars, all classics.
That's a great spot there. They don't play many games, but it's only every other year that they have a one-day international there.
Fabulous place.
It is brilliant. So is this place. England at 88 for 2. Last time Joe Root played India on this ground, he made an unbeaten 180 and England lost. That was 4 years ago. Now then, it's Jasprit Bumrah, all eyes, grabs the attention. Eyes on him, and Joe Root pushes it away, square of the wicket on the offside for a single.
When the Warner stand was developed a long time ago, I've got one of the benches that they got rid of. And a pal of mine, a farmer friend from up North Yorkshire, he was bringing cattle to Smithfield Market. So he dropped his cattle off and then called in here in the wagon and picked 8 benches up. He brought 8 benches back and it's all been painted up white. I've got a nice little inscription on it as well. And it's in the garden from the Warner stand.
That is fantastic. Here's Jasprit Bumrah again, bowls full and straight and blocked. You've just given away your age by saying you remember the tavern stand being built. Can I remind you that the press box used to be in the Warner stand. It's now been turned into I think a hospitality area, but that's where the press box used to be. And when I first went in there, most of the journalists were smoking.
Yes.
And would take their dogs.
Yes.
You could bring your dog.
Yes.
I find that hard to believe. It's like somebody else's life. Here is Bumrah once again, full and wide, just wide enough to leave, not very wide.
On our colleagues' Test Match Special, I think it must have been Brian Johnson, and his summariser. No, it wasn't Brian Johnson. It was Mike Carey from Derbyshire, Mike Carey, and he had his dog with him, a Labrador at TMS, and the Labrador's under the bench. His summariser is Mushtaq Ahmed, and he asked Mushtaq about a particular player. What do you think of this player? To which Mushtaq said, "He is licking my leg."
What did Mushy have on his leg? Here's Bumrah again. Oh, that's gone a bit wild. That's a long way down the leg side. Bumrah apologises to Pant, who has to dive high to his left to take that one and prevent 4 byes or wides. 89 for 2.
Mike Carey used to write in the paper, one of the broadsheets, under the pseudonym of Henry Bevington.
Why?
Well, a bevy in England, everybody's having a bevy.
But why,
that's a drink.
I know, but why?
He's having a Bevington, and he got a bit thirsty, did Mike Carey? He used to get quite thirsty.
Was it illicit freelancing that he needed a nom de plume? Here is Bumrah again, outside the off stump. I have been in that situation once or twice myself when I've been writing for somebody else, and another newspaper has wanted a story because there was a story breaking.
Different name.
Yeah, you use a different name. Yeah, and you have to write something rather different as well. It's more difficult skill on the radio. It's very difficult to double dip, pretend you're someone else commentating. 3 slips in a gully still for India. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Pushed defensively now by Ollie Pope again, straight up towards the bowler, and Bumrah fields, and there's no run. It's 89 for 2.
So far so good then after the break, very watchful, just a few runs added. On our big screen, it's wonderful to see Sachin Tendulkar, who rang the bell this morning.
Having been at the unveiling of his portrait.
Oh, of course.
In the pavilion.
It's a brilliant likeness, isn't it?
It's a real life
Really
there are
good.
some abstract ones in there, and there are some that have been quite controversial, haven't there?
We're seeing the screen again, and my old mate Farouk Engineer is behind him. There he is, Farouk.
He's absolutely tremendous. He played in India's first Test victory in England in 1971, and he's still going strong. He's just tremendous. I commentated with him in the late 1980s. That pushed away behind square on the offside. He's got to be 80 plus.
87, Farouk.
Well, he's still in terrific. I imagine he's in terrific spirits. I haven't seen him for a few years.
He's always in good spirits.
Or tasting them. But no, what a fabulous, fabulous character. Great man.
He's just had an article in one of the broadsheets here in the UK. It's an absolute hoot that Pele, the great Brazilian footballer, stayed with him. They had a game of golf, so he said, come and stay with me. And he slept in the back room.
Pushed away behind square on the offside. Siraj into Joe Root, fielded by Jadeja. Is it a true story?
I wouldn't have thought so.
I wouldn't have thought so either. Just checking.
In the same article, and I can tell it was out there in the broadsheets, he said he was playing out in Australia, and Sir Donald Bradman really liked the way that he played, and he invited him for dinner at his house that evening, which was a bit of a bore really, because he had a date with Miss Adelaide.
He's talking at the moment to Sachin Tendulkar. He's holding court as Siraj is in again, tucked away off his hip. Through square leg. Joe Root remains on 25. It's hard going, but not in the attritional sense of hard going for England's batsmen here. It's not like it's a bit low and slow and a bit of a grind. It's actually feels like the opposite to that.
This is good skill from both, from the bowlers and from the batters. From the batter's viewpoint, you've got to dig in. I just mentioned not many runs in this afternoon session, but no alarms.
Pushed away behind square on the offside, and Jadeja fields. Both teams agree that the sort of benchmark number of overs for the ball to significantly change condition has been 30. They reckon that it's, the life has gone pretty much out of the ball by over 30. That's when it starts to get soft, and that's when we've had the dispersion of the slips and extra cover, cat driving mid-ons and that kind of thing. So England will feel that perhaps things will get a bit easier now. We're in the 29th over. Forward comes Root again, playing defensively up towards mid-off.
There's a bit going on, out there, and it's Siraj who's conducting it. He's coming down the pitch on his follow-through, and he's having a word with Joe Root from time to time, and Root is turning his back on him. Root usually would stand his ground and just smile, which must irritate the bowler as well, but there's been a fair bit going on, and it's coming from Siraj.
The most impressive thing about that is that when he made his debut, he didn't know a word of English, and so he's obviously learnt and has become proficient at, well, it's some irritating language anyway, or that's the attempt. He now fields off his own bowling as Root pushes it back to him and fires the ball at the batsman's stumps, but doesn't hit them, and I don't think Root had left his crease anyway. To my mind, visually, and I don't know the content of what Mohammad Siraj says, but visually I've never found him to have crossed the line. He's in batsmen's faces, and he often follows through quite a long way, and he ends up quite close to the batsman, and you can see him talking, but it never looks unseemly to me.
Well, I just think back to the great West Indies quartet. They never said a word, not a word, and they were all, superb bowlers, but superb people as well. They were brilliant people and very fast.
Yeah, very skillful. Bumrah in once again, talking of fast and skillful, outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Pope. He's 16 off 47.
I tried to diffuse the situation as a spell from Joel Garner, who put me through the ringer, bouncers and Yorkers. I came down the pitch. I just said to him, "Do I owe you money? Can you leave me alone?"
Did you at least get a smile from him?
Yeah, I got a smile off him. Do I owe you money?
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't have said something, but I could see, you know, a sort of reluctant smile breaking the grimace on his face. He is a magnificent human being, a really wonderful, wonderful man. Curtly Ambrose, another who's very intimidating on the field, but is really a bit of a gentle giant off it, isn't he? Here's Bumrah again, short, pulled out towards mid-wicket, and that's fielded by Jaiswal. I once said to Curtly, do you know, I was so intimidated by you. I was scared. I had to interview once, and it was awful. I was terrified, and I managed to mutter a couple of questions, and you gave me short answers. And he said, "No, man, it was just I didn't have to talk for too long." He wasn't. He looked mean and scary and
lovely fella,
and it was just so that I wouldn't make the interview too long. He is lovely, isn't he? He's Bumrah in again, but that could pass the inside edge. I think he might have gone past the inside edge of Ollie Pope there. It's not the first time this innings. Maybe it's just an optical illusion, but oh no, it was the outside edge.
It's an absolute screamer, is this? He's got the right end. He got the right end eventually, which interestingly, you would expect that Archer and Carse would want the pavilion end, Walks and Stokes from the nursery end. This seems to be the end. The nursery end is the end to bowl.
Here is Bumrah. He's still got the full slip cordon intact. 3 and 1, 3 and slips in a backward point. No short leg. Bumrah in, hits the pad. It was maybe it just held its line, but it looked like it may just have darted back into Ollie Pope at the last minute.
Again, I mentioned it earlier that it's wrapped him on the pad. His head is way outside off stump, way outside.
He just doesn't look like he's balanced.
You're right, it's that word, balance again. He's looking, if he does it goes square. When actually, the line of the ball, you really want to be knocking it back to mid-on.
Here is Bumrah once again outside the off stump, and there's no run. It's one of the quirks of the human body is that its heaviest single part is balanced on top. That's your head. So, I mean, you know, as compared to arms or legs, or, you know, the head is the heaviest part of the body, and so therefore, if it's toppling over, then it pulls everything else with it.
Yeah, your feet go with it, or you'll fall down.
Yeah, that's right. So if his head's toppling over to the offside and he's trying to play it through the leg side, he is inherently losing balance. Short down the leg side, pull shot attempted from Pope, doesn't get anything on it. Richard Pant just checks by holding the ball up and asking the question, and Paul Rifle, the Australian umpire, says not out. It's a good take from Richard Pant, actually. Because of his brilliance with the bat, we often don't talk much about his competency as a keeper. England at 89 for 2. The pressure is really on. Siraj and Bumrah bowling well. Do they need to try and break the shackles, or just wait for it that to happen naturally?
There's that great saying, which is 2 words in cricket: dig in. It'll get easier. You stay in and keep this partnership going. It will become easier.
Ball's going to get softer. It is getting 30 overs now. This is it. Both teams have said that it's around 30 overs when the ball starts to go soft, and then, you know, the seam is softer. It's just less effective, and batting has become easier throughout the series. That one is driven now, with Siraj continuing, not timed by Joe Root. Has Joe looked all right in the first 2 tests? I mean, it's not really. I mean, made excellent unbeaten 50 at Headingley.
Yeah, quiet. Still time, plenty
Ominous.
of time. Yeah, ominous. Yeah. I'm just thinking about, you mentioned the stand that may be rebuilt. Can you remember, and I'm just looking down the ground, when there were no sight screens? There were none at this ground.
Yeah, I do. Short pull shot by Joe Root, just kept a bit low, I think. Hits him on the pad, bounces out into cordon, no run. More chat from Siraj. Oh, Joe Root's after him.
I don't think he's took him on at all, Joe Root. He hasn't looked at him. He's just gone down to do a little bit of gardening, which has then meant that Siraj is walking backwards and still talking. I don't think he's took him on at all.
No, but it looked like he was striding towards him, didn't it?
Yeah,
It
he's
looked
moving
like it.
towards him and he's doing a bit of gardening, not looking at him at all.
I think Joe Root's figured out that Siraj wants a bit of confrontation, doesn't he? He gets him going. Root's not giving it to him. Siraj is in again. Root pushes it away behind square on the offside. And we know that Siraj is like that. I mean, he is fiery and he likes to get into a...
I'd be shocking at that. No, but I can't remember ever. Played for 19, 20 years. I can never remember anybody saying anything. I know what I'd do. I'd be terrible. Have a chat with you after. Let's see what you've got. Just leave it at that. Have a chat with you after the game. Come and find me. Let's see what you've got.
Well, so it's not like I'll see you out the back then after play. Siraj in again. Root leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's what I'd be saying. That's it. Yeah, anything you've got to say, have a chat after. I'll be around. In 20 years, I can't remember ever.
But
Engage.
when a bowler, particularly a fast bowler, was getting all frothed up and frustrated by you, would you not have been tempted to encourage that a little bit? You
No,
know?
it just didn't happen. Just never went on. Never.
Well, I mean, if you played and missed it at a
No.
couple in an over,
No.
fast bowler was giving you something,
No.
you wouldn't. Okay, Siraj in again. Oh, look, Joe Root's trying to cut this. Bounce now. He's tried to pull one earlier in the over, which kept low, and he's tried to cut that one, which has bounced a little bit more, and he's missed both, and Siraj has now ended up probably 3 yards from him.
Less. He's in his face and he's talking all the time. And again, Joe Root's not taking him on. He's not looking at him. And of course, what Siraj wants him to do is to play him instead of the ball.
Yeah. Well, Siraj is just spoiling for a scuffle, verbal scuffle. It gets him going. He enjoys it, and it brings the best out of him with the ball. That's what he thinks anyway. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty from Siraj. Late swing past the outside edge into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. I have to say that if Lady Fortune has smiled on either side, it's probably the batting team so far in this game. There's been over 20 play and misses. England 89 for 2, haven't scored a run for a couple of overs.
No, he's played the line there. I think that's good from Joe Root. He's just played the line and hasn't followed the ball. And the swing is after the ball's past the stumps and gone through to the keeper. So there's a lot going on. Siraj is trying to pick a fight with Joe Root. Joe Root is not bothering.
Siraj is not giving up though.
Oh no, he's keeping going, and it's a good contest. You've got bowlers like that who get a bit agitated.
Jasprit Bumrah still wicketless today, but you get the feeling he won't be finish the day wicketless. That's just a feeling. In he comes again, full and straight, driven by Pope up to mid-off, straight to mid-off. He might well actually finish wicketless, but he'll be extremely unlucky. It's unlikely. Don't think you'd be tempted to bet on him finishing the day without a wicket. 89 for 2, no run for 3 overs actually. We're into the 32nd of the innings. Joe Root's 25, Ollie Pope has 16. The openers are the only 2 out, Zach Crawley for 18 and Ben Duckett for 23. Both in the same over, within the space of 3 balls of each other. Bumrah in, that's quick, it bounces and hits Pope on the thigh pad. Bounces out on the offside. Pope still looks like he's falling over to the offside. Every time he plays anything on the leg side, still looks like he's struggling a little bit for balance, but all credit to him. He's fighting on, he's battling on. He's faced 55 balls for his 16. Just to remind you, in case you missed those 2 wickets in the morning session, in the 14th over, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett both caught behind by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Nitish Reddy. Crawley, here's Bumrah in again, driven once more by Pope, but again picks out mid-off. and there's no run. Crawley and Duckett departing for 18 and 23. Steve Harmison's replaced David Bumble Lloyd. Harmy, you often talk about Ollie Pope and his skittish starts, his roller skate. Were you here earlier when Jon Norman was giving us thanks to Gary Morgan, that very interesting stat that Pope averages almost 50 in innings in which he's faced 20 or more balls? Just incredibly skittish starter, poor starter actually. Bumrah in again, big booming away swing, a big booming off drive from Ollie Pope, and a big booming miss.
Good afternoon, Manners. I'm pleased you carried on there, because what I was going to say was the ball before, which he's hit straight to extra cover, was from a great solid base. You know, he played the move, he went with his swing, he hit the middle of the bat, and it was a comfortable shot. If the fielder's in the right place, fair enough. All you can do is get in the right place, hit the ball, fielder can't stop it. And I was just about to say, that's the Ollie Pope we want to see, because there was less moving parts. And then you carried on, and he bowled a wide one, and he put his roller skates back on.
Oh, Ollie, stand a bit stiller at the crease. That time it's driven square of the wicket on the offside, behind square. Jadeja at backward point does the fielding. So this will be the fourth over without a run.
Yeah, but that shot there, that ball and that shot there, what I'd say with that is, you talk about England playing, and England are built for Australia. He plays that shot exactly like that in Australia, and he nicks that straight to slip. That one where he's playing away from his body and he just flicks it. That bounces 3 inches more in Australia on a good bouncy surface, and he's not fending that to backward point. That's going straight to slip because of, you know, laws of physics tells you the ball bounces a little bit more in Australia.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again. Looks for the Yorker and almost finds it. And it's not only defended, but actually somehow manipulated to mid-wicket, where it's fumbled by Jaiswal, and we've had our first run for 4 overs. Ollie Pope scrambles through for a single and moves on to 17. Joe Root 25. England 90 for 2. We were talking a lot. I'm going to have to leave you with this thought because Jon Norman's going to take over from me. But English pitches are not what they used to be. They're drier and slower, and all the Australians tell me that similar things happening there. There's less bounce in Australian pitches than there used to be. Here's John.
Less bounce, Manners, but still, you know, there's still more than what there is here, more than there is in England. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm just making an observation that when Ollie Pope plays away from his body and he flicks his wrists and flicks the ball at it and it goes behind square on the offside, if he does that in Australia, the ball's going to bounce. Now he'll say to me, I'm going to play it differently. I might play that off a more of a back foot shot, expecting the ball to bounce, and play with a horizontal bat and try and cut that, as opposed to off the front foot, letting it come, trying to play it late and flicking at it.
Good afternoon, Harmy. Ollie Pope is getting a real examination here. Is continuing with the first ball of this latest over, which is bowled by Mohammad Siraj from the pavilion end. And Pope again, he's reaching for the ball. He was reaching for the ball in that last over, a delivery that was so wide and swinging away from the right-hander. And he went at the ball and continued going for it and beat the outside edge. On this occasion, he's coming forward and again trying to push the ball through the covers, and it's a thick outside edge which is fielded well to the right by backward point. This is touch short on the body, and Pope helps it around the corner for a single. He moves to 18. Again, not looking comfortable out there, is he, at the start of this session?
No, he's not.
Ball is doing a bit, though.
But he's surviving, John, and that's the thing. The good thing about Ollie Pope, he plays each ball on its merits, sort of thing. He doesn't dwell on playing and missing. And, you know, that's the beauty about the Crawley and Pope, the way they play. They see the ball that's coming next and not what potentially they've made the mistake on the one before. So at the moment, he's surviving. We know when he gets into a run and a rut, you know, gets in a rut, he struggles. Gets on a run, he scores big.
This time it's Joe Root who gets behind the line of the ball and plays back to Mohammad Siraj. Root's 25, Ollie Pope 18, England 91 for 2. 32 overs in. Jarrod's back. How you doing, Jarrod? You well?
Yes, very good. He's very good at bowling, Jasprit Bumrah, isn't he?
He's not bad. He's not bad.
It looks like video game bowling.
Yeah.
You know, when you work out how to swing the ball in the video game, and it's like it just goes violently.
I don't think he's been backed up though. I don't think he's been backed up if India were going to be hypercritical.
Root driving on the up, but no timing. There's been a lot of plays and misses. There's been a lot of balls that have been in the batter. There's been a few balls that have been left alone, and also both Pope and Root have found more. Pope actually, they found the fielders a lot. What was the? I saw a stat coming through from Gary Morgan. 26 play and misses.
And I think the
So
average.
one and over basically.
I think the average play and miss has been 2.4 inches. They've not been close play and misses. There haven't been many.
That's a decent play and miss, isn't it?
Yeah.
In regards of the width of the bat and
Yeah, they're really. It's moving so far, isn't it?
That was the first run in 29 deliveries. That doesn't happen often in the Bazball era. As Root again, watchfully defending in and around off stump as Siraj, who did you feel he should have been bowling from this end, the media centre end?
I still think he would bowl nicely from the media centre end. He's a swing bowler who comes a little bit over the top. Not a lot of swing bowlers are a little bit round arm, a little bit, the arm is not close to the perpendicular. And I thought, coming from this end, like Nitish Reddy, he would just push it up the hill, and his natural shape would take it away from off stump.
Here is Root, waiting with his back to us. Tries to come forward, opens the face of the bat a touch, playing defensively and guiding the ball down to backward point. No run. Really interesting chat, Jarrod. I was dipping in and out whilst eating my food. Yourself on Bumble, and also Jeremy Coney talking about Ben Stokes. There has been quite. This is the way cricket goes, isn't it? The attention was on Zach Crawley for a long time. I'm not suggesting it isn't still.
I was about to say, do you think that's wavered?
Ollie Pope for a while.
Also, still.
Shoaib Bashir.
Shoaib Bashir. But Ben Stokes, of course, has not scored a lot of runs in the last couple of years. Hasn't been able to bowl a great deal. England's record under him over the last couple of years has been, I suppose he's won the series that you'd expect, and he's lost the series that you'd expect.
Yeah, I think that's probably fairly accurate, isn't it? It's interesting, one of the things we were talking about towards the end, interested to see what you think about this, Harmy, but batters that don't have traditional techniques as they get older, sometimes they just age out a little bit quicker because he's using his athleticism and his reflexes a little bit more than, say, someone like Kumar Sangakkara, who's a pure technician. 3
slips and a gully in place. This is well fielded by Punt. It's going to probably restrict this to a couple of leg byes, with Bumrah erring in line, and this is going down the leg side. 93 for 2 leg byes. You always said about Steve Smith, didn't you, Jarrod? You said when his eyes start to go, boy oh boy, is the drop off going to be marked.
But the thing with Stokes is, I don't think Stokes he's not got a bad technique. I think it's defence. He's quite solid. Yeah, he comes around the houses with the.
That's what I worry about. It's around the houses, and also against spin. I don't think he has a good technique.
But in the modern game, the majority of the players around the world now come around the houses. Yeah. 3/4 of the England cricket team, actually, more than 3/4 of the England cricket team, come around the houses when it comes to that. We've got a bit of a breaking play. Rishabh Pant took a blow on the hand. He's dived for one, I think, when the ball was getting thrown back into him, and I think he just cropped the ball and the hand at the same time. So what was that? It's his left hand. It looks like his left index finger.
I think he already had his gloves taped together, which I'm not sure is legal, by the way, for his finger. So I think he might have had a finger injury before this that I noticed in the last test as well. Right on the end.
Right on the end of it. Fingers 1 and 2.
Was that a drop? I'm just seeing a replay of that. It looked like it came off the bat.
I'm not sure it did. Every one of his balls is moving so sideways at the moment in the air. It's hard to tell, isn't it? But
it saucered though, didn't it? The ball, the seam was sort of not straight up and down. It was canted a little bit, and then all of a sudden it got underneath and just kept going up the hill. It was a very, very painful blow for Rishabh Pant. But to come to your point, I think Stokes' technique is okay. I think he's
against
fine.
pace.
Against pace, yes.
What about against spin?
Against spin, he should. For me, against spin, he should be more aggressive. That's his nature, and I think he should be a little bit more aggressive. I think I think sometimes Ben gets caught between a rock and a hard place, whether to defend or whether to hit.
Do you know what? I always find watching Stokes, it's either one or the other.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's always
it's a tempo
he
thing.
walks out there and you think, oh, it's defensive Stokes, and then it will be whatever, and then now it's attack.
He's
It's
not like a normal
that in
batter.
between.
He doesn't have the ability to go gear up and gear down. He basically he almost just changes
Or he
what
does,
car
but
he's
it's
in.
like, it's like 0 to 100. There's nothing in between.
I'm in a Beetle and now I'm in a Lamborghini.
But if
Exactly,
you think of the big innings that Ben's played over the course of the last sort of 4 or 5 years, when he's been in the middle in high pressurised situation, a lot of it has been first or sixth.
Yeah, exactly.
You think in 2019 in the World Cup final, he had to go from first to sixth. The World Cup, the T20 World Cup, when in the MCG on that poor pitch, it was, and then he had a couple of boundaries at the back end of that. Batting at Cape Town. Can you remember Cape Town when he batted at Cape Town in that note or
this is quite a long time ago. A lot of these innings. There was an innings last year which I found very interesting. You remember when Zach Crawley got injured? And Stokes had to come out and open.
On the batting. You nearly broke the record for fastest 50.
He did, yeah. And you're not facing much spin then, are you?
No, you're not.
Yeah, I just think that I don't think the bat path is a problem for him against pace bowling at the moment. It might be in the future, but I don't think it is at the moment. But I think against spin, he gets stuck in the crease. He stopped playing the slog sweep almost entirely, right? He's never been a great user of his feet against spin. He's probably been better using them against pace bowling. He plays a reverse sweep all the time. He's not a particularly good player of the reverse sweep, and he's stuck. He just looked so stuck in that last innings. And, I went back and I looked at a bunch of footage of him, and it's been this way for a couple of years now. This isn't a new thing. And quite often with batters, we actually see the decline. It sounds weird, but the decline comes against spin before it comes against pace sometimes. And it looks like to me that he's never a great player of spin either, but it just looks like to me he's so stuck and he doesn't have options other than I'll try the reverse again. And it's a risky shot even if you're good at it.
And it comes with, for me, it should come with batting and the tempo and the amount of balls you face. I think in the last 12 months, possibly more, 18 months, Ben's had to work so hard getting his body ready for bowling. Possibly he's neglected his batting. What's in this series? Because remember, he walks off the field at Hamilton in 2024. At the end of 2024, he faced 12 balls at Trent Bridge, and he faced 50 balls twice at Headingley. He faced 73 balls in the second innings. That's all he's batted this year.
190 professional deliveries is what I have.
That's all he's batted. All he's batted this year. So but what I'll say to that's not in defence. That's his fault.
Yeah.
He chose not to play in that Lions game. He chose not to play for Durham in any of the Durham games.
Why would a batter choose not to play? I mean, if it's that not obvious, but obvious. If a batter obviously needs more game time, why would someone decide not to play without casting aspersions? What would be the?
Some of it had to be to get his body ready for bowling.
He's getting ready for bowling. Yeah.
That for me, this from the outside. Harmy obviously knows.
I think you're right, by the way.
I just think
that is what it is.
I think he went off and he decided to get his body right with bowling, and he just didn't think about it. And now he's not staying out there long enough to make the runs. It might be one knock here, right, where he comes back in, but he's not hitting the crease with any sort of fluency against pace or spin at the moment.
But he's just faced 73 balls in second innings at Edgbaston, so you hope that more time in the middle is going to help him. And I think the thing for me with his batting and his tempo of batting, when I look at how he goes about his job, I think he needs repetition. I think he needs repetition with his bowling. I think he needs repetition with his batting. And I also think the more in a good space Ben Stokes is in a team environment, the better he is. And I just wonder, because he was looking at his body in such a way where I need to be ready from an all-rounder's point of view. I can't put my all-rounder position in jeopardy by possibly fielding for 120 overs, playing for Durham and doing me hamstring. Putting too much strain on it.
We have had a gap in play. We're just about to get back underway, and it's Bumble bowling to Ollie Pope, who again is reaching forward a touch, but looking in control of this push through square cover for a single. 50-run partnership is up between Joe Root and Ollie Pope, and England are 94 for 2. You're listening to us live from Lords, third test match of 5, which we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and myself, Jon Norman, Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison alongside me. It's great to have the the stream back on video as well as audio. England winning the toss, deciding to bat, and it's been a touch of old school cricket about the run rate today, that's for sure. As Bumrah continues, and Root this time pushes the ball to point and comes through for a single. We're just talking about Ben Stokes, and the need to just get some overs in, essentially, or face some overs rather.
Both. He needed to bowl overs and he needed to face overs, and that was always going to be the challenge. Like, he made a joke about Jofra Archer's body. You can't just come. Skill set's not a problem. You can't just bowl 4 overs and then go off. Ben Stokes couldn't just play for Durham as a batter and say, right, 12th man, you do my fielding for me, and I'll just go out and bat in 4 championship matches.
Bumrah continuing, and he's up with 3 slips and a gully in place, no backward point, and Ollie Pope just tries to guide this through gully and 3rd slip, but it's fielded on the bounce. Talking about the best end for Mohammad Siraj to bowl, he has played at Lords in a test match before. He's taken 6 wickets from the pavilion end at 15s, and from the nursery ground end 2 wickets at 28.5. This doesn't seem like a normal first day pitch at Lords, though.
No, it doesn't. And it's not so much the pitch. I don't think the pitch is the issue here. I think it's swinging. It's shaping and it's swinging. The ball is moving naturally.
The conditions.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the pitch, but it's still swinging. The ball's 33 overs old. Oof, that's actually a full toss on the pads from Bumrah, and Pope didn't seem to pick it up at first. He just jabs it. Actually, it's not on the pads. It's about 4th stump, but Pope didn't seem to see it, and comes forward and just kind of pushes this to mid-wicket. It was a scoring shot there. But yeah, to have swing, 34 overs in, and there have been a lot of plays and misses. England have been quite fortunate at times not to have lost more wickets. All of this after getting off to a decent start. But final ball of the over, Bumrah yet to pick up a wicket, and again he draws Pope forward, who pushes this up to mid-off. No run.
It's fairly lush though, isn't it, John, Jarrod? The grass is, it's a picture in it. It's a picture postcard picture of Lords sitting here in the in the press area to the left of the press box, looking out that great old building. It is a beautiful picture of lush green grass.
Except for that cork that the stewards just picked up off it.
There's quite a few of them. I was down there at lunchtime. There's quite a few corks, so they're enjoying themselves, especially the members down in the posh bit. But that would tell you, from a lush point of view, the ball's holding its shine. The ball, the atmosphere, it's warm, it's lovely, it's red hot down there. It's swinging because it's holding its shine. Its ability to stay smooth and not get too roughed up and to get too soft. And that's why we're seeing such lavish movement sideways for 34 overs, and it doesn't look as though it's slowing down anytime soon.
Ollie Pope hasn't scored a lot of runs.
Jarrell's keeping wicket. Rishabh Pant's just gone off.
There was a lengthy hold up after Rishabh Pant. Basically he fielded to the left, and it looks like the ball has hit him on the top of his fingers, and he's actually gone off after a good 10 minutes or so break. This is left alone by Joe Root, who's 26. So Jarrell, good spot there, Harmy.
That means that if he continues to stay off, he has to bat at 7, doesn't it?
No, it's an impact injury.
Oh, it was impact,
so
you're right,
impact.
yeah.
So because he's got an impact and he's on the field.
It's an impact injury if it's an original injury. If you come into the match with an injury.
But how do you prove that?
So if I was the umpires, I'd be looking at if he had those were the fingers that were taped up.
Taped up, yeah.
That would be my only question. But you're right. No, he probably will come in normally.
I would imagine.
He might not be able to bat normally, though, of course, as well.
What is normal for Richard?
Well, we saw a bad break, didn't we? Steve Smith here at the World Test Championship final, as Joe Root would take a single off the pads. It's gone straight to square leg, and it's almost as though the batters haven't seen him there. Jaiswal it is who's collected the ball, and he's had a run-out opportunity here. We'll have to see it again, but I think Ollie Pope might have been short if that had hit on the flush.
I think he's struggling. Yeah, I think he's struggling. I think he is. What confidence would that give Jaiswal in the field? He's been banished to. I think he is gone. I think he is. I think he's gone. Just going to see it again. It's a great field.
The only reason he would have got in is because Jaiswal didn't pick it up and then fell to his knees. If Jaiswal had just stood up properly and picked that up, he would have been out by meters if it had hit the stumps.
I think he's out anyway. I think, as Pope it is, just pushes this to cover. I think Ollie Pope's actually given up.
I think he's ball watching. I really do think he's ball watching. I think he's thinking he's getting in comfortably.
Root calls it, takes about 4 steps and then goes, "Oh, I'm not sure about this." And I think that slowed Pope down. We haven't seen the angle of Pope, but I think Pope went, "Oh, is he going to turn back?" And in the end, he maybe wasn't going as fast as he should have. It was an interesting dive too.
Well, he jarred his hand into the ground.
It's not so much a dive as a fall, isn't it? It's like a 4-year-old.
Here is Pope defending against Mohamed Siraj, continuing from the pavilion end. I think
I didn't see that. Did Pope slow down, or was he?
I thought he slowed down a little bit. Yeah,
he did. He definitely slowed down and then went again.
It was a bad call from Root because he's hit the ball to the right hand of the fielder there. Jaiswal throws right-handed, but is left-handed.
Pope would have seen it though.
Oh no, Pope should have said no.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but it's still. It's funny. There was that Virat Kohli one in the Australian-India series. Everyone's blaming Virat Kohli for the run-out, and I was like, yeah, but the original call was from Jaiswal, and it was a terrible call. He hit it straight to the right hand of Cummins, and he took off. You're right. Virat should have said no, but Jaiswal should never have said yes.
96 for 2 then. Oh, there's cramp for room. Ollie Pope, I'm not sure what shot that was, to be honest. Is that an attempted cover drive and then he realises it's no? It's like a front foot wristed cut.
Stop talking. We've got an expert in people.
Expert.
Tell us about that tail ender.
Yeah, a tail ender. Right. I think that what he's looking to do here is he's looking to try and hit it on the offside, and then it's come down the hill, and then at the last minute he's trying to hit it on the leg side. Because you look at the face of his bat, his face of his bat ends up looking, going through square leg. And it's missed off stump by about,
I think
3
he comes
stumps.
forward to leave, then cover drive, then cut. This is a better shot. Couldn't be much worse. It's going to bring 2 through cover point. I mean, it's quite clear where India are bowling to Ollie Pope. But, yeah, that was a strange shot from Pope. Very strange, and he was fortunate again. Beating past the inside edge in the end.
Yeah, it's a sort of shot that where you want to hit the ball hard, and then the ball isn't exactly where you want it to be, and so your hands kind of try and make up for it. And he's lucky he didn't just drag it back onto his stumps.
But because your front foot doesn't go towards the ball, it makes it even worse, and you're out of control by your hands, and your bat just wafts. Again, he's surviving. Look, it's correct. We got to keep him surviving. That's the beauty about what Ollie does really, really well. He survives because some of the positions he gets into. I mean, a good tail ender wouldn't get into them positions.
And Matthew Hoggard and Jason Gillespie looking down with disgust at some of his technique. Nitesh Reddy's coming on, John.
Yes, Nitesh Reddy replacing Jasprit Bumrah still to pick up a wicket. Nitesh Reddy, who got swing in and away and into the right-hander earlier today, and this first delivery is just played back by Joe Root. Joe Root's had a few starts, hasn't he, in this series?
Yeah, he has. He's got 28, 53, 22 and 6 so far in this series, so he's got going, especially at Headingley. First innings at Edgbaston. Got beauty, didn't he?
As Reddy is in again, and Root driving but with no timing. India at times have bowled to England on pitches which have, the ball has gone a bit softer, there hasn't been this amount of swing, and there's been times when you thought, I'm not exactly sure how you're trying to get rid of the batters here, or certainly have had no control at one end, sometimes two. But it's not been like that today. It's every run.
Just seeing Rishabh Pant go up the stairs, he's comparing his 2 fingers to each other from 2 different hands. They look like 2 fingers from 2 different people.
That doesn't bode well, does it?
It could do. I mean, he's a wicketkeeper. Sometimes they always look like that.
2 slips in the gully in place for Root. Drops this to point, but sends Ollie Pope back.
Looked like he was looking at the tip to me, and maybe one of the tips was pointing in the other direction.
Yeah, we had that situation involving Steve Smith, who put down a chance Temba Bavuma earlier in his innings. He was very close, very close. He was wearing a helmet at second slip, was it, or first? Second?
First slip.
First slip?
We think that he might have, the actual broken finger might be the ball onto the finger onto the helmet.
That's right, I remember you saying, actually, onto the grill, almost getting wedged between the two. That was a nasty break, and immediately he looked in trouble as this is clipped through mid-wicket, And there's a chase on. But won't reach the boundary again. The outfield as well, guys. I mean, the outfield at Headingley was super fast. Edgbaston was pretty fast as well, but this, as you say, is quite lush.
Yeah, lush and slow. You know, this has probably been the slowest of the three. It's keeping the ball swinging. 100 comes up for England. 214 balls, that 100. But yeah, I think that's why we're still seeing a lot of swing and lavish movement. Nearly 36 overs in, where this time last week and the week before, I mean, we were nearly onto our second ball change. I think that's just telling you how lush this outfield is. That's a beautiful shot from Joe Root. Just waited on it. Half volley on leg stump. Yes, one of the greatest players of all time. But when you haven't been in the flow of scoring runs, sometimes that can, get you into trouble.
Here is it ready again. Fraction of width afforded to Ollie Pope, who's allowed to cut or frees himself up to cut. But again, it's no time. He's going at a strike rate of 30. Is Ollie Pope, which is fine. That's not a problem. But it's quite unlike him. He's not found run scoring particularly easy, not before the break or after.
Must be one of the, if not the slowest 100 runs that England have scored in the Bazball era. In the first, in the start of an innings, they might have had a slow 100 at one stage because of spinners in Pakistan or something. But at the very start, I couldn't imagine.
No, you're absolutely right. 25 over stage, it's the slowest under Bazball. Again, this is cut into the ground, and that's actually a pretty good stop at Gully. On the bounce. What kind of score? I mean, looking at these conditions, Harmy, what kind of score do you think England realistically minimum?
I think, the way things go, you'd look 400, you'd want 350, 400. That would be to be in the game. You'd hope that this surface will get a little bit more life in it, as in pace-wise, as it dries out and the sun bakes on it for the next sort of 3 or 4 days. But I think if England can get a start to 350 to 400, then they'll feel as though they're in the game. And I don't think it's a 550 wicket pitch ground, so 400 would be nice.
This is a nice looking drive actually from Ollie Pope. Square of the wicket. It's going to beat the fielder to the boundary at deep point as well. It was there to be hit by the bowler, Siraj. The England's run rate of in the morning session was their lowest in the first session under McCullum and Stokes of 3.32.
What was the second lowest?
3.66 against Pakistan.
3 runs, and that was on one of the Bunsons where they used the same pitch twice, or they brought out the blow torches or whatever it was.
Same pitch twice, wasn't it?
That was a decent shot from Pope there. It was swinging and continued swinging, and Pope just helped it away to the boundary. What was it, Root?
It was Root.
It was Root, of course it was Root. I do struggle with these two.
I was waiting for you to correct yourself.
And I did. Root 34. I mean, it did look like a good shot.
Pope's a bit more squat. And is just from here, I would say his helmet is shinier.
Yeah, he's got one of the, I think, he's got one of them, the what
ones
Joe's got cloth on it.
Yeah, he's got the material on his, and Pope doesn't.
Shinier helmet. Okay, thanks for the tip, guys. 105 for 2 then, as Harmy said. England passed 100. And Siraj, a quarter. A polite inquiry to the umpire, but again, this is too fine on the pads and clipped away down to the boundary just below us here in the media centre. And 4 more runs to the score, 109 for 2. It was off the pads, so Root remains on 34 and Ollie Pope 21. Yeah, it's been slow going. Good bowling, but also possibly the pitch and, dare I say, the conditions as well. 2-0 up with 3 to play and Archer back in the side. The whole mentality and the buzz around this would be completely different, but England were chastened in that defeat. Squared up a touch there, Root, by Siraj. And this is guided down just in front of backward point where it's fielded, no run.
Nicely played. It was a good ball, good area that. Good ball in a good area. Shaping back up the hill. Root looks so much more accomplished and calm and less moving parts than what companion is, and Ollie Pope at the other end. The thing about Ollie is he's surviving. He will, he'll feel as though if he does get runs here, he's earned the right to get runs by surviving.
And also, he is taking singles. He's rotating the strike. The big shots aren't there necessarily, just 2 boundaries as this is played back to the bowler, up to mid-on by Joe Root. He stays on 34. He's only scored two boundaries in 72 balls, but he's pushed the scoring along. It hasn't been quick, but he's not just getting camped at one end, stuck at one end and unable to get off strike.
Yeah, and they've had a plan to him. They bowled wider to him, enticing the drive, and I wouldn't say he's left it, I'd just say he's missed it. Is that fair? I wouldn't say he's left it, I would just say he's missed
Occasionally
it.
he's edged it into the cordon, not being caught or
found
not carried.
Or mistimed it.
Trying to be kind.
Last ball of the over, and this is defended by Joe Root. So 109 for 2 as Mohammad Siraj gets to the end of his 11th over, yet to pick up a wicket. 2 wickets to fall have both gone the way of Nitish Reddy, so no success for Akashdeep or Jasprit Bumrah. Rishabh Pant is off the field. He's picked up a finger injury, and Jarrell is on as substitute behind the stumps. He's got the gloves on. Jarrod is off. Harmy is off. Manners, I think, is coming in. I think Jarrod's off. Everybody's leaving me. And we got drinks here at Lord's. Get in contact via the chat facility on YouTube. We've had plenty of people get in contact over the course of the series, and it certainly adds to the broadcast when people do. Looks like there's a chat on the group at the moment about rugby in Canberra. So I will leave that there because I know very little about rugby anywhere in the world. Who's coming in? Manners is coming in, and Jeremy Coney. Jeremy's here as well. The producer's looking at car bookings ahead of his trip up north, I imagine, up to Scotland. Where's the Open taking? Northern Ireland. Oh, there you go. That's where the Open is taking place. That's going to be broadcast on talkSPORT 2 in the UK. But for now, it is drinks at Lord's in the afternoon session with England 109 for 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. It is an absolutely picture-perfect day at headquarters. Stunning. Very hot for those not in the air-conditioned media centre. But there's plenty of water points, and I mean water points. The massive queue outside the media centre for people filling up their water bottles, for those who can't afford £13.50 for a gin and tonic, but drinks being well appreciated by the players on the field as well. Joe Root's just glugging down a bottle of presumably it's got some kind of energy nutrient replacement powder in that bottle of water. Just 2 wickets so far for India, and they came within the space of 3 balls as Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett both caught behind by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Nitish Reddy. Duckett, unfortunate, caught down the leg side off a totally innocuous delivery, but Zach Crawley got an absolute beauty of an away swinger which bounced and took the outside edge, the shoulder of the bat. Simple catches for Rishabh Pant. Ollie Pope and Joe Root have dug in and grinded their way to a partnership almost 60. First wicket fell 43, second wicket on 44, and Nitish Reddy, the only wicket taker so far. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. Mohammad Siraj has been parsimonious. 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 21, but Jasprit Bumrah even more difficult to score off. But he hasn't taken a wicket. I wouldn't say inexplicably, but I'd say it's unlikely. He did a little bit too much with the ball actually in the morning session, and that was the problem. It's Nitish Reddy then, the wicket taker, who's running away from us after the drinks break, And forward comes Ollie Pope, driving this one square of the wicket on the offside. Ravi Jadeja finds himself on the cover boundary in front of the Tavern stand. The stands have now begun to refill after the lunch break. Booming business on the nursery ground behind the wonderful media centre. But people are gradually beginning to reclaim their seats for what remains of the afternoon session. An hour left. And India need to remind themselves, or probably don't need to remind themselves, they're all experienced enough, that add another wicket or two onto this total and it'll suddenly be looking quite inadequate. Driven now by Joe Root out towards extra cover, fielded by Washington Sundar. No run. So it's the golden rule of fielding, of course. If you're not taking wickets, control the run rate, because then if you do start to take wickets, then you can very quickly assume, or maybe reassume, your position in the driver's seat of the Test match. England only have 110 on the board, but they have only lost 2 wickets and have a deep batting lineup. Nitish Reddy in once again. Joe Root drives, firm push more than a drive, only as far as that's Sai Sudarshan, the substitute fielder, who's on the ground now. I can't see who he's on for. Perhaps Mohammad Siraj. Anyway, Sudarshan is in a catching cover position. 2 slips, a gully, catching cover in front of square. Man sweeping at deep backward square, Jadeja. And also a deepish extra cover. Shubman Gill, the captain, at mid-off. Oh no, there's Mohammad Siraj at mid-on. Another away swinger from Nitish Reddy, which is pushed firmly back to him by Joe Root. Reddy throws down the batsman's stumps, but Root had never left his crease. Jeremy Coney lost a lens in his spectacles in the first Test match at Headingley and wasn't even aware of it. Thought maybe he was just suffering post-lunch and blurred vision. But obviously
Happened again. I'm
your
sorry.
determination.
Sorry. That was a wonderful monologue, everybody, wasn't it? Just send your applause into him through the via whatever, you know, and say how you enjoyed that one-man band
outside the off stump.
It's like walking down in the subway, isn't it? And the guy's got drums going with his feet, and he's got things going, and he's playing his guitar. Goodness me, he's singing.
The problem, one of the problems with this super country which you love visiting so much, is that everything costs a lot of money. And I'm imagining that you went to the opticians and said, can you reinsert the lens? And they said, yes, certainly, sir. That'll be £75.
No. So I found a piece of nylon, and I've attached it roughly to one side of my ear and the other one to my nose, and so it does fall out quite a lot as I blow my nose.
Ready in again, booming away swinger outside the off stump.
But what I haven't missed, Manners, is the really interesting first hour after lunch. I think it's been one of those hours where nothing much appears to have happened. You know, 20-odd runs in that hour. A very slow hour in comparison with the 10 days prior to this that we've seen.
But only as far as the scoreboard's concerned.
Correct. There's plenty happening out there. Terrific spell of combined from Bumrah and from who was bowling at the far end? Siraj, fantastic. Swinging it away from both of the right-handers from Siraj, and in swing and out swing from Bumrah as well. Not much from the surface of this pitch, which is browning as we kind of look at it, or as my left eye looks at it, and it's the greenness of the outfield.
Akash Deep's into the attack for the third spell and hits Pope on the pad, no run.
But, you know, runs kept to a minimum, pressure on both of the batsmen. Neither could actually wrest the initiative away from the bowling and the swing bowling. Fields in close, ready for stopping singles and slip catches around and waiting for the chance. So I found it a fascinating hour, actually, and I think, you know, you'd have to say well done India, but England have wrested it and outlasted.
Deep in once again, and drive mistimed from Ollie Pope. You know, the more balls he faces, this will sound obvious, but the more balls he faces, the over 20 averages 50, over 50 averages over 75. So the fact that he's faced so many balls, 75 now, and has only scored 22, indications are that once he's in, and he's difficult to get out. But I don't think you're ever quite in on this pitch as it currently is. Akashdeep in once again, and Pope back and across, defends it to Siraj at mid-on.
I agree. I think that I've talked about the greenness of the outfield. I think that's keeping the ball in good condition, so they're able to shine it a lot. They're working on the ball hard, and I think that's provided the swing that the bowlers need, and that means as a batsman, with the line changing before the ball pitches, you've got to be very careful. You've got to be close to the ball. If you're going to play a loose drive, you can edge it.
Akashdeep in again, driven out towards mid-off, and they scuttle through for a single as Shubman Gill moves to his left to field. There's a man out on the deep square leg boundary, I was going to say. I don't know that there's also a man sweeping at deep backward point, and I concern for India is that those two gaps will just allow the opportunity anyway. England might not be able to take it to collect more singles, just a couple of singles and over, just to get some kind of rhythm into the scoreboard again. Akashdeep is in, that's left alone outside the off stump. The ball now is in its 39th over, so it's sort of lost its lacquer. The leather won't be as hard, the seam won't be as hard. But I would just, if I was India, I'd want to keep it tight.
Well, first of all, the man in front of square is really for a pull or a hook stroke, isn't it? And so how many bounces have we seen today? I don't think we've seen even one. Not really. I don't think there may have been an attempt, but it didn't end up as a bouncer. And I think these.
Akashdeep in again. Root opens the face of the bat. That's what I'm talking about. Just an easy single to the man sweeping at deep backward point. Just you want to make it difficult to rotate the strike. Anyway, I think, Jeremy, the percentage of short balls is lower than it has been in the first two tests. Something like 14% short balls.
Right.
That doesn't mean they're bouncers.
No, I'm talking about a bouncer, an attempted bouncer to bring and encourage the pull stroke to bring that man into play for the wicket. If he's there to save runs, she may as well be up. I'd rather, as a bowler and as a captain, see if it's a bad ball, it goes for 4. You can't set those fielders for bad balls. And the same with the man on outside, the right on that sort of wide third man boundary. If you're bowling a nice ball, you want to have it protected, I think. You can't allow them just to pick up runs willy-nilly ad nauseum.
There has been a lot more in it for the quicker bowlers than there was at Headingley or Edgbaston. Big away swinger now from Nitish Reddy, who's I think has been highly entertaining. I mean, everybody turned up excited to see Jasprit Bumrah and of course Jofra Archer, but Nitish Reddy has been the standout bowler for me. It's been a long time since I've seen such lavish swing.
Yeah, just controlled out swing bowling, and you can throw in the straight ball, of course, that comes into play then.
He's bowled a couple of genuine in-swings.
Okay,
well.
Right. I was going to say you don't even have to bowl an in-swinger, but you're right, he has. I remember certainly one of them.
Here's Reddy once again running away from us. That's an away swinger, and it's cut by Root. Steered really with the swing to Shubman Gill, who's at 4th or 5th slip, 2 slips and maybe a 5th slip. England 112 for 2.
But both these batsmen, you know, into the 70s in terms of the balls faced, and neither of them really have got away, and that's testament to the movement and also the lengths and the lines that the Indian players have bowled. I don't think the surface has played a great deal in that. Root pulling away as Reddy starts his delivery.
And I think he caught what it was that was bothering him just in front of his face. Do you see him make a grab for the gnat or the bug or whatever
dear,
it was?
Yeah, well, I once roomed with a guy called Bruce Edgar, who was an opener, a left-handed opener for New Zealand.
Here's ready again, and Root steers it once more to deep backward point. Was it for a single? Was it the mention of a bug that made you think of?
It was because I was rooming with him. We used to room sort of 3 to a room in New Zealand, in 2 beds. It wasn't in New Zealand cricket. Weren't enamoured with money. There wasn't piles, and so we usually filled up a couple of suites, and that was about it. And anyway, Bruce and I were together, and we had an annoying fly, or it might have been a mosquito flying around like that sort of thing, and he just reached out.
Ready again to Root, chops it to fourth slip, who knocks it on. They'll take a single.
And as it flew past him, he just reached out with 2 hands. He just scored 100, and I thought he was, how can I ever? It was about my first test. How can I ever get that many runs? And it just flew past me. He nipped with his fingers, 2 fingers, thumb and a finger, and it just stopped. But it was still flying. If you get my meaning.
So he had it by the legs. Oh.
Yeah.
He had it by some other part.
Yes, and he'd removed those. And I thought, what eyesight. What eyesight.
Root pushes defensively behind square on the offside to Gully. 114 for 2. But that's was he a martial artist?
I don't think so. He did a lot of weightlifting.
Well, that was
extraordinary.
Counterintuitive.
It was extraordinary. It might have been luck, but I saw it as part of his 120 and why he got that many runs that day. And
patience. He's pretty great fisherman.
He was
as well.
He was. I'm sure he is. Sure he is.
Here is Nitish Reddy bowling his away. In swinger. There you go. It's turned it round and he's swung it too much actually. And Joe Root is struck on the pads, I think. Yes, there you go. Confirmation from umpire Paul Rifle that it was a leg by. But his swing, when's the last time you saw, you're probably going to say last week, but somebody with such control over the swing and getting so much swing? And it doesn't always seem to swing sort of from the hand, does it? Sometimes it seems to swing in maybe the second half of its trajectory.
Yeah, that's right, depending on the pace, I suppose, that it's delivered. He does telegraph it a little, doesn't he, by just slightly to the the offside of the right-hander, so he's leaning slightly away when he bowls it. But it's a good change-up delivery, certainly from his normal outswingers.
See, that observation is the ocular equivalent of Bruce Edgar catching a mosquito by its legs.
Well, I can see through my left eye.
Well, you see that I can't pick up that Nitish Reddy is signalling whether it's an in-swinger or an out-swinger. Here's Akash Deep, drive and an inside edge and a false shot from Joe Root. Just drags it back past the leg stump. Didn't go very far.
Do you think that this pitch is a bit slow or spongy? How many times have we...
I didn't in the morning session, no. The bowling from the nursery end, the carry was quite impressive.
Yeah, there was some, you're quite right. I just wonder there with the number of times inside edges and things have been occurring.
It'll get quicker, though, I think. I'm sure
you would think so tomorrow, yes, that's right.
It certainly did 6 weeks ago in the final of the World Test Championship. Akash Deep in down the leg side now. And Joe Root, who has been caught down the leg side in this series, just stepped inside the line of this one and actually chose not to play the glance at that. Root 36. Pope has 24 off 78 balls. England's run rate's down to 2.85. It's very anti-Bazball.
It is. But they're very keen, obviously, on batting first. And I saw when the 2 went in at lunch, there was Stokes out on the balcony clapping wildly with the efforts of his players to resist and not lose more wickets in that first session.
Here's Akash Deep. Root defends, no run. If you can't, it's obviously a a redundant question in some ways, but do you think after the first hour, or the first half hour, Ben Stokes was thinking, oh, why didn't I bowl?
That might have occurred to him, I think, with the swing and the movement. England tend to bowl different lengths, though, don't they? That would be very interesting to have seen that, and they'll be watching this closely.
Root defends solidly as Akashdeep is pushing it up towards mid-off. If you were captain, if you were Shubman Gill, you had two spinners in your side, would you? I mean, I fully understand why the seamers have bowled all the overs so far, but if you were Shubman Gill, do you think you'd be maybe contemplating some bit of spin before tea?
Yes, I think so. I think it's just worth a look, isn't it? Even if it's only for 2 or 3 overs, I've always felt it's worth a look, just because you don't know until they bowl. Is it going to be receptive to different speeds and different amounts of turn?
Here's Akashdeep in. That's a lovely clip off his toes by Joe Root, but there is a man out there in front of square. Ravi Jadeja. Again, you see,
nothing to be lost, I think, man, is what's lost by 3 overs, 2 overs.
Yeah.
And you're making the batsman wait a lot longer. You're just checking another part of their cricket bag of tricks that the batsmen have and bring to the game. Can they wait? Can they wait long enough? Can they adjust? Instead of going back, they're going to be coming forward, and so on. It's always good to ask the batsman the widest range of questions.
Defended now by Ollie Pope, pushing that on the offside, and there's no run.
I would say they've been beaten quite a lot of times outside the off stump in the first session of play today, the English, but they're adjusting to it. They're having to adapt and be a bit flexible.
Did you say 20?
Oh, I would say yes, more than that.
18 apparently.
There you are, more than 20.
Well, you see, sometimes the keepers of statistics
I think
can't
they
be
fall
sure.
asleep at times.
Well, really, they can't be sure, because you know, sometimes what did he play? We often say in the commentary, what did he play it there? Did he leave it?
Yeah.
So it's a subjective.
False shot
it's
or
a
not.
subjective thing.
Exactly. And how do all these, we call it data or data, whatever you prefer, tomato, and where do they get it all from?
Well, and they don't have very long to decide. It's not like they can play replay. You know, was that a false shot or not? Did he mean to cut that through third slip, or was it an edge? Here is Nitish Reddy. Oh, booming swing, and he started that middle and leg, and it's still swung back towards off stump. It's defended by Root, but you can see that I've been swing starved.
You have.
I'm
you have.
loving
and
this.
It's good, isn't it? It's good, isn't it? It doesn't normally swing from that angle, and you're quite right. Once you get it onto leg or started on middle and leg or leg stump, it doesn't go. It just carries on down the leg side and it's tucked away. But that one actually did straighten, and that's, if you can get it to go from there, Reddy, that's really dangerous. Batting well out of his crease.
Just loving this from Nitish Reddy. It's flicked away out towards the mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder again, no run. Root 37, Pope 24. England winning the toss, batting first, and it's been a struggle. Again, the scoring rate's been slow, but I wouldn't call it attritional. There's too much happening for it to be. It's not
agree.
Long overs of blocking.
Oh, I always love it when the bowlers have got they're in the equation of bat and ball, and they have been today. Not all the ways totally dangerous. I thought they struggled a bit in the first session.
Ready in again, and it's defended once more by Joe Root. He's very watchful, and I mean that in a very literal sense. He is watching the ball so closely, so carefully from Nitish Reddy. And again, the fear of repeating myself, but you went on earlier when I was sounding a little bit cross about the fact that Nitish Reddy is so often described rather dismissively as a batting all-rounder. You know, he's a batsman. You know, he's a number 6 who just bowls a bit. Well, not today. He hasn't been. It's not quick, but he's really asking a lot of questions as he is now guided away between second and fourth slip for 4. That's a quality shot, that, from Joe Root. It's a quality shot. But another analysis, analyst might be sitting there thinking, well, he's
As
just
an
nicked
edge.
it.
Yes, that's right. So it has gone between the slip cordon and the gully, the fairly finish kind of gully. So Reddy will certainly read that as I beat you there.
And
Root will say, no, I played that down
If
deliberately.
the analyst is a former bowler, he'd be going, well, he's nicked that. And if the analyst was a former batsman, he'd be going, but it's all the way along the ground. He steered it there.
Yeah,
Perfect.
That's right. So it goes in a different column. And how do those people work out? It seemed 3.2%.
Well, that is all computer generated. That's
Right.
actually one thing that we can be quite sure about.
Oh, right.
That's
okay.
pushed away out and the off up towards mid off. No, that's
No
all
one's got time to bring out a protractor.
Yeah, that's right. During the World Test Championship, we were talking about in the first innings, we were saying, gosh, there seems to be a lot of seam movement, and we were told, firmly put in our places and told, well, there's been 2.8% of seam movement on the first day, and the Lord's average for the first day is actually 3.1%, so there's been less. Well, to the evidence of our eyes, there was an abundance of
We
seam
go
movement.
with our eyes. We go with our eyes, folks. We have to tell you that, and so we should.
120 for 2, England. Here is Nitish Reddy once again. That's the straight honour. No swing on that one, and it's defended by Joe Root. 41.
I think what's interesting too about Root in particular, I mean, Gill has dominated this series, hasn't he, in terms of run making. Number 4 for India, and one of the questions obviously that will have absorbed some of the English contingent will be, how do we get him out? How do we remove Gill and prevent that, because he's actually creating so much pressure on us, and scoreboard pressure, and the pitch is deteriorating, and we're chasing bigger runs and so on. But it's the top order for India, for me, in the 2 tests so far that have kind of protected Gill just enough. And I had a look at the second test match, and he went in the 24th over in the first innings. Gill, I'm talking about, the number 4 for India, and he went in the 23rd over in the second. So that's when he came in. So in 23 or 24 overs, you're batting, you've been sitting there for 1.5 hours for 23 or 24 overs before you go out to bat. And you're perhaps even into the 3rd and the 4th bowler who's bowling for you, and so there's nothing happening, by the way. You're not missing anything, folks.
Well, there's a drinks break. It's
there we are.
because of the temperature.
That's
An extra drinks break.
So the 3rd and the 4th bowlers are into their work by the 23rd and 24th overs. If you look at Root, Manners, you'll find he went in for England, also a number 4, Root. He went in the 3rd over in the first innings. Are they changing the ball here, or what are we doing? Everyone's crowding around the telly.
It looks like that could be on the cards. Hang on, the 4th umpire was coming on with a box of balls, and he's just been shooed off.
There you are. So this is India asking for change, and they have these little circles, and they're trying to put them through at the moment, the umpires, and they test whether the ball has gone out of shape. You can't say that the bat has done all the damage in this particular case. You can't say that. But so Root went in the 3rd over by comparison in the first innings, and in the 5th over in the second innings. So at that stage, Root hasn't been protected so much as Gill. 23rd and 24th, 3rd and 5th. So, the Indian bowlers also have a new ball still at that stage. They're happy. They've picked up some wickets. And the cordon, if they've been involved in one of the dismissals, suddenly the whole team feels they're in the game as well. It's a very different feeling. And Root hasn't scored so many runs. The only 50 he's had so far is when Crawley and Duckett got those runs on the last day at Headingley. He got 53 not out. Here today, came in a bit later. It's a much easier game.
Akash continues after the extra drinks break, and he's immediately driven rather sweetly through extra cover by Ollie Pope, and they're going to sprint back for the 3rd run. They'll complete it quite comfortably. there was a time, of course, where Joe Root was perfectly accustomed to coming in at 20 for 2 in the 6th over. But that partnership of 188 between Crawley and Duckett was just laid the. I mean, he was. The ball was soft and
Exactly.
yeah. It is a lot easier for the number 4 once the openers have batted for 3.5 hours.
Well, he's such an important part of this England lineup, isn't he? He straddles kind of that classical and the new way of batting they seem to have.
Akash deep in, and that one nips back. A little wobble seam delivery, which nips back and hits Joe Root on the back leg. 123 for 2.
And if he gets out early, I mean, when you're chasing a total, perhaps not in the situation you're building one here today, but when you're chasing, suddenly, if you haven't got a player like Root there to sort of manipulate and help you through, others can get lost along the way, it seems to me. They don't quite have that classical quality he maintains.
Akash Deep running in towards us. He's into his 3rd spell, and it's pushed away, just turned by Joe Root into the leg side. It's just the knowledge of where the gaps are, really. Akash Deep's not as quick as he was with the new ball. He's maybe half a yard slower. The ball is softer. It's not seaming as much, and so he's playing defensively. He's playing protecting his stumps, but he's just turning it and chopping it and stopping it into gaps.
He is, and that's why that man should be in, because that doesn't allow Akash Deep to bowl at middle, and the way he nips as well. He's not bowling a length to play the big shots and get a catch deep. It's a run-saving position.
I don't think Joe Root's going to be hooking or pulling. Maybe pulling. It's certainly not going to be hooking. That's driven sweetly through the offside, but there is a man out there in the deep to keep them down to a couple. Washington Sundar. No, it's Yashasvi Jaiswal's out there, slide tackling the ball. It was hit very hard, very sweetly. Joe Root up to 42. In fact, they only took a single. I beg your pardon. Gosh. Hit it to the cover sweeper and it just took one.
He was quick to his right, wasn't he, Jaiswal? He's been banished to a different county, hasn't he? In the first test, he was in the Corden.
Dropped 3 and has not been seen since.
Yep, you go to Northamptonshire.
2 slips and a 4th slip. Nitish Reddy's at 4th slip. Karen Nair and Shubman Gill at 1st and 2nd slip. Oh, that's nipped back again, and Akash Deep is imploring umpire Shafadullah to consider the LBW. Unfortunately, he's not backed up or given any support at all by Rishabh Pant and the slips. And Akash Deep is left bewildered by the lack of support from his teammates, and they're all turning around looking at their shoes.
Do you think just a tad high? The bowler is always going to be very keen on claiming his ground and saying to the rest of the team, I think that was hitting the stumps, but look, that's quite high. It's a goodish line though, isn't it? It's a goodish line.
He
and the
really
man
has cracked the wobble seam,
yeah,
hasn't he?
And that's why the man's got to be bin by the umpire.
That's chipped up on the onside by Ollie Pope. A little bit of bottom hand, a bit of clippage to mid-on. Mohammad Siraj fields, and there's no run. 126 for 2. Really has been a fascinating session. That neither team has budged an inch. They have not taken a backward, never mind a step. They haven't taken an inch back. 126 for 2. Root 42. Pope 29. It is slow going, but I just have the feeling that there will be a burst of action one way or the other as a team takes command. Anyway, to see you through until tea, you'll be in the company of Jon Norman and Steve Harmison.
Thank you, Manners. I think he's absolutely right. This game's felt like we've been in a holding pattern for the last, well, this whole session actually. Well, actually no, ever since
I would say since the first 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yes.
First 45 minutes, and then it seems to have not gone quiet, because because there's been things happening. There's just nothing exciting happens, and
it's just slow going, isn't it?
But is that us being used to the way England play cricket, or
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean?
126 for 2, 43 overs. Usually, you know, the conditions would have started to ease by now in favour of the batter. They'd start to find run scoring a bit.
would we have said this 4 or 5 years ago?
I think we would have been
Just,
surprised that England were only 2 down and
yeah.
Joe Root wasn't walking to the crease in the 3rd over.
Oh, yeah, but from the way the day has gone, before Ben and Brendan became coach and captain of this team, the cricket was a little bit different.
I think it's not unusual for Joe Root to bat like this. You remember there was a game at Old Trafford which England won against Sri Lanka where they were set a target, and he took so long to get England to the finishing line that he said when he reached the dressing room, all his teammates started calling him Geoffrey Boycott. And we have seen Joe Root bat like this before. The ball, it's not a quick outfield, so run scoring they're not getting value for runs in the way that we saw at Headingley and Edgbaston, where as soon as the ball had got past the infielders, it's 4 runs, and you're up and away. So that's not happening, and I just think Ollie Pope is really struggling. Added to that, the ball is nibbling. There's still swing. Run scoring is difficult, and that is more like how it used to be, for sure.
And I think give a huge amount of credit to Ollie Pope for still being there. Yes, he is. He's struggling. I think he's probably struggled more than in this innings than he has in the previous, because normally when Ollie Pope has a struggle, he'll find a way of getting out. And so that's a tick in the box. Like I said before, we don't live in a perfect world. We don't play the perfect game. Test match cricket is there to challenge you, and I think Ollie's being challenged by the bowlers, but I also think he's been challenged by himself. But it's good to see that he's still going and he's still there.
And we're underway on the pads. There is another thing as well. There's been some terrific fielding at mid-wicket and at cover, which has prevented runs. And this is another example of that. Is that Siraj? It is. He's really had to dive full stretch rather. He's just going to... He's getting a little bit of cramp. That's the other thing. It's a hot day out there, and it will be for the entirety of this Test match. But Jasprit Bumrah, I think, is off. Is Bumrah back? Is it?
Bumrah's back. Yeah.
Bumrah's back. Yeah,
Bumrah's
he's
here.
at mid-on. We've got 2 slips in a gully, deep backward point, as Nitish Reddy, who's picked up both wickets to fall today, continuing from the nursery ground end, bowls straight. And it's defended by Joe Root, who's 42. Also, Joe Root's given away a few starts. He'll probably feel like now he's in, he wants to make sure he's still there. And he can probably sense that his partner's not quite, feeling in control of his game as much as he'd like. So the importance on his wicket is always crucial. And the series is, finally poised, 1-1. Neither side can afford to make a mistake. It's ready again. This is cut away and down to the boundary by Joe Root, who'll move to 46 with a trademark late cut, a dab, pass backward point and away to the boundary.
Yeah, there was a little bit of width going down the slope from Reddy, and the other point that you're making there before, John, about the fielding. The fielding has been good. When you rewind back to that first Test match at Headingley, for 2 innings, there were a bit of shambles at Indian fielders, not just dropping catches, but there were too many singles. The angles were all wrong. They weren't in the right place. England's rotation of strike, especially the opening 2, who have got a huge amount of difference between stature and size, and margin for error is so smaller when you're bowling at them if you allow the batters to rotate strike.
Here's Reddy again, and he's bowling straight again, and it's defended. The lines have been good as well, haven't they? There's been a clear plan for Ollie Pope. They're happy to try and feed him on the cut or the drive if he wants to go for it, and then they'll get one to come in every now and again.
And the ball straight to Joe Root. Joe Root's just gone past 3,000 Test match runs versus India, and he's the first person to score 3,000 Test match runs against India. average of 57.
It just shows that there's a huge change in the game, the dynamics of world politics in terms of cricket, left alone by Joe Root, an outswinger from Nitish Reddy. I think Gough only played one test against India.
One, yeah, I think he said he only played once against Sachin. One against India. I'm trying to think what we played. I made my debut against them, so that series played them in India twice, and then another once here, but I wasn't playing in that series. So over the course of my time, it would be like Ashes. Yeah, I would have played against India. I would have played the same amount of series against India than I would against Australia. Not all 5 Test match series, though.
Ready again. 131 not out. There's Root coming forward. Tries to push this to mid-on, and it actually is pushed out to short extra cover. So Reddy is still trying to probe away. He's been very accurate, hasn't he? Picked up those wickets, but he's also been inexpensive. Economy of under 3 and over, and he's bowled 10 overs now. And just looking ahead to when England bowl, of course, if India are in a position where their 4th string bowler is having to already bowl 10 overs inside the first 45, just wonder how things are going to work for England, because Stokes has had to use himself a little sparingly at times.
He might have to do a little bit more, because you don't want Archer's workload to be.
That's the
huge
thing, right? That is the thing, the great imponderable, which we'll find out a little bit more about tomorrow, when Jofra Archer bowls for England for the first time in 4 years. Last time he did so, it was a pink ball test, I think, against India on talkSPORT 2021. This is well, they're going up for a caught behind Jarrod. That's an excellent take behind the stumps. I think it's come off the pad, but he's done really well. He's a very, very accomplished keeper, isn't he, Jarrod?
Yeah, he is. You'd say he's a better gloveman than Rishabh Pant. With histrionics with Pant, and not as much sort of energy levels as what Rishabh has when it comes to the batter and everything that goes with it. From a glove work, that was a great takedown leg side, going down the hill, just brushed the thigh pad of Ollie Pope.
Beaten this time, Akash Deep with a ball that's just bounced, I think, in front of the keeper and squared Ollie Pope up as well. He comes down the track, and again, I commentated on a shot in my last stint where Ollie Pope seemed set out to play one shot and ended up playing a completely different one whilst on the move. And he's been beaten past the inside edge again.
He's left his crease. He's left his crease, and before he's made a decision on what he's going to do, it's hit Jarrod.
Deep. That's a better looking shot from Pope, but still it's not quite in place to hit that drive. Still reaching a touch, no great timing. Yeah, he's battling out there. If you are just joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Rishabh Pant is off the field. He took a blow to the finger, and his place behind the stumps has been taken by Jarrod. So we'll wait and find out what news about the enigmatic one, the vice captain, of course, of India, as Pope takes on the short ball. That looks more assured. A touch hurried, I think, Pope, but he was in good position to play this shot, and he pulls it square, behind square, and away to the boundary for 4. 134 for 2 then. Ollie Pope moves to 33, Joe Root 46, and India can live with that Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, but 134 and 118 in the first test, 25 and 65 in the second test. He's a proper batter, isn't he?
He is a proper batter. He fast forwards the game though as well.
Akash Deep is attempting to run in, but then Ollie Pope just steps away from the crease. There's movement behind the bowler's arm, so that's sent the bowler back to his mark. It just seems to have happened a lot in this series. I don't know whether I'm just imagining things, but there seems to be a regular occurrence at all 3 grounds that we've been commentating at. As this time Pope pushing the ball square and in front of the fielder Mohammad Siraj at mid-on, who has to run around and field. 89% of the deliveries to Ollie Pope today have been wide of the stumps. He's scored 23 runs from them with 5 play and misses. That was before that last shot from him as well. So, as we say, the tactics have been quite clear from India from the start, haven't they? And actually, they've been unfortunate for them not to have paid off.
Yeah, feed the the shot that Ollie Pope likes, and then the shot that Zach Crawley likes. That big booming drive outside off stump. I think if you bowl it consistently there, they'll give you the chance.
Deep. An inside edge from the bat of Joe Root, who's trying to play this towards at mid-off, but the ball actually comes off via the inside edge, backward a square on the leg side for a single. So just a couple of moments again in that over, which have gone the way of England. 136 for 2 here at Lord's.
Yeah, the ball's still it's still swinging a little bit. I just wonder if Shubman Gill, I've talked about the inexperience here of captaincy. He's walking back to mid-off and mid-on with Jasprit Bumrah. The two of them are walking, having a conversation. I just wonder if Jadeja from that pavilion end might, with a slope, not so much spin, seeing if we can get the pad in the way. What are we, 20 minutes before, 15 minutes before?
Not even that, yeah. 30. I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah, just a little bit of spin, just take the bit of pace off it and see if I can run one down the slope onto the front pad.
I mean, there's no better batter in the England lineup against spin than Joe Root, who wafts at a delivery from Nitish Reddy, and that's the kind of shot that can get Joe Root into trouble, because he does try and just guide the ball through the slip cordon, but he's trusting the bounce there. And this ball has just gone past the outside edge of the bat. 136 for 2.
If I was the bowlers in England dressing room, I'd be encouraged. During my time, I'd sit and watch for a little bit, especially with a new ball, and see what it's doing, how it's playing, how it's progressing. When does it stop doing what you want it to do?
Ready again, and this is helped fine down to the boundary at fine leg. Was there any bat on this? Yes. 50 up for Joe Root again. Raises the bat to the crowd. And, he'll walk back to his mark. There's runs out there for the former England Test skipper. He and Ollie Pope came to the crease with England just in a little bit of trouble. 44 for 2. And Zach Crawley followed Ben Duckett back to the pavilion. But since then, these two have put on nearly 100 for the 3rd wicket. Joe Root 51 not out as Reddy comes in, and this is pitched up and driven with no timing by Root up to mid-on, no run.
Good runs for England. Just saying there, talking about the bowlers, Archer, Wokes, Carse, Stokes especially, they'll be sitting thinking quietly, you know what, we're in a good position now, because we can bowl better than they. We learn from the lines and the lengths that India bowl. Chris Wokes averages 13 here. If that Chris Wokes turns up, he'll ask better questions than India. A bit of pace from Archer. Carse is different to anybody else that's on show. So England will be encouraged by the movement.
Defended again by Root. No run.
So because of that, this is England are in a great position here. They really are. 140 for 2, and you look at it down. I think there's still 45.4 overs gone in this contest, just over halfway today, and the ball's still swinging, the ball's still moving, utilising the slope very, very well. So that would encourage me from an England point of view that no matter what happens, you might be able to get a partnership, but if you put the ball in the right area, you can get movement.
Reddy continuing and up on his toes. Joe Root punching this to deep backward point for another single. At 52. Yeah, I just wonder whether a little bit of spin might be the order of the day as we head towards the tea break. It's been quite slow going this Test match. Joe Root, most runs against other teams in Test. Don Bradman hit 5,028 runs against England. An average just shy of 90. He's top of the list, and Joe Root is at 9th. There's only 9 batters in the history of the game that have scored more than 3,000 Test runs against another nation.
It's a long way to come on a boat to fill your boots, isn't it, Don Bradman?
Yeah, I did feel that way with Test cricket. I have done at times, as this is pitched up on the pads, and Ollie Pope eases forward and clips this to the leg side for another single. You know, in this day and age, I remember Glenn Maxwell at the end of the T20 World Cup in Australia, and someone asked him, oh, you know, you must have been really disappointed to have missed out on the opportunity of winning a World Cup on home soil. And as honest as ever, Glenn Maxwell said, yeah, not really. I mean, the way cricket is these days, you know, as soon as that tournament was over, there's another one. So just start concentrating on that. Back in the day, you know, travelled 6 months to get it.
Yeah.
You know, you played about 13 first-class counties on a 3-4 month tour, and then you knew once that Test series was over, you weren't playing again for. You're back to the day job.
Yeah.
You know, selling double glazing or whatever back home. You cash in, don't you? You're not thinking, oh well, I'll just go and play the next tournament, which is, and then the next one, and then the next one.
Modern day now, it's not about anything other than it is the next one, next Test match. You know, I've had back-to-back ones. There's going to be a challenge. Then the next two are going to be back-to-back with an 8-day break.
This is another one down the leg side, and England just starting to take the runs as the bowlers tire, it feels. It's been a long couple of sessions, and Ollie Pope glancing the bowler, Akash Deep, down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. And it's that slope again, isn't it? Steve Harmison as a 100-run partnership comes up.
It is, it's a slope again, and talk about Ollie Pope surviving, Ollie Pope getting through. He hasn't been at his fluid best, but these are the times to cash in now. You know, when the bowler just strays off line and length, especially with a slope, you have to capitalise, and that's what Ollie Pope did there.
2 slips and a gully in place, driving this time to the right of mid-on, but just be a couple. Most Test match 50s, Peter Miller at the Cricket Geek has just tweeted this. Sachin Tendulkar top of the list with 68. Joe Root has just eased ahead of Shivnarine Chanderpaul into second place on 67. So we're certainly going to go past Sachin at some point in this series, you'd think. 67 half centuries, and he's played a lot less Test matches than Sachin as well. Defending this time, Ollie Pope, 148 for 2. So it was a slow session, wasn't it? 83 runs from the first session. Well, we've only had what, 61 runs. 61 runs in this afternoon. Was it 65? Yeah, you're right. Sorry, my maths is failing me. 65 runs in the afternoon session, but crucially for England, they have not lost a wicket. And of course, with some explosive batting to come, they're going to walk to the crease. With England in a good position, but there possibly an inside edge as Akash Deep gets one to come back into Ollie Pope, and I think an inside edge has saved him there.
Yeah, inside edge saved him. I think everybody knew, everybody behind the wicket knew that was just a little flick on the inside edge as Ollie Pope has fallen over again. Ollie Pope's looking skywards, and I think he's thinking, how have that not hit the middle of the bat? It was perfect. It was going on to leg stump. How have I not clipped that one through mid-wicket like I did the one before?
Another little moment goes England's way as Deep is in, and Pope glances the ball down to the fielder running in from the boundary at deep backward point. He moves to 43. He's faced at 94 deliveries now. England pushing towards 150, and we are moving ever closer to the tea break. This is only England's second 100-run stand for the third wicket against India at Lord's after 308 that was put on between Graham Gooch and Alan Lamb. We were in one of your a man that was played a big part of your cricket career, cricket life, didn't he? He was in the back of the box with us for a while, and he played in that game, made his debut in that 1990 game. Deep in again, and forward comes Joe Root defending.
Yeah, John Morris came up, said hello, former Notts, Derbyshire, Durham, Notts. one or two. Yeah, he's got some great stories as John Morris. He was bowling at Brian Lara when he got 500. Made his debut and walked in. He always says he was the man for a crisis. Walked into bat as Graham Gooch was walking off with 333. I think it was 650 for 4 because Robin Smith was about 97 not out. Went for a Tiger Moth ride with David Gower and never played again. So, you know, pretty eventful 7 test matches, I think. 7 or 8 test matches for Johnny Morris. Great man, one of the best players at fast bowling I've ever seen. And if anybody bowled 70 mile an hour at him, the bloke who was batting next might as well have been standing by the gate waiting to go in next, because he wasn't the greatest player of 70 mile an hour bowling, but boy could he play the quick stuff well.
It's amazing how often that match is brought up, isn't it? That 1990 match. Alan Lamb, he was a player as well. He was caught on the boundary by Sachin Tendulkar, who must have been 17 at the time. Jadeja it is from the nursery ground end. We are going to see some spin just as we approach tee, and he draws Ollie Pope forward, who pushes this out to cover. He's got a slip in place. There's a backward point as Jadeja comes in again. This is defending out to cover. A deep point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket, deep square leg, who's just on the boundary. And also a short fine as Ollie Pope wristily glances this ball, pushes it to point as the fielder comes in. No Rishabh Pant on the field. Bumrah was off the field for a while with Swaran, who we felt might actually play in that first test match. Ahead of Sai Siddharthan was on the field for a few overs. And it'll be Joe Root. He's just taking his time. England trying not to, England are trying not to face another over, aren't they? So Joe Root just surveying the field. He's retaking his mark. And this is pushed, touch. Oh, I tell you what, this is tossed up by Jadeja, and it's drilled and timed so well to mid-off. Joe Root sets out for a comfortable single, but he's hit it so well. Suddenly realises he's got to get the hurry up, but the fielder has it's Nitish Reddy. Oh, I tell you what, that has zipped past the outside edge of the bat, and it's had Ollie Pope really groping forward to a ball that has turned off stump and away from and past the outside of the bat.
Yeah, turn, and it just bounced a little bit as well. Going down the slope.
Here is Jadeja, and again there's turn there. Pope this time does defend, and will India get another over in? Looks like we're going to get one more. I tell you what, I think we might see a little bit more of Ravindra Jadeja after the tea break. Are we going to see spin at both ends? Washington Sundar, the off spinner. Do you think he was always going to bowl that over, or do you think that decision was made after the 5th ball of the Jadeja over that we've just seen?
Yeah, I think that the second last ball of the over is what made Sundar take his hat off and run towards the umpire to make sure he was ready to bowl. I'm not sure he was bowling that over halfway through. It was a good over from Jadeja, good pace, driving it into the surface, got the ball to hold. You know, a little bit of turn, not a massive amount, but just enough to bounce and beat the outside edge. And like I say here, the slope, you know, with the slope, keep banging on about the slope, but when you have the slope, the spin bowlers has always got something to work with. If it's spinning, you know, bowling against the slope, if it's turning big, it's not turning big, and just turning a small amount, using the slope to your advantage. The bowlers that do that well will get rewarded here.
It is Sundar from the pavilion end, and this is clipped to square leg from Joe Root. I wonder if actually Washington Sundar was trying to give him a single there. We'll never know. 151 for 2 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, and Steve Harmison bringing commentary from day 1 of the 3rd Test match, and it's Washington Sundar in again, and this time Root eases the ball in front of point and through to square deep mid-wicket, and that means that Ollie Pope will face at Washington Sundar, who he picked up a wicket in the second innings at Edgbaston on his return to the India side, and he's in now. This is a touch flatter and faster, and it's just defended up to fielder at short mid-wicket. No run. 152 for 2, England. 3 balls left of the session as Sundar comes in, and Ollie Pope gets forward and defends this back up the track. Can England get through to the break? Ollie Pope will feel he's battled really hard for the last couple of hours. He'll take, I was about to say he'll take a single to the leg side, but actually he can't beat the fielder. It's Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. 1 ball left of the session then. It's been England's, despite the slow-going nature of the run scoring. India, they will come back knowing a wicket or two, and they're not out of the game now, but they're right back in it. Last ball, and this is pushed out into the covers or to deep backward point for a single. Backward point from the bat of Ollie Pope, who will face the first delivery of the evening session. We will bring you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England walking out after lunch, 83 for 2. There's still 2 down at tea, with 153 runs on the board. At 44 to Ollie Pope, he's battled away. He's not looked in control of his game, but he's rotated the strike, he's put away the big shots, and he's just battled hard. It's really good to see. And at the other end, Joe Root has gone past 50 for, what was it, the 67th time in Test cricket. He's 54 not out. And we will be back in about 20 minutes' time to bring you the final session here live from Lord's.
Welcome back to Lord's for the start of the third and final session on the first day of the third test between England and India. And Ravindra Jadeja is taking a wicket with the first ball. He spun away, and Ollie Pope has looked to play the late cut drive and has just got a faintest of edges. And Dhruv Jurel, the replacement keeper, has taken a sharp catch to his right. It was a thin edge, that was not a thick edge. So that made it slightly easier, but a wicket with the first ball after the tea break, and Jadeja has struck. We did wonder whether Jadeja and Washington Sundar would continue. They bowled 1 over apiece before the tea break, and we thought there might be a return to the seamers, but no. Shubman Gill can do no wrong in this series as captain and as batsman, and he's decided that Jadeja should carry on. And I have to say that some very fine glove work, but Ollie Pope absolutely distraught with himself, Jeremy Coney. You know, maybe that wasn't... Hey, listen to me, I'm saying maybe that's not the shot to play first ball after tea, but I'm so old school.
Yeah, it's bounced just a little bit, just the same as I think one from the last over he bowled prior to tea. Got it to bounce off the straight, in other words, going towards the stumps. And this one's just leapt a little bit. It's just the perfect length and turned past almost past the edge of the bat, and he's looked to play it squarer, and he's opened the blade of the bat, and he's got an outside edge, and it's gone through. It's a good catch. It's a good catch from Dhruv Jurel. It's gone quite high, and he's taken it two hands by the shoulder, by his right shoulder. So a very early, couldn't be earlier, breakthrough for India in this afternoon into the evening session of the day's play. And just a little bit of encouragement for India. They've gone past the edge so many times today, but it's been Jadeja who's been the man to claim the third wicket for them. And Root will be very sad about that because he worked so hard all day. Wasn't an easy innings for him. He never felt entirely comfortable at the batting crease, but he continued to work diligently to remain there. But he's gone now, so gone for 44, and that brings now Harry Brook into the crease to join Joe Root.
Here's Jadeja to Brook, defends his first ball. It still requires a double take and blink and maybe a clean of the spectacles when you look at Harry Brook's average. Just a fraction under 60 in 28 test matches. Absolutely amazing. Here's Jadeja in once again to Harry Brook, pushes it out on the onside. Confirmation from Mark Wood, England and Durham fast bowler, paid us a visit during the tea break, that the pitch is spectacularly slow and difficult to score on. And it's pushed away behind square on the offside. He obviously isn't playing at the moment, not playing in this test match, but just confirmation. I think he may have paid a visit to the England change room that it's not just a question of the importance of the innings and the onus on them to put a big score on the board, having chosen to bat first after winning the toss. Just confirmation from him that batting is very awkward, very difficult, and the bowling has been good. The bowling has been good from the seamers, and now a very promising start from Jadeja, just his second over. That's pushed square of the wicket on the offside by Harry Brook. You know, Jeremy, having seen you were able to detect that batting was difficult, but it's...
Yeah, I suggested spongy, didn't I?
Yeah,
that it was just on the surface a little longer than you anticipated or you hoped as a batsman, and so therefore you couldn't play through a ball that was up to you.
Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside again, this time by Joe Root, and they go through for another single.
And so you had to wait all the time. And if you put that together with the movement that we've seen so far from the Indian bowlers, and it's not easy to, no drives down straight, not many straight down the ground have there been at all. So that indicates, again, just a measure of slowness about the pitch as well. So it's all the runs have kind of become square and down, behind the crease. Again, indicating that it's just a little bit hard to time.
England might find, you can't be sure, but they might find that 300 is a competitive total on the basis that if they bowl well, India will have to work extremely hard to just match it. But it's Jasprit Bumrah trying to change all that, put the equation back into India's favour, and he's in from the pavilion end, and Joe Root plays defensively square of the wicket on the offside. We've not been lucky enough to have tea, scones and sandwiches in the first 2 test matches at Headingley and Edgbaston, but this being Lord's, we've got scones and clotted cream with strawberry jam and a selection of sandwiches, and Jeremy's gone for the sandwich which I couldn't possibly reckon. It looks like it's got chutney and cornflakes in it. I don't know what it does look really, genuinely interesting, but I'm not adventurous enough. I went for the salmon and cream cheese sandwich, pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. What is it? Is that the vegetarian option?
I've only eaten half of it. I couldn't tell you at the moment.
What made you go for that one when there were recognisable sandwiches?
Well, I did think it was going to have a nice sort of saucy substance in between whatever those little cornflakes are.
155 for 3. Here's Bumrah up to the crease again outside the off
Everyone
stump.
knows a good cornflake sandwich. With Marmite, bit of honey.
Only very late at night when I was a student and there was nothing else left in the kitchen. That's when you have a cornflake and a Marmite sandwich.
True.
But you've got the scones and clotted cream and strawberry
Well, they're
jam
sitting
to
there
come.
still. I'm not sure whether I'll have those.
Oh,
there we are.
Oh, I think you will.
Would you like one?
Maybe,
you wouldn't
maybe
have
give
one,
it
then,
half an hour.
Yeah, it's beyond. It's beyond.
Your
dietary requirement, isn't it?
It's been a golden rule. I don't eat and commentate. Short from Bumrah, pull shot from Joe Root, doesn't make contact. There is some interest, though, shown by Dhruv Jurel, who's keeping in place of Rishabh Pant, who injured a finger in the middle session. And so Jurel appealed, and Bumrah sort of followed him up with the appeal. They're now talking about whether they should review it, and they decide against it. Not surprisingly, I don't think he was very close to that. 155 for 3. Is permission still required by the opposition captain to use a specialist wicketkeeper as a substitute fielder?
Don't think so now.
No. I wondered whether, it's one thing. There's the playing conditions, there's the laws of the game. I wondered whether it was still a nod from the opposition skipper was still sought. Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside by Joe Root. I understand why India have got a sweeper on the cover boundary, but it's Jasprit Bumrah, and what I don't understand is why they would just give Joe Root the single. And you're not suggesting they're going to. It's because they want to attack the number 1 batsman in the world.
I don't know.
Because he's come in for Harry Brook
yes,
now.
he has. Well, he's only on 1, is he? Yes.
He's just risen to the number
arrived.
1 ranking in the world, Harry Brook. And the man that he displaced at the top of the rankings list is at the other end. So we got the number 1 and 2 batsmen in Test cricket in the world at the moment, out in the middle. Joe Root and Harry Brook, 2 slips and a 4th slip. Bumrah in, bowls. Brook drives through the offside. Wonderful, wonderful shot. 4 runs, just in front of square. And it's a sign of his class that he can play that sort of a shot and time it so sweetly on such a slow surface. 160 for 3, and Harry Brook moves up to 5. That might have been one of the more classic shots of the day.
Bumrah overstretching just a little to go and try and claim the wicket of Brook early on in his innings. Has gone quite full. He's missed the line a little bit, and Brooks said, "Thanks very much, I can score from that." And without much fuss, he's delivered a nice and delicious square drive.
28 Test matches for Harry Brook. It's a big sample size to be averaging 60. Jadeja continues now, and Joe Root comes forward and plays defensively. There's a man at Silly Point. That's Karen Nair. No, it's Yashasvi Jaiswal at Silly Point in front of square, actually. It's sort of somewhere between Silly Point and Silly Mid-Off. Now forced off the back foot by Root. Again, that sweeper on the covered boundary keeps them down to a single. This rate, and we've got 39 overs remaining in the day. I'd be extremely surprised if we get them all in, unless Washington Sundar comes on at the other end and we have spin from both ends, which is not beyond the realms of possibility given how soft the ball is. That's a thick edge, downwards though, edged, sort of controlled edge between slip and gully, and it's run all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. Controlled edge is a contradiction in terms. I continue to use it because I can't think of a better way to describe it. I mean, his hands are forward, it's soft hands, he's keeping it down, but it is an edge at the same time.
Did he actually open the... Yes, he opened the face of the bat, although it still hit the edge. And it did go down, you're right, and very quickly. Nowhere near. There are 2 slips in there now, and it bounced well before either of them.
We'll get back to the conversation we were having before tea. You know, what does a statistician do there? Does he put that down as a false shot?
Well, luckily we've got one who's just arrived, and he'll probably tell us that, and we'll both disagree with him.
Pushed out square on the offside to deep point, and they go through again for another single.
Was it a mistake, or was it actually eased through there?
And if you had, I don't know what a collective noun for statisticians is, but would they all agree that that was a false shot, or would there be a disparate opinion? Would it go with the majority? That's pushed again, square of the wicket on the offside for an easy single. 167 for 3.
I'm sure someone listening to this, if they're still awake, some around the world, will come up with an appropriate kind of just a word to go that describes a group of statisticians.
A number of
collective noun.
statos?
A number. No, a
You didn't like
number.
that?
Oh, yeah. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing with it.
But there is an element of subjectivity.
Didn't he just edge that through the slips? What are you two trying to pretend he didn't do that for?
Jarrod, well, he opened the face of the bat and it went straight down, and it's run away to the, you know. I think that there'd be plenty, including maybe 2 out of the 3 of us, who might think that that was a controlled shot, and that was what he was intending to do. So there is an element of subjectivity, just an element. Here is Jasprit Bumrah in once again. That is a false shot. Now he's trying to punch that off the back foot, Joe Root, through behind square on the offside. He's trying to pick out the sweeper at deep backward point, and he's ended up chopping it down to Akash Deep at fine leg.
You a big fan of tennis?
Yeah, not playing it so much.
Watching it?
Yeah.
You're always sitting there on the TV going, oh, I can't believe they've marked that down as an unforced error compared to a forced error. It's absolutely no different. And only in cricket would anyone... It's like, it's as subjective in tennis as it is in anything else. Like, technically, they're all forced errors, right? Like, someone's hit the ball really hard at you.
Yeah. Here is Bumrah continuing. This is a controlled little push off the back foot. I can't understand why India are giving Joe Root so many singles. It just... I
Get
mean,
the tail ender on strike. 58 test average.
Yeah.
Look, when it comes down to it, most of the best analytic sites would double check every ball. so it won't be one person. There is a famous situation of someone recording 70 play and misses in a session in a county game, and it turned out this analyst didn't understand that the batters were moving both the batters were moving the bat inside the line to leave, and he just thought they were all play and misses. It was only later when they went back and looked at the video, they were like, that's probably not what's happened.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again, and that's banged in short. That's a bouncer. Jeremy Coney's been commenting how few bouncers there have been bowled today, and yet that was harmless.
Hard for him to say anything at the moment. He's gone.
No, I don't want him to. I don't want him to.
Right,
He's given up on the cornflake and chutney sandwich, though. He's decided that was a poor choice.
So Mark Wood was in the box.
False shot, that one, Jeremy.
That was. That was definitely a false shot. You're quite right. It hit the edge of my mouth, and if I could have returned it to the bowler, I would have done so.
You can bowl it again with one of those salmon and cream cheese ones. That's pushed away up towards mid-on and fielded by Mohammad Siraj.
I'd like to apologise for thought about the cricket for a moment, but I'm glad that your score's good. Mark Wood was in the box, and he was saying that he thinks England will bowl a lot more bouncers on this kind of a surface, which we saw in the Ashes test here a couple of years ago. I just think the balls are so soft, and that's why we haven't seen as many bouncers this year. But he was a bit surprised that India hadn't tried that as a tactic. Yeah, sorry, continue to your score.
No, he was mentioning how slow the surface was as well.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once more, and forward comes Harry Brook, pushing to cover, no run, 170 for 3.
Which explains Joe Root's shot, or missed shot, down to fine leg, doesn't it? Looking to punch it into the offside, the ball just hasn't come on. The stroke goes further through the arc,
even
and it
Popes,
hits the inside edge.
Even Popes, I know it's a horrible shot, Popes, but his hands are ahead of him, aren't they, when he plays that shot? It's just not coming on. Subcontinental wicket. Didn't go down particularly well in India, Ben Stokes' comment about it being a subcontinental wicket.
Yeah, but it wasn't even a criticism, really. I mean, it's just an observation. There's a big nip backer from Jasprit Bumrah, and the excitement behind the stumps is immediately quelled by the bowler himself, who signals it was too high. It's going over, and just turns and walks back, takes his cap from the umpire, and walks off to his fielding position. 61 to Joe Root. Harry Brook has 10. Root averages over 60 on this ground, and 55 against India here. 80 against India here.
2,000 runs at Lords. Does that sound right for Joe Root?
And 3,000 against India. The first player to score 3,000 runs against India, one country.
Who has the most runs on any one test ground?
That would have to be, I don't know the answer, but I'm going Mahela Jayawardene on his home ground, which is the Sinhalese Sports Club.
Who has the second most?
Is that right?
Yeah. Who has the second most runs on any cricket ground?
Forward comes Root again, pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. Sorry, the second most runs of any player on one ground?
Yeah.
Jeremy, it's your turn to answer.
You just keep your same logic.
Andy Flower at Harare Sports Club?
No, Mahela Jayawardene again, but a goal.
Oh,
he basically scored 5,000 runs in 2 venues and scored 10,000 in his career.
Pushed away out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, horses for courses.
Yeah, he knew what he liked. 9,000 runs in Asia he scored in his career.
What did he average outside of Asia?
Not a lot.
Wow. Jadeja in again, and that's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But it's a bit like saying Ivan Lendl.
Mid-30s, perhaps, maybe?
Mid-30s? Well,
yeah.
But again, you're wary of. It's like saying Ivan Lendl wasn't a great tennis player, even though he won 10 majors but couldn't win Wimbledon.
He won Eastbourne and Queens and Beckenham, all the warm-up tournaments,
and about 5 US Opens or something. A couple of 3 Australians. Producer Scott's googling that. Thank you, Scott. 172 for 3. How many majors Ivan Lendl?
This is one of the things that I always find amazing about living in the UK. So I take my kids down for tennis lessons, and we're at Beckenham Club, and I'm looking around and going to use the bathroom.
Defended again on the back foot by Root. He's 62.
Come out of the bathroom and I look up and I see this, a club champion board, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, look at these names here. Lendl and Never. Wait, what? And it's a suburban place, and yet all the greatest Jimmy Connors is, McEnroe, Pat Cash, all these different people have won at this. It's a weird place, the UK, where you could just go to a club place like that. It's Rob Key's ground as well. So he played.
He didn't win one, did he?
He didn't win any tennis tournaments that I'm aware of. I didn't check. Maybe he did. He could have beaten Lendl. Lendl wasn't good on grass. We've just heard. So Kesey would have been good on grass.
Ivan Lendl won 8 majors. Here is Jasprit Bumrah again to Harry Brook, plays defensively, no run. 3 US, 3 French, 2 Australian, and reached Wimbledon once in the final and lost.
I think he would have won the other tournaments once they weren't grass anymore, because Australia and US Open would have been grass probably before his time, I would have thought.
Sorry, twice a finalist at Wimbledon. Who did he lose to? Scott. Just keeping you busy. 172 for 3.
Scott, how many times did he win at Beckenham?
Jeremy and I had a half-hour commentary stint before tea with 1 run scored. Here's Brook in once again. It's pushed out towards extra cover. And I must say that...
It's the best commentary you've done?
It used to be quite regular.
We enjoyed it though, didn't we?
We did, exactly. It gives you time to think and expand your vision.
I can't think of 2 men I'd rather listen to with no runs.
We had 1 at the very beginning in the first over of the...
Yeah, we started well.
There were 7 Baron maidens after that. But...
Trevor Sinclair and Gary Kirsten, you two.
Baron maidens.
Here's Bumrah. Bouncer which goes wrong. It's very hard, isn't it? It's like trying to bowl a bouncer with a cold squash ball in the middle of January. He can't.
Agreed.
Especially a yellow dot.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's been so long since I played squash. Is the yellow dot the slowest?
Yeah, the red one is, but then the white as well. They were all pretty hard to hit, actually.
Until we got them warmed up.
Yeah, you did have to.
You're hitting the walls and into the tin.
It was like hitting a marble, wasn't it? It's just really hard. A stone with a stick. Here's Bumrah from the pavilion end, and that's driven up towards mid-off. And I wonder how many of the crowd, and I'm not suggesting for a moment, I'm really genuinely not saying that they're not knowledgeable and not appreciative, because I must say that the bums on seats quotient at the moment is very high, but I wonder how much they might appreciate just how difficult batting is at the moment. Then some of them might be saying, well, it's a good job that they can still play proper cricket. It doesn't have to be Bazball, this and that. Here's Bumrah, bowled him. He's got through Harry Brook. Brook can't believe it. He's still standing there. He cannot fathom how that ball has beaten him. But the only answer, really, or the first answer, is because it's Jasprit Bumrah. But did it keep low? Harry Brook is just nonplussed. He actually still stood at the crease as if he was contemplating reviewing it. But eventually, reality dawns, and he puts his bat under his arm and trudges off, while Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber study the replay to work out what happened there. Was that an off-cutter?
I think it came back. We haven't seen a great angle of it seaming back in, but it looked like the way his hands moved, it came back in. But he looked like he was beaten for pace. You watch that replay there, Jeremy. It's like he's late on the shot.
I want to know, for the first thing, is did it beat the inside or the outside edge? It looked like the outside from the way that we saw it. Yeah, well, because he scored 11. That's not in doubt.
Okay.
And
so we've got our first fact.
Yeah, we have.
He was bowled.
And it's 4 for 172. So
that's our third fact.
Yes. Well, we like to deal with those occasionally.
Step by step, we're going to put this together like a case.
Well, I mean, but Harry Brook's not the only one to be nonplussed, because between the three of us, we normally have a gut feel. Our instincts are usually quite good as to why he's been bowled.
Well, it's certainly come in from outside off, hasn't it, on the angle?
Definitely,
which makes me think it's outside edge, but perhaps if he's pushed at it a wee bit. But whether it's come inside, we will confirm, folks. We're getting a brilliantly interesting Aviva something. Yeah, I don't know whether it's a car or whether it's a bakery. I'm not sure.
Can I just finish the Ivan
That's
Lendl?
not a fact.
Let me just finish the Ivan Lendl story then with 2 more facts, and those facts are Boris Becker and Pat Cash beat Ivan Lendl in his 2 Wimbledon finals. So you could say decent. Once he got back to the change room, he'd say, well, at least I didn't lose to a nobody. Yeah, pretty good players. So.
Whereabouts were they? That was at Wimbledon?
Wimbledon, yeah.
Okay.
Ivan Lendl's 2 Wimbledon finals, which he lost, but did have 8 other consolation majors. But he
Plus the Beckenham titles.
he was desperate. Yeah, he did.
And Eastbourne.
You're right. You're quite right. No,
He won a lot of tournaments, didn't he? He dominated for a long
He was desperate
time.
to win one.
Yeah.
One Wimbledon just to complete the set. Then he knew
So
that
you're saying that Mahela J. Wardner is the Ivan Lendl
of Test cricket.
It was interesting looking at his career quite a bit as Stokes is facing up.
Yep, Stokes on strike. 2 slips in a gully as Bumrah bowls a bouncer to him to begin with, and it's indication of the lack of pace on the pitch how much time Stokes had to sway out of the way of that one.
Interesting here, isn't it? It's the old boycott saying, isn't it? Add 2. And you look up now, and if it gets to 6 for 170, 180, suddenly India, who have worked hard all day and worked diligently as well, and put the ball generally. I think it's actually looking at that again. We've now just had a replay of the Brook dismissal. I think it's come in between.
It's definitely come in a lot. I think you can tell from his hands. They've not showed a simple straight-on footage of it. It doesn't look that late there, does it? I thought originally maybe that's what it was. It was the explosion, but maybe it's just the nip back. If they could find an angle that would show the nip back.
They've been very, very
artistic.
arty.
Yeah, haven't they?
They're going for the Foreign Film Award.
Do you remember when the ICC wanted free hits to look different, so they wouldn't use the normal camera for a free hit, and you had no idea what had happened for about 20 seconds?
Akashdeep begins a new over with an away swinger to Joe Root outside the off stump. He leaves it alone.
You might remember that. There was one tournament, a T20 World Cup, and they were using random cameras around the ground. And so suddenly, instead of being behind the bowler's arm like we are all the time, we were at deep cover or deep mid-wicket or square leg, and everyone was like, well, we can't even see this. We don't even know what we're looking at. Just show us the person trying to hit the 6.
Yeah, it just reminds me of that time when the what I call the gamble slip cordon started to become fashionable, and you'd have a second slip and a fourth slip rather than a first and the second. It's clipped away off his pads by Joe Root for a single out towards deep square leg. And I think it was Mark Taylor who first said, they've been playing Test cricket for 125 years. They've got a fair idea of where the ball is generally edged. And it goes most often to first slip. It goes second most often to second slip, and that's why we have this system. But I mean, the gamble slip cordon has been used in this series quite a bit. Both teams have spread first and second slip, and have also suffered. All right, did we finally get a straightforward replay there?
We have. Very fast one, but it's the inside edge. It went past in between bat and pad.
Stokes leaves alone outside the off stump.
So it's the movement, and now they're showing us the LBW.
This is from the last test.
From Edgbaston.
Yeah. So they showed us the 2 that he got in trouble with in the last test. So India are trying to bowl wide on the crease and angle back into him. So now they're going to show us the next replay. Thank you. And he is a little late on it, actually. He is. I mean, it does move back, but he was a little bit later on it. There was something about that, but it didn't move as dramatically as some of the others that he faced.
Akashdeep around the wicket. Stokes again leaves a wide one alone, and it's 173 for 4.
But yeah, there's obviously a feeling that they can come wide on the crease, bring the ball back into him, and then he gets a bit stuck on the crease, doesn't he, with that length and that angle.
Looks as if he was playing the original line that he saw and held the bat there for just too long after it's pitched. And so it's left that gap for the ball to be, well, inviting the ball to come through, really. And he just can't get the bat in the way and the time that it's passed, really.
Akash deep into Stokes again, pushes this one away behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Incredibly busy day for Ben Stokes yesterday, and he was frustrated before the start of the Edgbaston Test match by not having enough time to go through all of his routines. Mostly they were all pushed back by a few minutes, and it all added up, and he ended up being 2 or 3 hours late for his second gym session, and because he had to do so much media, and so he brought everything forward yesterday and just to fit everything in. As Akashdeep is in again, Stokes is forward, plays defensively, and there's no run. And just like to say, Jarrod, also have you both got experience of what happens in Test matches around the world, but not even the Indian captain. In fact, definitely not the Indian captain. No other captain of a international cricket team has got half the commitments that the England captain has, and I think it's onerous. I think it's too much.
So I thought the ECB years ago, they I don't know why they asked me, but they asked a question about whether there was a way of changing up the system, Manners. And I said, why do you just want one person talking before a Test match? Surely you want all the players.
There's
talking.
a vice captain.
All of them.
Jasprit Bumrah continues. Another wicket really will change things, and especially if it's Joe Root, and he is. I don't know whether he played at that or not. It was outside the off stump, wide enough for him to have left it, but he got into a defensive position. He might just have been covering his off stump. He may have played at it. If he did, he missed it by quite a way.
Yeah, so I just think you open it up instead of making it one person have to do that, and then the talkSPORT can go talk to one person, BBC can talk to someone else, the Times can talk to someone. Everyone can follow their stories, what they're interested in. It's a bit more casual, it's a bit more relaxed, and then the players disappear. It's called American sport.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah, and that's pushed out on the onside again for a single. Lots and lots of space for Joe Root to take singles. Do you know what I find? I find this fascinating, and Steve Harmison's taken over from Jeremy. So I wonder how Harmy would have enjoyed the press having the run of the changing room. Just being allowed to.
I don't think you have to do run of a change room, and I'm also not sure you can in cricket because of the PMOA clearance.
Yeah,
I think you bring them out for 20 minutes as a group.
But what I'm saying is that in American sports, that nobody raises an eyebrow if the journalist is in the changing room interviewing a player in the sanctity of the player dressing room.
It is disappearing a little bit more.
Is it?
Yeah. So I think
should.
The billionaire athletes are a little bit like, I'm not sure about this. But the difference is you could talk to them at practice and you could talk to them everywhere. It's very hard to talk to a cricketer unless they're at a press conference.
Here is Bumrah again outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
So in America, it's very different. There will be something that will replace the locker room, because the locker room's always been a bit weird. I'm with you on that. But there should be something that replaces that. And this whole idea that you can only talk to one person each day doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, it's amazing that I work on live broadcasting, because I do swear a lot.
Never heard it.
But boy, I'd swear even more if the cameras were in my change rooms, because I know for a fact if I'm swearing, that's not going out. That's not going out live. It's not going out, so I'm good that way.
Bumrah around the wicket to Stokes. Oh, and he beats the outside edge. That's moved so much I thought he may have edged it, but it's just nipped away from Stokes, back of a length into the gloves of the replacement keeper, Dhruv Jurel. I do think that the player, just to finish on the point, Ben Stokes has 4 hours of routine the day before a Test match, at least 2 of which are media. I mean, he does a press conference for everybody, and then there's a separate press conference for the written media, and then he has to do radio and 2 radio and a third. Then there's the one-offs. Then there's the Sky interview, TV interview. It's 2 hours at least, and it's hard. Here is Bumrah again, clipped away out on the onside by Stokes, who is off the mark, and he comes trotting back for 2. And he's got all of his physical routines that he has to go through. 2 sessions in the gym, conditioning, and all that rehab. You get into a routine, don't you? And it becomes really important. And when he was thrown out of that routine before the Headingley Test, he was rightly miffed.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, this team has been labelled as it can say stupid things, But for me, that's because the amount of questions they get in a press conference is ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
That's the other thing. They're too long.
Too long. Far too long.
Here's Bumrah again, and forward comes Stokes, pushing it out to extra cover.
Well, I would add something else. The issue is, how many newspapers are there in the UK? Like 7, 8?
Yeah.
Newspaper or who cover cricket series?
Just newspapers. Is it about 7 or 8, right?
No, there's national
national newspapers.
Okay,
sorry,
let's go with that.
Right. So you have
end of the over, 176 for 4.
You have a 20-minute press conference, which, as Harmy said, is quite a long period as well. But let's say you have a 20-minute press conference. Then the Guardian writes up what Ben Stokes has said, and then the Sun writes up what Ben Stokes has said, and then the Times. They're all basically.
The Sun writes up what Ben Stokes didn't say.
It's 8 different variations of the same conversation. How is that good for cricket?
But it's
how
also
does that help the game if basically you can do that? Whereas actually what there should be is 8 different conversations about the cricket from any one day.
Here's Akashdeep, and that's pushed defensively off the back foot by Joe Root.
But it's
Can
also,
you imagine the FOMO created? Anyway,
yeah,
yes,
but it's also like asking a question for the sake of asking a question. A lot of that used to annoy me. I'd sit there, and then even now, I mean, me and Sam Allard's behind me, and we do the football stuff. We get a manager at the end of a game, and it's 4.5 minutes between three radio broadcasters. If you've got the live game in talkSPORT, we go first, and if the BBC have, they go first. And there's times I'm standing in front of Eddie Howe going, I want to ask you a question, but you've already been asked this a million times, so I'm not going to bother because you've already answered it.
Here's Akashdeep again, and Joe Root picks up one of the many singles that are easily available to him by dropping it to point, and the score moves to 177 for 4, and Root is on 65.
And I think that way because it's like how I would feel. I've been in that chair. I've stood where, not where Eddie Howe has, I've stood where in the press conference. So as a cricketer, you come off at the end of the day and you have your good day and you get asked. It's 4 questions, right? Really, 4 or 5 questions max. Everything else is the same. It's the same as one of them 4 questions. And, talk about the day, talk about what you did, talk about one of the opposition.
Akashdeep in, Stokes defends. Just on the off chance that any of our listeners in 77 countries and territories around the world who don't know who Eddie Howe is. He's the manager of Newcastle United. Carry on.
Why did you look at me?
Newcastle, the football is a global game. I thought everybody, no matter where they are, would know.
Newcastle United, they're the rugby team, right?
Yeah, but majority of the time, the 4 or 5 burning questions, and that should be it because, and you get people asking the same different version.
Short and wide and cut for 4. It's a lovely shot from the England captain. A lovely shot. It was in the air, but it was a long way from the fielder at backward point. It's in front of point, although it's ended up behind square, and it brings up the total to 181 for 4.
So you can see sometimes when Ben Stokes, if he gets a spiky answer in the news, Ben Duckett, spiky answer in the news, says something that talks about Jaiswal and in that first Test match at Hyderabad. I can guarantee that's 20 minutes into a press conference, and that's about the 2nd or 3rd time somebody's asked him a version of the question that he's answered, and he's probably sick and he's getting that, and that's the one that's getting the headlines, and that's what creates a negative vibe.
Akashdeep in again, another short wide one, another cut shot from Stokes, another 4, this time even higher in the air, deliberately I think over the top of backward point. And back-to-back boundaries for Ben Stokes. Do you remember many years ago when Michael Atherton lost it in a press conference in the subcontinent? Do you remember when he suddenly blurted out, "Who let this buffoon in here?"
Yeah, David Gower was the best. You got 3 questions before I'm going to the theatre. That was, I think that was here, wasn't it?
Sorry, could you hurry this up? I've got a dinner appointment.
I've got a dinner appointment. My theatre tickets is booked for 7 o'clock. It's 6:05. It's going to take 20 minutes to get there. Right, you've got 3 questions and I'm off.
Akashdeep in again, pushed up towards mid-off. Shubman Gill does the fielding, and there's no run. Sometimes in that situation, I sort of think, well, if you're not going to answer the questions and they're legitimate questions, then you're going to leave us and give us license to speculate as to the reasons that you may have chosen to do that or play this shot or make that. So, I mean, there's a balance to be struck, but I think on the whole, press conferences are too long,
No, they're
and
terrible.
too waffly.
No, press conferences shouldn't exist. They're not good for journalists. They're not good for athletes. They don't get what you need out of it. And generally, what ends up being is they end up as a crutch for bad media to put the same quotes out again and again, rather than people actually writing, rather than people actually reporting, rather than people actually getting to the core of a story, right? And you have people who too often are stenographers rather than journalists. And that's the biggest issue, and that's why I don't go to press conferences. As you know, I hate them.
You're going to have to elaborate on that.
Well,
Transcribing.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you're going to have to say that again. Yeah, you've got to remember, I didn't get any GCSEs.
Hey, I didn't finish high school
So
either.
you're gonna have to
You're not the only
explain
one
that.
who's dumb in this room, Harmy.
Yeah, you'll have to explain that one a little bit easier to me.
Just transcribers.
Transcribers.
Too many sports journalists are transcribers.
Forward comes Joe Root, another single, pushing it out on the onside. Actually, a stenographer is somebody who types in real time, who can type speech in real time. So in court?
In court, yeah. You're talking to the right person now. Yeah, in court. You're talking to a northern lad now.
No, so that's my issue. My issue is that they don't even work for what they're designed to be, and they don't help the game of cricket. So we should be looking at something that helps the game of cricket.
Not guilty, Your Honour.
Stop making jokes in the middle of
Joe
my
Root,
rant.
Joe Root's on 66. Stokes is on 10. It's 186-4. Since tea, Ollie Pope's been caught by reserve keeper, substitute keeper, Dhruv Jurel, who's on for the injured Rishabh Pant, hurt a finger in the middle session. That's pushed away by Stokes, whose record against spin, by the way, I'll let Jarrod expand on this, is particularly poor in the last 2 years. Forward he comes, playing defensively now. So Pope went first ball after the tea break, caught behind, looking to late cut Jadeja, caught by Dhruv Jurel for a hard-working 44. And Harry Brook was bowled by a beauty from Jasprit Bumrah, past the inside edge. He went for 11. Jadeja in again. Stokes, I think, is very late on this. Quick one from Jadeja, hits the outside half of the bat. There is a slip, but it was a much too thick an edge for the slip to come into play. 187 for 4. Stokes averages 28 in the last 2 years in Test cricket, and Jarrod, that drops to about 12 or 13 against spin.
It's really low, isn't it? I think he's got the lowest average in the last couple of years of any of the players who played a lot of cricket. He's that's what we were talking about at lunch. He really is struggling technique-wise, and he got stuck again that last ball.
Jadeja to Root, drives down to long off. India are just giving Root a single here. I mean, not quite, but you know, there are so many gaps, and Root's good enough and in enough to just yes, carry on.
But I would say that you look at it, he now plays spin from the crease, whereas he used to try and get forward, and I think he went out LBW a lot, so he's changed that technique, but I'm not sure he's improved it.
Jadeja in, Stokes forward, clips it out to mid-wicket. Jaiswal fields no run.
He also used the depth of his crease as well. He would go back a lot. He would play a lot of the spin off the back foot as well as getting out there on the front foot, and whether the body's been hampered because of the issues he's had with his hamstring and with his knee. It certainly had an ill effect on his ability in the against spin. Just looking at there, average against spin recently 18.43. Just 100 last, that the player that's averaged 300 balls, and he's got the lowest of averages, one of the lowest averages of top 6, top 7 players who was playing at in the bigger and the larger nations. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Harmy. Akash deep it is, and it's Joe Root, 67 not out defending on the front foot. Akash deep with the sharpest of all sharp beards. He's cartoonish or comic characteresque. Do you used to read comics?
Probably not one that we can see on here. The Viz was always one. That was
right, you can say Viz.
It was a good.
You don't have to name the characters.
You might have to name the characters
or the storylines.
I was going to say, the characters are one thing, but the storylines are another. Yeah, Sid the Sexist.
Yeah. And the rest.
And the rest.
Deep again, attempted cut on the front foot by Joe Root, and that's gone perilously close to the outside edge of the bat. I think it might have hit Jurel on the knee, kept very low. It's no damage to batter or keeper. India can't afford to lose another one, can they?
No. I think they would lose Jarrell. It would be like Surrey losing another keeper, because two of them are playing here, and they've only got one. So I'm trying to think of if they've got another one in the squad. I don't think they had.
KL Rahul?
KL Rahul, yes. I knew there was another one. KL Rahul is standing at second slip, I think. He would probably have taken the gloves.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think after Jarrell and KL Rahul, they're out of keepers. On the drive is Joe Root. He's going to take a single to deep backward point, but this ball kind of squirts off the outside edge of the bat, maybe a little toe end as well. Run scoring at no stage today has been easy, has it? It's been attritional cricket. We thought that when Harry Brook came in, you know, the tempo might rise, but unfortunately from England, he didn't last long. That was in the air, actually, that drive from Root. Somebody maybe
Similar
it has been
position.
quite close at point.
Crawley got caught there in the second
He
innings.
did, yeah,
Didn't
but
it?
you
Yeah.
don't usually see a fielder there
Not to Root.
at this stage of an innings. And with the ball that's, 60 overs old. Stokes battling his game. That's like we saw Ollie Pope earlier today. Just defending on off stump. That innings from Pope, it was difficult. It was a difficult watch at times. You know, the scoreboard will say 44. You know, for a number 3 bat, that's good. He's eaten up a lot of time. He's taken time out of the game. He's seen off the new ball. He's done a lot of ugly stuff, but it's also slightly concerning.
Got to go on though. You've got to go on, because if you get out and then another one goes, your team's in a bit of trouble.
2 slips in the gully as Stokes gets across and just clips this leg side for a single. He was beaten by an absolute beauty in the last over from Bumble, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
he
That
was.
one that bounced and moved away from him. He missed it by quite a distance, but that's a bit straighter. You know, that takes the outside edge. England lose another one now, and India will be very happy with their work. What have we got? An hour and 40. We're not going to get the overs in today, so an hour and 40 with Joe Root 68 and Ben Stokes 12. At no stage have England got ahead of this game. Even with that afternoon session, they just didn't score quickly enough. We've got a spread slip cordon, 3 slips, but covering quite a lot of distance there. But this is on the pads of Root. Clips the ball past Jaiswal at mid-wicket, who makes a little bit of a mess of the collection and throws the ball in behind the stump. Jarrell takes 192 for 4.
We're a long way behind, aren't we? We really are. I mean, 30 overs left in a day, an hour and 40. You're looking at, what's that, 20? We could lose 7 or 8 overs here, if not more.
India, I think, Gary Morgan would be able to tell us, I think India have been bowling their overs quicker than England have in the series so far. But that I don't think that's going to happen today. I mean, we have seen some spin. It was spin that did for Ollie Pope. It was a poor shot. Do you know what? We saw 2 very quick wickets after the drinks break, and we saw a wicket straight after the tea break. And then Brook was undone by a good one from Bumrah. Touch of unfortune about the dismissal, possibly. But we are going to continue seeing spin. So, but yeah, we're pushing things as we come up to 5 o'clock. Here is Jadeja bowling from the pavilion end, and mid-on has just jumped over the ball, I think, and allowed a single. Yes, just to the wide of him, actually.
Yeah, Sam Allard just behind me. He's asking why. He's got a point.
He's just asking why.
Asking why.
We all feel like that sometimes,
yeah.
watching cricket. 193 for 4. Touch fuller. Root can't clip this ball through mid-wicket. What was he asking why about?
He's asking why the man's out in a deep straight, which is a good point when Stokes is averaging 16 against spin in the recent past. Make him hit it over the top. Don't give him that easy single. Make him come forward and out of his crease rather than just sort of let the ball come to him off the back foot and punch it down the ground.
Jadeja again. This is a touch more flight, and it's driven back to the bowler. Well, we've seen Shubman Gill. He's very, very defensive, isn't he? Even with a 650-run lead in the last test, again defended by Joe Root, who's 17 odd out.
It's weird though, because the two, both mid-on and mid-off, are up against Joe Root, who's 70 not out and one of the best players to spin arguably in the world. And then he's got men back when Ben Stokes is on strike, who's averaging 16 against spin.
Here comes Jadeja again. Slow left arm bowling from the pavilion, and it's been a beautiful day here in London, and we're going to have a few more like this, aren't we? It's very, very hot. As this time Root tries to push the ball up to mid-off for a comfortable single, but again, it's no timing and it's misdirected, coming from the inside portion of the bat and up to mid-on. That one run coming from the over?
One Stokes run, wasn't it? One stroke,
yeah,
Stokes single down the ground.
What was the score at tees, Scott?
It was 153 for 2.
So 70 run. How many overs do you make?
49.
49. So 25 overs in the first session and 24 overs in the afternoon when they were bowling spin.
Yeah, it was something like 70, wasn't it? 70 runs off 24 overs.
Well, if ever a scorecard passage of play leads to a coffee, it's now. Thank you, Stephen. He's just arrived with one. Not you, Stephen, the other one. But yeah, but I don't know. When I've watched a lot of Australian cricket over the last few years, well, all my life. And one of the things that's really leapt out at me is just how slow they bat. With Usman Khawaja at the top of the order, Marnus Labuschagne, I mean, he's out the side now. They played a game against New Zealand, which they won. I think they were 89 for 4 and, after 45 overs. You know, and I mean, maybe they would have been 6 or 7 down, as Stokes would take certainly one to square leg. He's throw coming in from the deep, and he comes back for a second. He moves to 15. But the problem with batting like that is that it takes a long time to get ahead of the game.
And that's probably this, when you're talking about what happened in this session. You know, the thinking behind the way India bowled. Did the bowl well? I thought they bowled well for the first hour. I didn't think they bowled well, very, very well after that. And the game was talked about being in a holding pattern for quite a while. But if you give your wicket away like Ollie Pope did, then you open the fact that Brook gets a beauty.
As this time Siraj bowling from the nursery ground end, the media centre end, running away from us here in our position in the commentary box. It looks great from the outside, as this commentary box, even after all these years. How long has it been around for? 25 years or so?
Yeah, it was before my time. Yeah, before my time playing for England.
I mean, most people listening wouldn't have been anywhere near the media zone. It's a little bit like being in the Starship Enterprise.
2000?
Yeah, well, that'd be 25 years.
2000, I would say, yeah. Try to think when I played on this ground. I played on this ground in 1998. Was it here? Yeah, possibly was. Yeah, probably. I think it was here in 1998.
That's Siraj again, coming in and bowling to Ben Stokes, who comes forward and gets behind the line of the ball. Seems a bit more comfortable against Siraj, but the ball 62 overs old. And again, you know, going back to the point we're just making, this is the batter's time, isn't it? Before that second new ball is taken, we're deep into the third session of the day. The sun's been out all day as well. There's no cloud cover aiding the bowlers. There's no respite. Siraj in again, and Stokes has an attempted drive at fuller delivery, but looks at the bottom of his bat. There's been quite a lot of that today as well, isn't there?
Just about to say, yeah, it looks as though they've been playing with a punctured ball. I mean, they've not been complaining about the ball shape going soft. It's been moving around, it's been swinging, but it hasn't been a great wicket to time the ball on. Another slow surface.
That kept a bit low, that one. So yeah, I wonder whether the slow nature of the pitch and the ball 62 overs old and getting softer and softer with each delivery into the ground. Joe Root's been batting in his bubble. He's been going at a strike rate of 50. And Stokes facing now again. Just feels like the ball is just sticking in the pitch a touch. Stokes onto this drive, front foot drive, touch too early. And again, no timing. It's a little bit of an outside edge, really. And Stokes looks at the track. Siraj There's the look of a bowler who thinks that he's actually got one over the batter, but I'm not sure.
It's a good area from Siraj to Stokes. It really is. That area has caused Ben Stokes quite a lot of problems in the past. The angle coming around the wicket, ball going through and bowling him, or he's been able to nick it.
Continuing round at the wicket, and this time Stokes, the ball is close enough to him to cut comfortably down the ground for a single where it's fielded. I mean, there's pressure on this game as well, isn't there? Isn't it? I've made my way back from Headingley, and I was thinking to myself, over the last couple of years, I mean, the Ashes was a little bit different, but in the main, I head off day before a Test match, and I say to my wife, I'll be back. Should be back three or 4 days.
3 or 4 days.
Definitely
yeah.
4 days.
Yeah.
Might be a 3 day, and then the Test starts, and I'll message her, I'm definitely back in 3
Yeah.
3 days, and more often than not I am. That Test match went all the way to the back end of day 5. Second Test went the same way. And
Torture, isn't it?
having watched this one, I'm thinking...
No, I don't think this one will go. I don't think this one will. I don't think this is a 5-day surface. I don't. I really don't. I think.
What makes you think that? I mean, there's not much pace.
Because there's movement there. There's
is
movement.
that movement definitely going to be there for the next few days?
Yeah, I think so. I think because the atmosphere. If we get a day like today,
drinks here, by the way, you're not missing anything.
For the next 3 or 4 days, then England will get the ball to move. I think they'll bowl better lengths. With Archer in the team, they'll Wokes. Hopefully, if Wokes can rediscover the form that he has at this ground, England will have more. Will ask more questions in and around the sort of inside and outside edge of the bat. Now, you've still got to take them chances, and you've got to make that happen. England are in a precarious position at this moment in time because of the way the game's gone and the slow nature of the way the scoring rate. You've just seen Geoffrey Boycott on our screen. He always used to say, "Put 2 on it, put 2 on it." If you put 2 on this here, all of a sudden, England, 210 for 6. England are getting 300, just over 300. And then, that fast forwards the game. It really does fast forward the game. So for me, I think we're in for. We'll be going into day 4, but I don't think this game is going to go right to the last knock-ins, which is great for me because it means we're guaranteed a result. Where in the last 2 games, the draw was in the game for quite a large proportion of the first 2 Test matches.
If you've got a question for Harmy, then drop it in the chat facility on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and I'll be sure to ask him. Although it might be off now, actually. I'm not sure what's going on with the rotor. As Washington Sundar, it just reminds me a touch of Ravichandran Ashwin in his approach to the crease, with a slip in place, short leg, and this is just pushed out to the offside by Ben Stokes, who's 16 not out from 27 deliveries. Harry Brook, the last man to go, inside edging onto his stumps for 11, as Stokes playing back and pushing forward, cutting this to the same field as Shubman Gill at extra. There's a kind of a deep backward point, a deep point, that extra cover fielder with the mid-off. As he's beaten this time, Stokes. He's playing all hands, no foot movement. And that turns away from the left-hander by quite a big amount. Big amount of turn there from Washington Sundar, and has that led to a little change in the field from Shubman Gill? No, short leg is going to stay where he is. There is also a mid-on and also a mid-wicket, also somewhere down on the boundary at deep third. As Stokes is forward and defending out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Ben Stokes missed it. Ollie Pope nicked it. Both same shots, both average, poor average shots, and fortunately for the England captain, he didn't get anything on it.
Oh, I've got a question for you. Big question that I think everybody's going to want to know the answer to. Defended again by Ben Stokes, back up the track. Good tidy over here from Washington Sundar. Now, one of your former teammates, of course, went down in folklore as he's playing back this time, Stokes. And again, pushing it out to the leg side. End of the over. Good one from Washington Sundar. A maiden, 196 for 4. There is what I believe is a mythical story surrounding your former Durham teammate, who was also pretty good at short leg or silly point. Australian number 3.
Yeah, Mr. Boone.
Who we saw in New Zealand recently, didn't we?
We did.
He's stepped away from that umpiring.
Stepped away. He's gone into back to administration role at Cricket Australia, I think, with Tasmania.
He, of course, infamously drank 52 beers on the flight from Australia to England. It has been disproven it's even possible to drink that amount of beer, I think. But Hoove says, can Harmy beat Booney's beer record? I mean, you've had enough opportunity
I would love to have a go.
How many trips to or from Australia have you had in your career?
6.
And really?
6, 7, to and from Australia. Yeah.
I suppose you wouldn't. Have you been back since you stopped playing?
Well, I was there. I was there, via. I went to New Zealand via Sydney. So does that count? No.
Well, we did have a beer in Sydney Airport.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning, but yeah.
Still had a beer in Sydney Airport. It was buzzing, wasn't it? Joe Root facing Mohammed Siraj, bowling from the nursery ground end, and this first delivery with one slip in place is driven. Again with no timing, no great timing. This has been a consistent theme of today. And fielded.
No.
We went to New Zealand twice.
Yeah.
But once we didn't go via Australia.
No, we didn't. We went the long way around.
So you've had 6 trips there and 6 trips back.
National Academy, we went twice because we went before Christmas and after Christmas. World 11 game, 2 Ashes tours. There's another tour in there somewhere. I can't remember where it is. Yeah, but you wouldn't be allowed now. I mean, just not. They wouldn't allow you to drink that much on a plane.
Coming round the wicket, and this is down the leg side. Stokes comes forward, but it's too wide, and it's allowed through. No, you wouldn't be allowed now. I'm not sure they were allowed then, really.
No, I'd give it a go, but I don't think I'd get anywhere near it.
What do you reckon you could manage? 25?
I'd be guessing. No, I could definitely hold my own. If I was stuck there, I mean, getting up and going to the toilet might be a bit of a challenge. But
that is something you've got to factor into the timing of all this.
There were little cans though, weren't there? There were little stubby cans, so more or less halves, weren't there? So it's you're talking like 26, 28 pints.
Suddenly it seems a bit more doable on the up and cut by Ben Stokes. This is an easy nature pitch. Good running from the England captain. Comes back for a second as it's fielded about 10 yards in from the boundary. That fielder there is where I think you get most champagne corks flying over your shoulder.
Yeah. Just
in front of the Warner stand. That new refurbed Warner stand where I think they spent the best part of, I don't know, I'm going to say £150 million to redevelop the stand, and I think they added 20 seats.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a big enough stand to start with, so just put a better roof on it.
Yeah, I think that's...
upstairs is nice. I've been upstairs.
It looks very nice.
I did an Ashes interview with Charles Colville there for the TV once, and it was lovely when it first got built.
He does those good... He did a series of really good interviews, didn't he, Charles? I thought he was an underrated broadcaster for Sky Sports for many years. Forward and defended back to the bowler by Stokes. No run.
Amazing man. I've spent many a night through the night with Charles and Bob Willis at the end of my playing days doing the verdict. But a lot of them Ashes memories that he did were in that room up there. Strauss's was done up there, Goughy's was done up there, mine was done up there.
Alex Stewart, I imagine.
Shuey's was done at the Oval, I think. NASA's was done at the Oval.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting, he did one with Charles, I think.
That was up there.
Yeah.
That was up there, definitely.
One slip in place with a gully and a point for Stokes, who, again, just defence on off stump with Siraj bowling round the wicket with a...
I love working with Charles, because Charles would argue the opposite just for the sake of arguing. So he was.
Sounds like you and Goughy.
You mean Goughy? Yeah, but for a lot of people were mixed with Colville. For me, he was a brilliant broadcaster. He got everything out of whoever was sitting in the expert's chair. He got everything out of them, and that combination with Bob. Yeah, he rubbed people up the wrong way, but I tell you what, they loved England when they did well.
Short delivery. Stokes takes one hand off the bat. I tell you what, that length, he seized on that. He actually got a bit too excited, I think. He was through with a shot too early. Could have pulled that a bit square if he just held his shot a fraction of a second. Applause you'll hear, though, is the sound of the crowd acknowledging the end of another superb commentary stint from Steve Harmison. And also the 200 up for England. 4 wickets down and 64 overs into their innings after Ben Stokes won the toss for the 3rd match in a row and decided to bat first. And here we are with about an hour and 23 minutes to go. We still don't really know who's going to finish this day on top, because whilst England have 200 on the board, they've lost 4 wickets. They're not going particularly fast rate, and a couple of wickets here, and there's going to be the second new ball at some stage today. As Sundar is in, and this is driven to cover, no run. England walk in 260 for 4, their day. They walk in 260 for 6 or 7. India will be the happier side, as this is defended by Root. Stokes, right? This is a faster delivery from Sundar. They really are probing away at a perceived weakness, and there's a little bit of bounce there as well. Jeremy Coney's back. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Hello, John. Yeah, hi everybody. It's just that Root. Sorry,
defended into the leg side by Stokes.
Stokes, his initial inclination is to go back to the spinner rather than pushing forward, and quite often he's a little bit late coming into the forward defensive stroke because of it. If you think of the last decision,
this is a touch fuller from Sundar, and Stokes trying to get forward on this occasion, no run.
When he batted at Edgbaston, he was LBW, wasn't he? He was hitting it, but he was coming forward at the same time, just a little late.
This time manages to play back and cutting this ball from Sundar to the fielder out on the boundary. 1 run added, 201 for 4.
I think the first thing with spin, I think you generally should look to go forward first, and then if they force you back, if you see the length, then you go back, because you can be trapped quite close to your stumps and you run the risk of, chopping on, or LBW, of course. It's a dangerous ploy.
Yeah, I suppose you've got more time to come back rather than to move forward, as Root just glances this ball fine and gets off strike. He moves to 72. Ben Stokes is 20, 202 for 4, 172 for 4 when Harry Brook was bowled for 11. 15 overs until the second new ball, so we're not going to see Jasprit Bumrah until that moment. Oh, Alex Stewart's here. Who's your favourite cricketer? Did you have a favourite cricketer growing up?
Growing up?
Yeah. Were you a cricket fan as a kid?
Oh yes, I used to go down to the Basin Reserve as the main ground in Wellington, New Zealand, and I'd take my scorebook and I'd spend the day there keeping the score and so on.
So one of your favourite heroes, was it a Wellington player? Or
yes, yeah. Well, and always Bert Sutcliffe as well for New Zealand.
An absolute legend of the game.
Such a classic player, and such an aesthetically pleasing player. Got nice shapes above, just like Gower in a sense did as well in England.
Was wrapped on the pad is Joe Root. Mohammed Siraj continuing from the nursery ground end.
I think when I played, I have to say Greg Chappell. Just a fine batsman. They're the names that come to me immediately, John.
I only asked because Alex Stewart was my favourite player.
Was he indeed?
Yeah.
He was aggressive, wasn't he?
Well, he was. He was, an opener.
Yep.
Who liked to pull. He liked to drive. He liked to. That Joe Root again. Just pushes this out to the offside, no run. He liked to get on with things.
Yeah, he moved the game forward, didn't he? And I suppose with a new ball, because he opened most of the time, didn't he? I would have thought, and with the ball coming on a little quicker, and if they try to bounce you at any stage, he was keen to take it on.
Yeah, he's famously scored those 2 centuries at Barbados in what would have been 1994. Wow, that's late from Root, who To give you an idea of how late that was, Mohamed Siraj is not happy about it. Joe Root has just moved away because something's happened behind the bowler's arm. Siraj, I don't think I've ever seen a bowler closer to releasing a ball before a batter has moved away from the stumps.
Siraj isn't happy, is he?
No.
And Root is just pointing out, it's perfectly legitimate if there's people moving behind at the last moment. Siraj is still not happy with that answer. And so...
that was very late though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, the ball was just about to be released from his hand.
Yeah.
And it was a horrible position as well, because then, of course, he's got to keep hold of it. And now Siraj has turned his ire to whoever it is that has caused this interruption. That doesn't help with this abysmal over rate either, does it? Siraj in again, and that would have annoyed him even more if Joe Root has successfully guided that ball past backward pointer down to the boundary for 4, but it's fielded, and that's the end of the over. Yes, Alex Stewart. So he was a counter-attacking batter, right?
Yeah.
And also he used to wear a bit like Martin Crowe, the white batting helmet. But when you were allowed to.
Well, we all wore them in New Zealand. They were all white.
No, it was only Alex Stewart that wore the white one.
Here,
yes.
But we all wore the white one.
Defended by Root. Oh, really? Did all of the Kiwis wear that?
And with a black badge.
Yeah.
We did, yes.
Ah, yeah. Mum, it's funny how your memory misremembers things.
I mean, when they first started
that with Martin Crowe.
Yeah, in 79-80 against the West Indies. The first time all of us had to don a helmet. That was really quite a weird thing to have when you're used to, not wearing a cap even.
Yeah, you were saying actually, facing Tomo, and you weren't used to wearing the grill. There's, again, Root, no real timing. It's unusual for Root to be like this, isn't it, Jeremy? He's 72 not out, and he still seems to be battling with the ball as much as anything.
Well, if you think about the areas of the field that you often see in a wagon wheel, he would hardly have 10% coming straight down the ground. All those 90% of his runs will be square and behind the stumps, because this is quite a slow. I think the batsmen are finding it hard today to score because they can't hit through the ball. So it's a slightly spongy, the ball on the pitch a little longer.
Short delivery, and Root takes on the paw, and it's fielded down at fine leg, so another run. England tick along. 203 for 4 with Ben Stokes 20 not out, and Joe Root is at 73. Joe Root's most productive shot has been the flick. 27 runs and 2 fours. There's been one boundary through mid-wicket in his entire innings.
Yeah,
which is what you're saying, right? There's been a couple of fours down to third.
It might quicken up tomorrow, John.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier.
But we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. This, I'm sure, would irritate England with their stronger, taller, I don't know about stronger, but taller, bang-it-in bowlers that they possess in their bowling attack, rather than the Indians, who are more skiddy and pitch the ball a little more close to the batsman. And if they can get something to happen there where it hits the surface, you've got less time as a batsman to play the ball.
Mark Wood was at the back of the box for a couple of overs earlier, and Root is forward and just pushing this to mid-wicket, no run. He said that the English bowlers would do, when they bowl, they'll bowl a lot shorter than what we've seen India do today.
They will?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Just to get something out the pitch.
Right.
As Root comes forward and just pushes this up to mid-on. We have seen a lot of short pitch bowling at this ground. 2023, the Ashes.
I do remember that.
It seemed like there's a whole session of short pitch bowling.
Was from Australia, and that's when
both
Stokes attacked, didn't he?
Both did it.
Yeah.
Well, it was earlier in the match as well. It was a long period, and you know what? It made for pretty tedious cricket.
Yeah.
It's not aesthetically pleasing. Tell you what, listen, that flamboyant reaction by Washington Sundar, not for the first time.
Well, he's trying to pin him back there. See, he's back again.
Yeah, he is.
Trying to just slide one past the inside edge of the bat or the outside and just get it into those pads.
And again, and this is Fuller.
That's
and
better, Stokes.
Comes
Yeah.
forward and punches this to extra cover. No run. Tall man. He's at Washington Sundar. Came back into the India side in the second test match. Retained his place. And there's a guided run. Backward a square on the leg side from Ben Stokes, who's 22 not out. And England move on.
Important innings for Stokes, just as a player. I think he'll know that the media has sort of got their beady eyes on the fact he hasn't scored a big one lately.
There's always going to be one, isn't there? As this time he plays back again, but there's width and it's cut away comfortably enough. Kept a touch low. Seen a bit of that as well. At this stage, do you think India will be relieved? Not relieved. Would they happy with the two sides to have lost the toss rather than won it? I mean, they would have bowled anyway, actually.
Would they?
Yeah, Shubman Gill said he would have bowled, so would be in exactly the same situation no matter what happened. Drinks here. 207 for 4. Joe Root's faced 150 deliveries. He's 74 not out, and Ben Stokes is 23 from 46. 67 overs gone. Rishabh Pant is still off the field. That's a bit of a concern that he hasn't come back, isn't it?
Well, he's had a scan, hasn't he? I haven't heard the result of that. Yeah, I guess it is. If he's damaged the hand and the finger in some way, that will be a problem for the Indian side. He's such an important component in that batting lineup at number 5, and he's scored so well in the two matches so far, hasn't he? I mean, he's often changed the speed and the pace of an innings. He's scored 342 runs at 85, so it's a pretty useful kind of hand to go with Gill, because he often comes in and suddenly the whole game changes within up to sort of 5 to 10 overs as he just attacks various bowlers. You know, he's a difficult man to bat to, and he's got quite a solid defence as well. We tend to be attracted by the wild strokes that he plays, but he's quite kind of conservative in other ways as well when he has to be. And so he's a very useful batsman at number 5. I thought originally, is that too high for a wicket keeper? I suppose you can bat him where you like, can't you? I mean,
well, where did the other batter?
Well, the Sri Lankan keeper Sangakkara, he was up there, wasn't
5.
he? High up.
Andy Flower, he must have
Yes,
batted
about there.
Out there. I was trying to think. I can't think of too many other batters who have batted so high up the order.
Well, the Pakistan opener, older Pakistan opener. I'll have to think of the name. It'll come to me in the end. But he was one as well.
Where did Smithy used to bat? Ian Smith.
Oh, no, lower.
Yeah.
Eight,
I know.
8 or 9.
Oh, really? Was he
yeah.
8? Was he that low?
Yeah. Because
Oh.
Richard Hadley was 7.
Farouk Engineer, where did
That's
he bat?
it. That's exactly
Is
who
that
I'm
who you're
thinking of.
talking
It's the opener. Quite hard to do, actually, I would have thought, with, if you're keeping for a long time and then have to open.
Well, I did wonder about Jamie Smith,
Well, he could well become just a batsman, couldn't he? And
That's what I was
someone else
thinking.
may keep.
Yeah.
You don't know in the end.
I mean, a lot of people who've seen a lot more of Jamie Smith before he made his debut for England were of the opinion that he would be better suited at 3 than Ollie Pope as just an out-and-out batter. Just a batter. But not sure England are really going to want to change something that has worked so well. But, if he's scoring 180 and then coming out and having to keep behind the wicket before then going out to bat again, like we saw at Edgbaston, you know, that does take it out of you. But I suppose until he starts dropping catches in innings number 4, very little's going to change there. We did see, of course, Ollie Pope bat at 6 and keep wicket.
Yeah, they could
with
just
good success.
interchange.
Just swap them around.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't think it'll happen though this series. It'll be unlikely.
Ravindra Jadeja, who picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope. Was that the first ball of the session?
Yes, it was.
First ball of the session. Ollie Pope caught behind for 44, and he got a bit of turn. I was expecting him to. Was it? Maybe it isn't him coming on. No, it isn't. He's sold me a dummy there.
Is that Nitesh Reddy?
I think we're going to see Nitesh Reddy,
Yeah.
who picked up those first 2 wickets this morning. Ben Duckett caught down the leg side for 23. Zach Crawley caught behind for 18. 43 without loss, became 44 for 2. And from a pretty unlikely source, because he didn't bowl a huge amount of overs during the Border Gavaskar. I think just 44 overs across the test matches he played. But he's back now, and first ball is left alone. How many... he did bowl a little bit in that second test, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Just a little bit.
Just in the first innings, 0 for
right.
29. So they were the first 2 wickets of his series.
This will be a harder spell for him here, I think, because before he's had a ball that was swinging, and that always made the batsman a bit more watchful about what strokes they could play. He's got an outswinger, which is his general ball, which will be an in-swinger to Stokes, of course, and then he can take it the other way as well. But I don't think it'll swing quite as much here.
He's got one wideish first slip in place, and this is going to be runs for England. It's the slope that does you. And this is heading down to fine leg. It's come off the bat as well. Stokes, who moves to 27, 211 for 4. He's got deep square leg. Well, it's just forward of deep square. There's a fine leg with a mid-on that's quite deep and wide. Then a wideish first slip, a gully. 2 fielders in the covers, as well as mid-off, and also a deep backward point. And this shapes back into the off stump of Stokes, who comes forward and lets this ball go through.
Hope that first slip isn't too wide there. If it's going to come back into him and he does nick it, you don't want to get too wide. The keeper and yourself still should be able to cover that gap. You don't want to be going so it goes between you. It's often better to cover smaller area better.
Yeah, that is a defensive field in the covers. 3 men stopping the drive. And Reddy is in, and this is left alone. That ball came in quite a lot, actually, towards off stump. The ball before the last one, which again was left alone by Stokes. England want to be batting deep into day 2. They're batting time, which is unusual.
Yeah, different kind of innings for them. But they have to. It's not easy to launch into big strokes when the ball is not quite there for you. They tend to just go up in the air. So you do have to just absorb a bit of time in the way you go about it.
Bit straight. As Stokes comes forward, he's struck on the pad, and the keeper and slip are really interested in this. In a weird way, it felt like the bowler joined in with those behind the stumps. He's certainly been hit in front of all 3. It's just whether he's so far down the track. It's not out call, by the way. Will they go for this, India? They haven't lost a review, have they? Yeah, I think they're going to, and they have. They've gone for the review. My initial feeling is, Jeremy, that maybe it's doing too much.
Well, certainly he moved out of his crease, Stokes, so he is a little bit further down the pitch.
He might be too far down the track.
Well, let's wait and see.
The old 2.5
Here we
metre
go.
rule.
Yes, that's right.
On-field call is not out.
He was a bit disappointed being LBW and Edgbaston, wasn't he? We thought he had played it.
He hasn't hit it.
No, I don't. That's hit, I think, It's gone past the inside edge as he looks to play it to leg side.
What would worry Stokes is you can see middle stump.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's moved to the
Two
offside
reds.
slightly.
Oof, umpire's call. It is hitting leg stump, but not enough to overturn the not out on field call. So a bit of fortune goes England's way there. They had a bit in the morning session. Stokes has got a strange look on his face, almost of a man that's can't believe that ball is going to be shown to be going on to hit leg stump. But England have got away with one there, Jeremy, because if that had been given out on field, then England would have reviewed and they wouldn't have overturned it.
Yeah. Look, he is quite a long way forward too, isn't he? He's taken a step across to the off stump and then tried, therefore, to play it into the leg side, and that caused him to miss it.
Seemed to keep a touch low as well. Attempted cut shot from Stokes. And it's a swing and a miss. I mean, he threw everything at that. He got even the slightest little edge, that probably would have flown over the slip cord and down to the boundary.
Important passage of play, isn't it? This one to the end of the
feels nervy.
end of the day.
It's felt a bit tense all day.
Has. Because they've scored at a slower rate, of course. You know, India feel they're always in the game, and you're only 1 or 2 wickets from sort of being ahead in the match. But 4 down feels as if England have done enough, but suddenly 6 doesn't.
Absolutely, and that moment right there encapsulates everything, because it could have been given out. Stokes could have been on his way, and they're 5 down, and India would feel they're 1 wicket away from the tail. 83 runs in the first session, 70 in the second. We've had 60 in the evening session. Sundar is in, and he's bowling over the wicket to Joe Root, who clips this to Jaiswal, who's fielding at square leg. He's a fine leg. He's a fielder on the boundary, just in front of deep square leg, as well as mid wicket. Mid on's quite deep, mid off's quite wide. There's extra cover. There's a man on the boundary at deep backward pointers. Root just eases forward and glides the ball down to Karun Nair, who comes in off the boundary at long leg. 1 more run to score. There's 2 different games taking place, Jeremy. One where Joe Root's at the crease, and that game doesn't seem to last that long because he gets off strike within a ball or 2. And then when the left-handed skipper is facing, and that usually lasts a touch longer. Defending up the crease, no run.
They're attacking Stokes a bit more, aren't they? When Joe Root's on strike, it's a 4-5 field, 5 on the onside, and he's bowling much straighter. That's why he's been tucked away there by Root, just missed his line.
Again, he's forward and punching this with hard hands, meat of the bat. Fielded at extra cover, no run.
When Stokes is on strike, it's the other way around. 5 on the offside because he's turning the ball away from him, and the slipper's in there. There's a sort of a catching cover. There's 1 at backward point if he tries to hit too hard.
Quite wide of the crease is Sundar, and coming into Stokes, who thinks he's away here but can only pick out mid-wicket. No run. 1 ball left of the 69th over. 214 for 4 England. And Washington Sundar about to bowl final ball of his 5th over. He's gone for just 9 runs. He's done a decent job. It's a bit too wide. And this is cut in front of square on the offside. And Stokes will face the first ball of the next over. And the score moves on to 215 for 4.
Yeah, so it's been a very different innings for the crowd here to watch today. You come with the expectation as soon as England bat that they are going to score sort of 4 runs and over, as they have throughout this entire series, but the conditions haven't really allowed them to do that, together with the ball that has swung for the first time really in the series. because the outfield and the temperatures and so on, the conditions above the ground are such that that the ball for the first 2 sessions was able to swing, and there were enough players in the Indian bowling complement that they were able to make the most of that. And the man bowling at the moment, Reddy, has been one of those. He'll find it a bit harder to get it to move now that we're further on and the ball is older, 69 overs.
That's right. I think his job is just to get through until the new ball as cheaply as possible. Obviously, with asking questions, Ben Stokes punches this one out towards wide, deepish mid-on, but doesn't take the single. 215 for 4. It strikes me, Jeremy, there's a certain, I don't know if irony is the right word, but I mean, England were out-patiented by India at Edgbaston, weren't they? I mean, India were prepared to play the patience game, even when Ben Stokes uncharacteristically set defensive, containing, even ring fields at times. They were patient, they absorbed pressure. Shubman Gill, for all his scoring rate in the end, went through long periods of attritional defence and couldn't score a run. Here's Reddy again outside the off stump, and it just seems, I find it, actually ironic's not the right word, I find it quite pleasing that England are so right. Okay,
We can do that too.
We can do that
Yeah.
too.
You did it pretty well there, and it might have cost us in the end because you got such a big lead in the first innings. You managed to sort of construct 587, and that was too much for us, and we couldn't kind of make that deficit up.
Reddy in again, bowls. Stokes hit it on the pads, I think heading down the leg side. There was some cheers, but only on the basis that the ball missed the bat. And I hope that that there's enough. I mean, I get the sense the crowd have had a very good day, and cricket-wise, you know, you can tell by the number of bums on seats that there are. Look at the grandstand. I mean, it's almost full.
It's chocker, isn't it?
It's
nearly?
absolutely chocker.
Right around. It has been most of the day. There's always that lovely hum. You don't get it at lots of grounds. You don't hear it anyway, but you do at Lord's.
I mean, there is obviously the prospect of another Joe Root century. It's good. He might not get there today, actually, if he does. Reddy in again over the wicket to Ben Stokes. Keeps a bit low, that one, and the England captain makes sure everybody knows about it by going down on one knee, having to chop down very late to defend that one. But I do get the sense, you know, that there's a lot of people going like, this is really interesting. This is a battle. This is...
Well, that's it. There's no one way to play the game, is there? And you do have to be guided by, I'm afraid, the pitch, which is always a slightly boring subject to a lot of people. But you do have to. It does determine.
Stokes again defends, no run.
It determines the length of the bowlers, how fast they bowl, which bowlers are bowled most, what sort of field arrangements are posted throughout the day, what shots are scored, where the runs are going to come from. All those things are decided often by the pitch. And so, and the overhead conditions will help bowlers and batsmen as well, or not. And so that's why they are the presiding geniuses of the game.
Here is Reddy, medium pace to Ben Stokes, man out of deep mid-wicket, so lots of room for a single, just clips it off his pads. And England have been happy to nibble away on singles.
Yeah.
Boundaries haven't been very easy to come by.
You've got to work with what you're given. You can try and do something to get on top of them, but
and England
you're just
have
taking
occasionally
Yes, they have.
overcome conditions.
Yes, they have.
Occasionally.
Yes, they have.
But it's hard to do. You know, it's 1-1. It's first day of the Lord's Test. It's difficult batting. And for them to go out there and say, well, we'll just score at 4 and over, like we always do, 4.5 and over.
Well, that's just talking in the changing room. That's on a piece of paper. But you play cricket on grass. You play cricket on grass and not on paper.
Here is Washington Sundar, punched off the back foot out towards sweeper on the cover boundary. Actually, they do play the game on 100% grass, but, I mean, where the ball bounces and where the batsmen stand and the bowlers follow through, that's grass. The outfield is it looks so immaculate because it's a hybrid. It's got some plastic in it.
Yeah.
It's a combination of grass and plastic. That's right.
A lot of grounds do that now around the world, don't they?
Little bit of a reverse sweep now from Joe Root. Plays it very nicely. Down towards Ravi Jadeja, fielding at, well, he was deep backward point, becomes deep backward square leg. I'm a little behind on this grass technology.
Well,
actually.
particularly under the canopies, where you see the shadows of the stands and canopies of stands and so on. There aren't so many here, but you can see those areas that don't perhaps get the full sun. They often, grounds will put that type of mixture you're talking about there for that very reason. You don't want to stop play because of the shadow.
Sundar, Washington, in again, turns left alone.
And when you do get rain, it remains soggy and everything goes to that area.
So the New Zealand rugby grounds look in such good condition because they also have the
They
same
have
thing,
an
the
Eden
hybrid.
Park has, yeah.
Mhm.
Eden Park has.
I spent quite a bit of time just on the edge of the outfield yesterday, sort of trying to find out what I thought of it. Washington Sundar in again, Stokes defends, and
You have a few dives.
no,
just to sort it out.
to see whether it took any skin off my elbow.
Exactly.
Just a couple of
Oh, that'll be the nylon.
No, I didn't do any diving, but Sundar in again. Stokes flicks it off his pads in front of square on the leg side. But you know, so you stand on it, and before you touch it, you look, and it looks like grass, and then you just look again, and it looks just a slightly too good to be grass, and then you feel it, and it does. You can feel rubber. You can feel an artificial texture. But then if you try and pinch some, real grass comes through in your fingertips. So it really is fascinating. I think there's sort of the underneath the bed is, I suppose, astroturf. I mean, not that, but artificial grass. But the real grass grows through. Next one is pushed away by root again. No run.
So when they cut it,
It's
so
real
what
grass.
happens then?
Well, the real grass grows through, so the surface is real grass. Underneath is the rubber. Obviously, you don't want to be cutting the rubber grass. do
No,
you?
that's right. That's what I was thinking.
So
How does that grow?
I guess it provides a soft and
Medium.
medium. Yeah, for the
Yeah.
real grass to grow through. It was brilliant. Fascinating, and I don't think it doesn't. It feels like real grass.
You'd
And
like to run on this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah. Folks, you don't
Definitely.
realise, of course, this is an inveterate runner. He runs every morning.
There's a very nice park, Gladstone Park.
Right. Just
Um,
near where you're staying.
Very close to where I'm staying, and it's got one of those little gyms in the corner. It's very, very
Oh,
good.
it's heaven. It's heaven, folks. You should see him smiling. His eyes are slightly opening. The pupils are widening.
This is ready in again to Ben Stokes. Whipped away off his pads out to meet mid-wicket.
And every morning when we were in Leeds, folks, he would describe the run that he'd been on, the various things that he had seen on the way, the
Canals.
the air, that's right, the potential shopping trolleys that he could see in the canal.
Tell you what, they knew how to build a bridge in the Industrial Revolution.
They did.
Like, must be 1 million bricks. Those huge arched bridges. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
All spray painted with graffiti now, just to sort of, combination of eras, and
Really?
centuries.
Really?
Yeah.
People rowing in boats late at night with a light.
Ready in again, defended by root. Some of the places would seriously require a harness in order for them to access those points. I mean, and they're 100 feet and more, 200 feet in the air, some of them. You can't help admiring, if you don't admire the graffiti itself, the ingenuity and courage that it takes to access some of those places in order to spray that graffiti is amazing. 2:20 for 4 here at Lord's on a glorious, glorious late afternoon, early evening. Driven down the ground, lovely shot from Root, beautiful timing, just a push. Captain Shubman Gill's in pursuit, but the ball beats him to the boundary, and the Root cheer goes up for, oh, that's a lovely shot.
It is. And we haven't seen many of those today, have we? And that Reddy, what I was talking about, looking for that swing, he's pitched it up. He's wanting it to go away from Root. It didn't. It ended up to be straight. And bang, past him, past the umpire, ran over this lovely turf. Whether it's hybrid or not, we don't know, but it certainly
It is.
I don't
It is
like to
hybrid.
think gathered speed, but it certainly couldn't be caught.
Just sumptuous timing, and another one from Root here. I think India have given Root too many singles. Okay, they haven't given them singles, so they've provided too many gaps in order to allow him the opportunity to pick up too many easy singles. 225 for 4. Root into the 80s. Ben Stokes 32, and there are 19 overs left to be bowled in the day, and yet we only have 45 minutes. So we're going to be at least 10 short. But a fabulous partnership has been built here. England will hope that it continues to build. They've taken the score from 172 for 4. Pushed away, defended by Stokes rather than pushed away. Fielded by Jadeja again, and there's no run. England and India still have 3 reviews left. There have been a couple, but there have been umpires' calls, so no reviews have been lost. Root 81, 225 for 4. Amongst the many copious notes that I've made before this test match, the one I forgot to write down for some reason, outside the off stump again, as Ben Stokes offers no shot, and now signals, well, he's signalling to the umpire at square leg, it looked like. I thought he was signalling to the change room. Steve Harmison, what's Ben Stokes signalling?
Ben Stokes got sore groin. Something's gone on his groin here. Something's happened here. He slipped, and I think it's his groin. I think it's his right groin. He's had a little bit of a tweak, and I think he's sending for the physio. He's sending for medical assistance. He just slipped about 2 balls ago. He just slipped, and he's now stretching it. That's what he's signalling for.
Do you know what? I thought he was chafing.
Yeah,
I thought it was the sweat.
Possibly he's been.
You can't stretch that out.
No, you can't stretch that out. I mean, I think the second innings at Edgbaston, he faced 73 balls. I mean, he's got a nosebleed now. He's into his 60s, he's nearly into his 70th ball. A lot being made of Ben coming into this game about his form and whether he's, the amount of overs he's faced and games he's played and balls, runs he's scored. But I think he's been excellent today. He really has. His movements have been good. His balance has been excellent. He's took what's on offer. He's played very, very well as the captain with the former captain. But this is a concern, a real concern for England, because Ben Stokes just pulled his trousers down, and he's now just feeling and stretching that right groin area.
The 30 accredited photographers are now in a frenzy to get the shot with Ben Stokes standing in the middle of Lord's with his trousers down,
looking at his groin. Yes, we've had a few groin comments today, haven't we? Ben Duckett got hit one this morning. John got one. Jarrod said something about the groin area earlier as well. I can't remember what that was. But
fortunately, there are no buttocks on view because he's wearing those all-in-one shorts that rather than the old-fashioned jockstrap. Does anybody wear a jockstrap anyway? Change the subject. 225 for 4. I was mentioning the one thing I forgot to write down was the record that Joe Root has for the most centuries at Lord's, most appearances on the honours board, and it is 7 test hundreds at Lord's.
Some people are lucky if they get 7 test hundreds full stop, man.
Some people are lucky to score 7 runs here.
Yeah. You could have a good career. You could have what is perceived to be a decent test career, and you wouldn't get 7 test hundreds. Never mind 7 test hundreds at Lord's. This is a little bit of a concern for the England captain. It really is, and England supporters going long term.
It's a massive concern. He's now flat on his back. It's a huge. I mean, the umpires. What can they do, Hummy? We spoke about Shubman Gill receiving lengthy treatment at Edgbaston as well, and the umpires were making their presence felt, although not intrusively here because Ben Stokes is receiving treatment. But they're standing, what would you say, 5-6 yards away, so they're sort of muttering, and we've got a game to get on with here. We've got 18 overs left in the day's play. We're going to lose a dozen here today, and it's been hot, and there have been unscheduled extra drinks breaks But still, we're going to be a long way short. Alistair Cook has 400s at headquarters, but Joe Root's got 700s at Lords.
That's ridiculous. But for me, you're asking me what I do. I've always been consistent when it comes to from an injury point of view. The physio comes on the first time, and he can be on for quite a while.
What does that mean? 5 minutes?
Yeah, he can.
10.
As much as you need to take within reason to make sure whoever's getting the treatment has the treatment, gets him sorted. But once that's done then the next time if he goes down injured again, for me, then you're off. You're off. You have to then go off. You have to make a decision then. Do you carry on? You have the physio comes out. He has a conversation with you, but he can't be on for too long. And after that, you're off. You've got to go. So for me, at this moment, with Shubman Gill last week, wasn't it? And there was a couple of other incidences. For all money, look after them the first time, because you're still trying to assess whether it's going to be a long-term injury, short-term injury. Is it going to hamper them further down the line? You make that assessment in the middle. I've got no problem with that. But once that's done, that's your time and you're done. For me, after that, if you go down again, you should, in theory, have to go off.
The Gill stoppage was 13 minutes, so this one has every chance of being as long. But Harmy, keep a close eye on it. You can read the body language better than me, certainly. 2:25 for 4, so he's now making himself decent again, and he's tying up his trousers. He's had a bit of, I don't know how much treatment there could be, Jarrod Kimber. How much treatment can you reasonably get on a strained groin? What spray of deep heat used to do you, Jarrod?
Yeah, we did that once.
Carefully.
Yeah, we did that once in when we played Aussie rules football, and unfortunately we all got it slightly wrong, and we ran really quickly out on the field.
If you missed the area by just a small margin,
yep. It was not ideal.
Or
you give it a rub and then you wipe your
eyes.
You wipe your eyes or some other areas there. But look, stretched. Get them stretched. Get them. I would imagine there'll be some medication involved there to try and get that into the system.
Anti-inflammatory or a pain reliever, one of those. With
a drink, make sure that assess whether you're going to have cramp. Is it just a little niggle? Is there a more of a long-term ramification if you stay out there for a long period of time? Can you run between the wickets? Because that's the next test for Ben Stokes, is if Joe Root plays one into the offside and instinctively goes run, and Ben's halfway down the wicket and face plants into the ground because he can't run anymore, then that's something that
you could get Jamie Smith out there. It's 40 minutes left, time for him to make 50. It's Washington Sundar continuing, and what all this means is that we're very unlikely to actually get to the second new ball, and if we do, it might only be 1 over. 2:25 for 4. We are finishing at 6:30, right? We can't go beyond that. There's been no weather interruptions. I mean, the weather has played a role because we've had extra drinks breaks in each session because it's been 30 degrees. Flicked away by Root to mid-wicket, fielded by Jaiswal. What a glorious evening.
Should be playing till the overs are bowled for me.
On an evening like this,
Well, just on an evening any time, it could be freezing cold. You deserve to be still out there if you don't bowl your overs in time.
Here's Washington Sundar in again, turned away by Root, behind square on the leg side. It's not, to be completely fair, entirely India's fault today that they haven't managed to keep up with the over rate. There have been unscheduled stoppages.
Yeah, and it's normally down to the fact that loads of wickets taken, loads of stoppages. We've only had 4 wickets. We haven't had, apart from that one big stoppage, I can't think of another stoppage as in 4 Pant's finger.
Rishabh Pant.
But he wasn't.
It was fairly long, that one. We had a good conversation about something, I remember.
Turned away by Stokes, out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Shubman Gill.
What's been the longest thing so far today, Manners? Was it your walk in from the station? Because I know that you're not happy that you have to use a different gate here.
No, I came in the northern gate today.
Yeah, me too.
Did you? You just pushed through?
Oh, well, I arrived early, Jarrod, unlike you. Here's Washington outside the off stump, left alone by Stokes. No, seriously.
I was here 45 minutes before my first stint.
I was in an hour and 45 minutes there. But seriously, if you go to the northern gate, and present yourself. And there isn't a massive crowd. You're not leaving it to the last minute. They are happy to usher you through. Here is Washington Sundar, pushed away behind square on the offside. What we're referring to, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be listening, is that we have been instructed to use the Rachel Hayhoe Flint gate, which is quite significantly out of our way, and apparently it's to make life easier for us, but I'm not sure how that works. 2:26 for 4.
You also have to cross the line there, whereas at the north gate you can come in on the side, you come in around the line. It doesn't make any sense to use the other gate at all. What's your favourite gate here? Gate.
Not the WG Grace gate. I like the Rachel Hayhoe Flint gate because I think she's one of the great figures, all-time great figures in cricket, full stop. And I think she probably deserves to have more than a gate named after her.
It's not the biggest gate either, is it? It's kind of a small gate.
Absolutely epic figure in cricket. I'm not even going to begin to talk about her. I'll let Jarrod do that, but really one of the great influences in cricket, not just women's cricket. Jadeja in, another over of left arm spin. We might actually try to work this out. We've got 6 overs to go till the new ball after this one. Okay, might get 2. Yeah? 2 overs of the new ball if India take it. Not sure they would actually, would they? For 2 overs.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is still in with a groin injury and a chance to get Joe Root out. I think Jasper Bumrah would bowl at least one of them.
Here is Jadeja once again, and it's pushed by Root up towards mid-off. How many centuries did Mahela Jayawardene score at the SSC? I think it's 11 or 12 even.
I don't know about centuries. Weirdly, I think I've got it on my phone. It's quite a lot.
Joe Root's 7 at Lord's, and he's currently 82 not out. It's the most, it's a record. By the way, you won't be surprised to hear. Jadeja in again. I won't say he gave that one air, but it wasn't darted in like his stock delivery is. It's driven by Joe Root to Karen Nair, who's just dropped deeper at mid-off. Deep enough to suggest that they're giving Root a single. 11.
That was 11, yeah. It's 7. He scored 7 at Gaul. And Sangakkara scored 8 at SSC as well.
Here's Jadeja, pushed away defensively out on the onside, no run. That was a quicker one. Joe Root played it from the crease and was hurried. 2:26 for 4. The over comes to an end after about 70 seconds.
So the most runs ever at a test ground is Jayawardene, and that is 2,921 at the SSC. The second most is Mahela Jayawardene. That's 2,382. The third most is Sangakkara. That's back at the SSC. The other one was a Gaul, and he's at 2,312. The fourth most is Angelo Matthews. That's at Gaul, so they're swapping them around a little bit at least, Manners. And that's 2,253. The most not outside of Sri Lanka. Do you want to guess that one, Manners?
Here's Washington Sundar. Ben Stokes defends again, and there's no run.
It's a player and his home ground again.
So Andy Flower at Harare Sports Club doesn't come into it then.
Is that not, is Harare not his home ground?
Yeah, it is. I'm just... Yeah.
No, it's not him. He also made a lot of runs away from that ground.
Yes, yes. Yeah, made quite a lot at Nagpur in one test match, 240 odd. Flicked away for a single by Ben Stokes, and he does trot through. Trot being very much the mode of movement that he adopted there. There was nothing vigorous at all, no acceleration.
It's a lot closer to home for you, is the clue I'll give you.
Jacques Callis at Newlands.
Correct.
Here's Washington Sundar again, and pushed away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Nitish Reddy.
Joe's got a few here.
So he is, where are we? So I've gone through the top 5. The 6th one, you're not going to be shocked here, is a Sri Lankan, Karunaratne.
Here's Washington again, driven by Root, calls for the single, and Ben Stokes duly trots again through.
I remember when Monty dropped Jayawardene, I think it was at the SSC on not very many, he got 198. And then the ball went up to him, first ball after lunch at the Ed Gaul for Sangakkara. off my bowling, and I tell you what, if Monty had dropped that, I'd have gone home. I would have gone home.
Or he would have. Washington in again, defended by Stokes.
So
There's no run.
So
that was the hottest day I've ever played cricket. That one at goal. And when the ball went up in the air, I was like, yes. And then
You're wincing at the memory of it.
And seen Monty underneath it and went, no. He managed to catch it, which was great.
Washington in again, Stokes defends and there's no run. Well, I commentated on Jayawardene and Sangakkara adding 624 together for the third wicket. And never in my life have I been more certain that I have just described a record that would never be broken.
So top five of the top 6 is Sri Lankans at either the SSC or Gaul, so just over and over again.
Surely Root's top 10, 700s at Lords.
Root is 7th. With 2,000 runs, 700 at Lords. There was also, do you know what root mass is? Are you aware of this concept?
No.
Root mass was remember
Root Canal?
When he first started his career, he made almost all of his runs at Lords, and there was this theory from some people on the internet that he actually wasn't very good, he was just good at Lords, and it became, I think it was a guy called Dave Tickner who worked for Sky who came up with it. It became known as root mass, when you just take out one chunk of someone's record because you don't think they're very good.
Flicked away out on the onside, and there's no run. Well, look, take Shubman Gill. Remove Edgbaston from Shubman Gill's test record.
The average is 30.
I mean, to be fair, if you take out the over from Ollie Pope first class in Test cricket, his numbers do drop a little bit. But I get the overall point. So 7 is Root, 8 is again at Lords.
Clipped away up towards Shubman Gill at mid-on. I think we need to go back to like Compton or...
More modern than Compton, but you do have to go back.
Oh, I was going to say Cook.
Gooch.
It's Gooch, then.
Gooch is 8. Cook is 10, also at Lords. And you're not going to believe this, guys, but there's another Sri Lankan, Chandimal, at Gaul on the list. So the entire list is basically Sri Lanka and Lords with Callis in the middle of it. It's the silliest list I've seen in cricket. I've seen a lot of silly lists.
Say, there's some silly lists in cricket as well, isn't there?
I guess it's because the Pisara Vanuatu Stadium in Colombo stopped hosting test matches when it sort of basically fell to pieces.
Well, I think Colombo actually has one of the highest percentage of test venues in the world, but there's a lot of them where they've just had 1 or 2 games.
Stokes defends against Jadeja, and there's no run. Kane Williamson has 700s at Hamilton.
He does, but he's nowhere near the other players that we've talked about in terms of actual runs at the ground. So yeah, a lot of hundreds, but not.
You wouldn't have played volume.
Correct.
He's been pretty good in the tests he's played there. It's his home ground, isn't it? As well. 229 for 4. Another single. Stokes clips it away through the leg side. Jaiswal. Oh no, Washington Sundar goes and pursues it. Picks it up now. 230 for 4.
If you want the best averages, Bradman averages 128 at the MCG, and Len Hutton comes in at just 89 at the Oval.
Oh, little flick slog sweep here from Joe Root, and I mean that it was he got into position to play the slog sweep, and kind of didn't go through with it. It was a gentle slog sweep, just a little flick through wide mid on.
Yeah,
for 4.
Just a flick of the wrist, wasn't it? It looked as though he plays one of the off the front foot. He does play that sort of slash drive through sort of cover point area, but this time instead of going with an open face, he's closed the face, and possibly with against the slope, and then it's like a little. He plays a lot of paddle, does Joe Root now, and it was like a backhand shot through wide mid wicket. It was a good shot, well controlled shot, all the way along the ground. It's one of the first manners, you'd say, from an aggression point of view, that England have played all day. They've been very quiet, of big attacking shots.
Washington and Sundar in again, and Stokes defends.
Maybe this is their new thing. Maybe they've done a silent reboot of Bazball, Harmy.
Well, as Jeremy was saying just before you came on, you know, conditions dictate the way that you play, and you can be as determined as you like to try and overcome conditions. That's driven by Stokes to extra cover, and there's no run. And occasionally England have overcome conditions, and they have played contrary to the way that you would expect conditions to dictate. But it's very hard to do that over a full day of a test match. And yeah, it's first day of the Lord's Test. Conditions are what they are. The series is 1-1. And I think that, you know, somebody's clicked the sensible button somewhere and realised that, well, Joe has clicked the sensible button, and
Yeah,
so, you know, this won't look good, and it won't be good if we're bowled out for 180 trying to score at 4.5 and over.
Yeah, I totally agree. And just a side note there, Stokes is in trouble here. He is in trouble here. He's trying not to
getting better, is it?
No, he's not. I think he's trying not to stretch it. I think because they're playing against the spinner and he's going forward all the time, he's just stretching that groin out just a bit too much for his liking.
Short from Washington Sundar, and he cuts and hobbles for a single as it's swept up by Akashdeep on the cover boundary.
I actually think this is when you need a senior player to go up to Washington and just say, bowl slow.
Slow, yeah.
Make him
Good shout.
stretch. And I haven't seen anyone. He still bowled. That last ball was quite quick from Washington.
And put a silly point in?
I mean, maybe you could do both, but I would just say bowl slow to begin with and just make him stretch and, you know, hurt himself more.
Washington Sundar in, and that's driven past the diving extra cover Jaiswal, and it's collected by Siraj. He's quite deep at mid-on, so they trot through for another single. There's going to be no quick accelerating. There's going to be no fast running by any means. England are 236 for 4. We've got about 27, 28 minutes left in the day's play. 77 overs. We're not going to get all of those. Anyway, to steer you through to the close of play, it'll be Jon Norman after another word from Jarrod, and he'll be joined by David Bumble Lloyd.
It's quite interesting, that last single as well, because it wasn't a jogged through single. Like, Stokes did have to run, and he's looked a bit ginger ever since. I mean, he's looked a bit ginger for a while, but he's looked a little bit hurt since he's taken that. And they didn't really need that run. As Jadeja comes in, it's outside off stump, and Root just pushes this out to backward point. A little bit of spin, but it's more a flat ball outside off stump more than anything else. Jon Norman?
Thank you, Jarrod, for coming to my aid there. Yep, half an hour to go. Jadeja continuing. This is pushed back to the bowler from Joe Root. 89 not out. The other end, Ben Stokes, 35. I think the word attritional might be used in some of the write-up tomorrow, possibly, or slow. Guided to Mohammed Siraj at backward point this time from the bat of Joe Root. How big a problem do you think that could be, Ben Stokes, with that groin injury? I suppose we'll find out tomorrow.
Well, it's a problem to him. He can't take quick singles. He's stretching all the time.
Here's Jadeja again. Oh, and there's a shout for caught behind. Jadeja wants it. Now, Jarrell acted like it had come off the outside edge of the bat and then suddenly didn't look quite as confident.
I don't know. He turned straight to slip, to say to slip, I think that's out. But he didn't go back to the captain to say that was out, which is the interesting one. I think they've run out of time.
I don't think they've reviewed it. I think the reaction of the keeper was that his initial feeling was there was an edge or there was a noise, and then he kind of withdrew. It was a strange one. We'll see a replay of it here. It looked like it bounced. It did bounce. It beat the outside edge of the bat of Root. I think you can see it. Well, we'll see on Ultra Edge in a minute. It's impossible to tell from there.
Misses it. He misses it.
Yeah, he's missed it.
What a delivery. Spinning, bouncing.
And Jadeja again. This is a touch wider, and Root tries to flay this through extra cover, and again he's beaten past the outside edge. No run. Just a couple of moments here.
Well, spinning and bouncing.
Well, no ball called.
England batting first. Shoaib Bashir at long last might just have something.
Pressure on. 4 days out. Jadeja. This is one that goes on, and Root defends to point. No run.
Great start to this over. He's all over Root with many different kinds of deliveries as well. He's tried the one that slides through, and he's got bounce.
Touch slower, and Root comes forward this time, pushes it out to extra cover. No run. End of the over. An interesting one.
It is an interesting for Lloyd's. on day one of a test match, and it's unbelievably dry. There's hardly any marks that the quick bowlers have made, and the ball's spinning already. And I don't think it's going to flatten out, isn't this pitch? It's going to get drier and drier if that's possible. And so it does bring Bashir into it. If England get the total, they need the big total.
What is that telling? What does that mean on the scoreboard, Jarrod?
It's saying that they've bowled their overs correctly today.
But how is that possible? They've bowled 78 overs and it's gone past 6 o'clock.
Well, I think what they're allowing for there is the 2 massive delays of the fielder and the batter and the extra drinks breaks. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm sure Bumble agrees that they've bowled correctly today and they're at their over rate.
Don't be silly. They're miles behind. Absolutely miles behind. Who's deciding that? Who is deciding that?
The match referee, isn't it?
Get him in here.
Is it the 4th umpire? If it's the 4th umpire, I'll be having a stiff word with him.
Pushed up to mid-off from the bat of Ben Stokes, who's 35 not out.
Who's the 4th umpire?
My eldest son.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Well, it probably is, yeah. Let's say that.
Yeah, Sundar is in again. He's forcing Stokes to play very straight, back past the bowler, no run.
Did you buy him a stopwatch when he was a kid? Maybe it's your fault.
Ridiculous.
Did you teach him how to tell time? We need answers.
Isn't one of your sons a world champion bodybuilder?
He is. Mr. Olympia.
Well,
That's the youngest one. This is the oldest one. There's no excuse for this overrate.
I wouldn't argue with the other one. What do you make of this Stokes innings, Jarrod? Because there was a bit of talk, has been a talk. He hasn't scored 100 for a couple of years. I know that you had a good chat with Jeremy and Bumble as Stokes takes a single to back of square, or behind square on the leg side. He moves to 36.
He had that period, didn't he, where he kind of slashed a couple away for 4. He hasn't been fluent, and then the injuries made him look worse, I would say. But, I mean, at least he's out in the middle. That's 2 innings in a row where he's been out in the middle, right? He's now facing deliveries. Good step in the right direction.
The Pope innings as well was quite painful to watch, but I just wonder how much of that is this pitch. I mean, we saw a straight drive from Joe Root a couple of overs ago, and it's the first time we've seen one of them. I mean, how many of those did we see at Edgbaston and Headingley? You know, a lot more. And they've not really been evident today.
Well, they're 238 before, and we've almost finished the day. I think it tells you a lot about the wicket.
Yeah, exactly. There's a slip and a leg slip in place for Root here as Sundar continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowling over the wicket, and it's pushed out to the offside by Joe Root, who remains on 89.
Well, they're going at 3 and over. It's a sluggish pitch, I would say, but it's been sluggish all day. And that's down to the players. So many interruptions.
And the 4th umpire.
I'll be having a word.
On the reverse is Root. Take a single.
We might need a social media video tomorrow of the Lloyd family WhatsApp group.
Can I just say something, actually? I bumped into one of the journos just went to get a cup of tea. And we're all in the same position. We're not quite sure where this game's going, because if India get a couple of wickets, it's one story, and obviously if England don't lose a couple of wickets, another story. Sundar in again. This is plenty of flight here, and Stokes will take a single to point. And he said, I just hope Joe Root scores his century, and it's an easy end of day, and we can write it up, and then it writes itself.
I've had the same conversation. Chris Stokes. Yeah, there it is.
Chris Stokes just walking around asking for stories.
No, he's not asking for stories. He's telling you what he wants the story to be.
Did you notice that single there? It's a walk-through. It's a Ranatunga walk-through.
I actually thought he wasn't going to take it for a second.
I thought he's not going to take that. It hit to the boundary for a single, and he's stretching away again, and he just walked down for the single.
He probably won't be bowling a lot this game.
Well, that's a problem in itself then, isn't it, if he isn't? With a groin injury, does it get worse today? I mean, is this the best it's going to be? And then he's going to, I don't know what you do. Do you put some ice on it? Or does it get better overnight? Or does it wake up in the morning and it's worse?
We need to speak to Harmison about that, but it'll stiffen up, that's for sure.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Flatter and just clip to short leg. You are on camera, remember, Jarrod? Just saying. Too much Dame Edna, I think.
Well,
Too much
I know.
Dame
He's talking
Edna
about the
chat.
groin injury stiffening up.
I heard what he said. I don't need you to repeat it. It's not funny a second time.
I was just
The
explaining
point,
that I wasn't having a moment and that something had happened.
the point is, if Joe Root's batting so slowly, Joe Root could be 94, 95 not out. Stocksy hasn't got the story that he wants. Pushed up to mid-on by Stokes, who comes through for another single. Moves to 39. Still waiting to find out about Rishabh Pant as well, aren't we? We don't know how serious that injury was, or is. The fact he hasn't come back out on the field and he's gone for a scan after taking a blow to his fingers is concerning. Jadeja again draws Root forward.
Message from Jeremy, there have been 10 interruptions during the day for all sorts of different things, injuries, drinks breaks, extra drinks breaks. Bring me some gloves, bring me a pill, bring me a towel, bring me a gin and tonic, just bring me anything.
There was an Australian player, Sid Barnes, who went out in, he was 12th man and he dressed up in a tuxedo to take the drinks out.
SF Barnes.
Here's Jadeja, and pushing square of the wicket is Joe Root, who moves to 91. Scored 242 for 4.
With Tufnell this week, talking about a test match in Australia, and drinks came out, the gin and tonics all round. In 1991, I think it was. He said, he said a gin and tonic, drinks break.
Well, during one of the warm-up games.
No, test match.
Yeah, Jadeja over the wicket to Stokes. Pushed out to cover, no run, 242 for 4.
How during your career, how many players would have a beer or wine at lunch? Is that common or uncommon?
Common, very common as a player. Yeah, there were bottles of beer on the table at lunchtime, and they were bottles that don't exist anymore. Double Diamond, Mann's Brown Ale, Mackison,
Mann's Brown Ale.
M-A-double-N. It was a brewery. M-A-double-N.
Oh, I see.
It's not good for marketing, that, is it? They bring the new ball out, I think.
He's here. That's our fourth umpire. Be quick, lad.
He's not.
He's not rushing, is he?
You're quicker than that.
Well, he's taking it all in. It's his first time, so he's checking the atmosphere in. There he is. There you are, with a ball.
Off he goes.
We're just looking at it on the screen as well. They're a few seconds behind. And he wanders off, the fourth umpire. Nicely done, son.
Proud day.
Oh, I've got a tear in my eye here.
Can you remember how disappointed those tourism guys or gals were in Adelaide when we were at that test match in 2010, and during the lunch break or tea break they had all the beers for us, and all the journos were like, well, that's great, but we can't really drink them now because we've got to work. And they were like nonplussed.
They didn't get it at all, did they?
No, they were like, well, why can't you just drink? Fine selection as well, but Joe Root facing up, and he'll take one off the toes, pushing this to Siraj. It almost seems to be Siraj who holds his back and then stretches himself. There might be another hold up here, Bumble, you never know. Gingerly throws the ball in and then steps to the boundary.
And Stokes took that single. He was quite sprightly.
The new ball is about to be taken.
Why has Siraj run to the boundary here?
I don't know.
Because we're going to have a delay one way or another. Ben Stokes is unhappy with something. Akashdeep is staring at the ball, and Siraj has run all the way to deep cover. Took his back brace, or maybe that's prepared to bowl. So why didn't he take it off earlier, Harmon?
The second new ball has been taken. And is it going to be Akashdeep who is going to take it from the pavilion end, which means you'd think that Jasprit Bumrah will be bowling from...
Well, not if Siraj just took his back
oh,
break
yeah,
off.
so what's... No, you're right. OK, well, we'll wait and find out. And it's deep, with two slips and a gully. About to come in, he's past the umpire, and this is too wide and left alone by Stokes. So will we get a little bit of action towards the back end of day one? There's been very little of it throughout the day. I mean, 2 wickets in quick succession in the morning, followed by Pope going first ball after tee, Brook making 11. Punt is off the field with an injury. Stokes has done something to his groin and he's not looking too happy, but he is still out there and he's got a few runs, which is welcome. 38 not out as he faces Akashdeep, who's in, and he'll take a run off his pads. And it's fielded at fine leg. 244 for 4.
Just a couple of deliveries ago, with a new ball, it bounced twice through to the keeper. Again from the pavilion end. It seems to me that the end to bowl quickly from is this nursery end. You get a little bit more bounce, and just think back to that spin that Jadeja got. He got spin and bounce, nursery end.
Well, it'll be interesting to see who bowls from the nursery end. Is it going to be Siraj? It was Bumrah who took the first new ball. Back in the side for this test match, of course, after sitting out India's big win at Edgbaston. As Deep is in again. This is on the pads as meet and drink for Joe Root. I feel he may have missed out there. A touch squarer, and that could have reached the boundary. As it is, it's another single. He moves to 93. Stokes 39. Did you? Who was the batter that scored the most runs at a single ground? Was it Joe Wardner?
It was Jay Wardner has the most runs at a single ground and the second most runs at a single ground.
Wow.
I think we just did it. It's three players have done it at Lord's and 6 players have done it in Sri Lanka, either SSC or Gaul. Was he attacked by a bug then?
Yeah, I think Akashdeep has run in and taken a fly in the eye. And Jasprit
Does that leave our flies
finds
alone?
it very, very funny. And right now Stokes has come down the track and is having a chat with Root and a little word with the umpire. What's that all about?
I think there are flies around or wasps or something, because all the players, who's that? That's Jasprit Bumrah, who's waving frantically, and it'll be a wasp or something. And now there's another hold up.
Paul Rifle's coming in as well.
Paul Rifle's coming in as well.
I think we just had a wasp come in front of us as well.
I think the wasps have descended. I thought that Jasprit Bumrah was mimicking Akashdeep for a second, but no, I think...
Oh, sorry, that's me. I thought that was a wasp. Oh my goodness.
Well, there's our social clip for the day.
It's wasps. It's Waspgate.
Well, I thought we were going to have Flying Ant Day. Do you get Flying Ant Day in Australia?
No.
I wonder if you get Flying Ant Day in any other country but England.
We have flying bugs every day in Australia.
We just have a day.
They've got everything that get you. There's snakes, venomous snakes. There's sharks.
They've eaten the flying ants.
I took, but there's an interlude here, John. I can tell you that I went down to Chesterfield. And took my dogs. And it's Queen's Park, Chesterfield, county ground. Bring your dogs in, absolutely fine. I rang up Blackpool Park, Stanley Park ground. Is it all right to bring my dog in? He's like, no, health and safety, that's a big issue. I said, there's a zoo next door. I said, there's man-eating lions next door and venomous snakes. And I can't bring my dog in on a lead.
The slow hand clapping. I'm surprised the slow hand clapping didn't start about 2 hours ago.
I think Stokes has just tried to line up again, and they've just come back, the Wasp. Also, Paul Rifle swapped sides here. He's gone from one side to the other, so he is running away from the Wasps.
I mean, we can see there's definitely bugs out there.
I
also watched a lot of cricket in India where they've got dragonflies.
Yeah.
You know, flying around.
Didn't the dragonfly get hit in the test match we covered?
That's right. Yeah, the ball hit the dragonfly.
I know Paul Rifle a little bit. I just think he'd probably be saying, Bumble, just bat.
I mean, he's undemonstrative, isn't he? He doesn't do anything quickly, doesn't Paul Rifle. And Ben Stokes has flatly refused to take up his stance at the crease. And it looks as if we're going to carry on now.
Your Daily Mail colleague would be writing this one up for next year's Wisden. As short, well, it's on a good length and left alone by Ben Stokes. Wasps stop play at Lord's for about 5 minutes. That's going to do the over 8. Stokes is still looking around suspiciously.
Pollinators That's what it is, pollinators.
Bees.
Yeah, bees, butterflies, flying ants, as have been mentioned.
You can't bat with butterflies, can you? Flap of their wings, anything could happen. He's hit it. He's backed away again. He's attacking them with his bat now. And I tell you what, he played and missed it. 2 wasps then.
2 slips in place then, and a gully for Akash Deep, who again, he bowls very wide, and this ball moves away from the left-hander Stokes as well. Tony withdraws his bat and lets it go through.
Jasprit's the same. Jasprit Bumrah is frantically waving his cap and his arms around and getting rid of whatever it is that's flying around out there.
It's not often you get that problem here, is it? I can't remember that.
Ah, it's unbelievably dry, isn't it? I mean, so dry.
Oh, it's going to be hot this week and next, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Are they flying ants or are they wasps? Oh, it's a ladybird. They're ladybirds.
Oh, give over. It's not ladybirds.
Ladybirds stop play.
Oh, come on.
Ladybirds? That's unbelievable. It is Bumrah who is going to take the second new ball, and the first delivery from the nursery ground end is just definitely steered down to third, where it's fielded by Mohammad Siraj, who took his back brace off for no reason. Hurls the ball back. Joe Root moves to 95. Chris Stokes has got 7 minutes to see Root reach a century. Will he do it tonight? Or will Chris Stokes have to find another angle for his end of play report for the Independent, I think, or the Eye. Root 95 not out, and again we'll take a single down to thirds, and that will bring Stokes back on strike. 2-4-8 for 4.
And he looks to have lined Bumrah up here with a new ball from that nursery end. He started Bumrah from the pavilion end, but this is his preferred end. And I think this is the business end. From what we've seen today, it's been a pedestrian day. It's been stop-start. And the last incredible delay was ladybirds. What is going on?
I tell you what, that tough guy image that Ben Stokes has carefully cultivated over the last 10 years has disappeared. It doesn't take long, does it, to lose a reputation. Down the leg side. No run, 248 for 4. Route 96, a bit Stokes facing, 39 not out.
Well, we're as guilty as anybody because we're surmising he's going to be wasp. There are bees out there, they sting, it's dangerous. It's a ladybird.
Trying to explain cricket at the best of times is kind of difficult, but there we go. Ladybird stop play. There's one for the Wisden Almanac. And Bumrah continuing, running away from us. Round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and he's trapped on the pad. A little stifled appeal for leg before. He did survive on the Ladybirds. I think that Jasprit Bumrah has just found out what a ladybird tastes like.
Yeah, it looks as if Jasprit Bumrah has just swallowed a ladybird. He's been retching up there and all sorts of things coming out of his mouth. And he's having he's a lovely fella. He's got a big smile on his face. I'm being attacked.
Oh, there we go. There's one up here. It's just reached us up here in the media box. Just on the window. Bumrah again. And there's another appeal for leg before. Just a polite inquiry. Bumrah asks a question, the slips too, but nobody really joins in.
What's the time now? How many overs are left? Or is this it?
No, I think we'll have one more.
One more.
One more over after this. I don't think either team are really that fussed about bowling too many more tonight. Although I suppose one more from Bumrah would be quite good with that second new ball, but they could come back tomorrow, of course. It'll still be fresh. 2-4-8 for 4 then. Last ball of this over from Bumrah, and again it's pitched up. Angling in on the pads, but Stokes comes forward and pushes it up to mid-on. I might be wrong, you know, Bumble. They're running between sides are the fielders. Maybe they do want 2 more overs tonight, which would mean one from Akashdeep and then another from Jasprit Bumrah. 2 4 8 for 4. Joe Root's about to face 96 not out.
Yeah, the last delivery, he was cursing himself, was Ben Stokes, because it's angled from around the wicket, half volley, leg stump, and he just thinks that he should be leaning on that and easing it down to the pavilion. And he's rapped on the pad, and he was quite demonstrative that he should have got that away. I think there'll be one more over. They'll just get one more over in here.
Just this one. I think they would be quite keen to keep Joe Root in the 90s overnight.
Yeah, I'm sure so. Root's on strike.
Root is on strike, 96 not out, and it's Akashdeep who's in, and there's a leading edge which pops up and doesn't go too far to the left of the bowler, who can't claim the ball in his follow-through.
He's looking to ease the ball through the leg side. He gets a leading edge just, and it pops into the air. Nothing more than that. Just pops into the air.
Joe Root looks at his bat, onto the ball too soon. Oh, that just straightened a touch, and actually the ball turned in his hand, the handle turned in his hands. I think actually that might have come off the badge. Here's deep again, he chases at one, does Root, might be here. Chris Stocks is celebrating in the press box, no. Just the 2 runs, Root moves to 98. 250 up though for England. 250 for 4 late on day 1 here in the 3rd test at Lord's.
He's just seized on that, Joe Root, and thinks it's 4. He gets 2, moves on to 98. The crowd are right behind this.
4 balls left of the over, and I think it's going to be the final over as well. Deep comes in, and Root tries to guide it down and to 3rd, but can't beat backward point. 3 balls left in the over. Oh, Stocksy, heart must be going. Sweaty palms. That keyboard is drenched.
He's waiting for this all afternoon, as this lad Chris Stocks, who's one of the journalists and writes for the Eye newspaper, and he's been talking, what can I write about? I hope Joe Root gets 100, he'll get me out of it.
Here is Joe Root, 98 not out, 250 for 4s. Deep is in, this is pushed through the covers. There's certainly one here. Joe Root turns, he wants the second. Is there a misfield? Oh, Root's having a little laugh. It's the danger it is. He just rolls the ball on the floor in front of him as Root wants to come through for the second that would seal the century, but he's not. And it means we've got 2 balls left of the day, with Ben Stokes facing. Chris Stocks about to throw his laptop out the window if it would open. It doesn't. Can Stokes get off strike to get Joe Root back? It's not quite Steve Waugh at the SCG back in 2001.
Well, that's been a great moment. He wants 2, he gets 1, and Jadeja, he gets the ball and he beckons Joe Root, come on, go for another. Then he rolls the ball on the floor and Joe Root creeps down.
Okay, can Stokes get off strike? Here is deep. Oh, he defends it. Ben Stokes is booing here at Lord's. That's Stocksy. Stocksy's booing in the press box. The crowd are booing the captain. Joe Root's going to be at the other end, 99 not out overnight.
The captain's brought some decorum to this, as Joe Root is at the non-striking end, and he's laughing. He's not smiling, he's laughing. Best part of the day, this.
When was the last time a batter was 99 not out overnight? It hasn't happened for a while. Last ball of the day then, and Stokes sees it off. Plays back to Akashdeep. Applause at Lord's. England end it. They've had the better of a slow day. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Losing Crawley and Duckett for just the addition of 1 run. 43 with that loss, became 44 for 2. Ollie Pope could have been caught first ball, just shy of Carol Rahul at second slip. And Joe Root got England to lunch, and then throughout a slow afternoon session. Pope falling first ball after the lunch break, tea break rather. Harry Brook inside edging onto his stumps for 11. But from that moment onwards, Ben Stokes, who did pick up a groin injury on the way, and Joe Root, who walks off 99 not out, have seen England through to Stumps, 251 for 4. We are going to have full reflection on the day's play very shortly on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Neil Manthorp will be joined by Jeremy Coney and Steve Harmison for following on, and Jarrod Kimber will be bringing you Super Over alongside David Bumble Lloyd. But for now, thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.